The moving truck had barely pulled away when I first saw him standing in the window of the house next door. I'd been living on Cranberry Lane for almost 7 years, long enough to recognize the rhythm of the neighborhood. Quiet mornings, lawnmowers on Saturdays, kids biking around after school, so a new neighbor was enough to catch everyone's attention. But what caught mine wasn't the fact that someone had finally bought the old Haskins place. It was the way he stared. It wasn't a curious glance or a friendly look around. It was a fixed, unmoving stare, like he was studying me, memorizing me, while I brought groceries from the car into my house. He didn't wave, didn't blink, just stared until I closed my door. I laughed it off that first day. New people can be weird, I told myself. Maybe he was shy, maybe he was just zoning out. But even then, something felt off. I didn't officially meet him until 2 days later. I was taking the trash out when I heard a soft crunch of gravel behind me. I turned and nearly collided with him. He was tall, a little too thin, with pale skin that made the blue of his eyes almost startling. His black hair was messy, like he'd been running his hands through it over and over. "Hi," he said, voice too soft for someone who'd snuck up so close. "I'm Cameron." I stepped back, trying not to show I was startled. "I'm Rachel. Welcome to the neighborhood." He smiled, a slow, stretched smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I know." "You know? I've seen you," he said. "Before." I waited for him to explain, but he didn't. He just kept staring, the same unblinking stare from the window. "Well," I said, grabbing onto any excuse to leave, "I should get dinner started, but, welcome again." As I walked back toward the front door, I felt his eyes drilling into my back. I told myself not to read into it. Weird first impressions happen. Maybe he was socially awkward. Maybe that smile meant nothing. But I couldn't shake the cold prickle at the base of my neck. 2 nights later, I woke to the sound of my dog barking. Daisy wasn't a big barker, and when she did bark, it meant something. I got out of bed, heart thumping, and went to the window. My bedroom faced the side of my house and the yard between it and the Haskins place. That's when I saw him. Cameron stood in his backyard, motionless. The moonlight cast his shadow long across the grass. He was facing my house, facing my window, staring directly at me. I froze. He didn't flinch when Daisy barked again. He didn't look away when I stepped back. He just kept watching. I stayed by the window for nearly a minute, waiting to see if he'd move. He didn't. I closed the curtains and locked every door in the house. The next morning, exhaustion tugging at my eyes, I told myself I'd imagined some of it. Maybe he'd been outside getting fresh air. Maybe he wasn't looking at me. But deep down, I knew better. That afternoon, as I headed out to the mailbox, he appeared again, right at the property line, as if he'd been waiting for me to come outside. "You were awake last night," he said. My hand froze on the mailbox. He smiled. "I saw your light." Yeah. My dog barked. I just checked the window." His smile widened. "I like when the light's on." I didn't know how to respond. Everything he said felt wrong, like he was speaking a language just slightly out of step with everyone else. "I have to go," I said, walking quickly back toward the house. He didn't follow, but he kept staring. Days passed, and the staring never stopped. I'd catch him in the window every morning when I left for work. He'd be in the yard when I came home. Sometimes he'd stand so close to the property line, it felt like he was testing how far he could push things. I stopped going into my backyard. I stopped leaving curtains open. The neighbors began to whisper about him. Someone mentioned hearing strange noises at night, dragging sounds like something heavy being pulled across the floor. Another neighbor said she saw him walking around his house at 3 a.m., but only in circles, never leaving his yard. And yet, no one did anything. One night, around midnight, Daisy started growling, not barking. Growling, the low, fearful rumble I'd only heard once before, during a thunderstorm that rattled the whole house. I got up, heart hammering, and walked to the front room. A shadow flickered across the blinds. Someone was on my porch. I grabbed my phone but didn't turn on any lights. I peered through the smallest gap in the blinds. It was him. Cameron stood inches from my door, his face tilted slightly, like he was listening. His breathing was visible in the cold night air, slow, steady, too calm. He lifted his hand and pressed it against the door. Not knocking, just touching it, feeling it. I covered my mouth with my hand to keep from making any sound. After a few seconds, he leaned closer, until his forehead rested against the wood. I could hear him whispering, though the words were too faint to catch. I stayed frozen until he slowly lowered his hand, stepped back, and walked off my porch. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called the police. The officer who came out was polite but seemed tired, like he'd spent all morning dealing with more serious things. I told him about the staring, the late-night porch visit, the yard, the whispering. "Did he threaten you?" the officer asked. "No, not directly, but did he attempt to break in?" "No, but has he damaged your property?" "No." He nodded like that settled it. "People are allowed to stand on their own property, ma'am, and unless he trespassed or threatened you, there's not much we can do. But if anything escalates, call us." I wanted to shake him. Instead, I thanked him and closed the door. That evening, as I took Daisy out front for a quick walk, I saw Cameron in his window again, staring, unblinking. I avoided looking back, but he spoke anyway. "You told," he said loudly enough for me to hear across the yard. My chest tightened. I said nothing, hurrying inside. That night, the nightmares began. In them, I would wake up to see Cameron standing at the foot of my bed. Sometimes he'd be whispering my name. Sometimes he'd be touching Daisy. Sometimes he'd just be smiling, that horrible stretched smile. Every time I would wake drenched in sweat, unsure if the nightmare had ended or if he was still out there watching. A week later, things escalated. I came home from work, groceries in hand, and walked into the kitchen. The door to the backyard was slightly open. I never left it open. My stomach dropped. Daisy started barking, her hackles raised, staring at the door as if something had been on the other side. I grabbed the biggest knife I had and walked toward the door. The grass beyond was undisturbed. The gate was still closed. Nothing seemed out of place. But on the doorknob, faint but unmistakable, were the smudges of fingerprints. I didn't sleep at all that night. I pushed a chair under the doorknob. I kept the knife beside the bed. Every noise made me jolt. 3 nights later, it happened again. This time I woke to the unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft but deliberate, on the back deck. Daisy growled before I even opened my eyes. I sat up, heart slamming, and listened. One step, another. Then a slow dragging sound. I picked up the phone in one hand, the knife in the other. The footsteps stopped directly on the other side of the back door. A faint exhale sounded through the thin wood. I dialed 911. As the phone rang, the doorknob turned. Slowly, deliberately. I whispered into the phone, "Someone's trying to get into my house." Before I could say more, the knob stopped turning. The footsteps moved backward, slowly, then faster. Then they were gone. The police arrived 10 minutes later, lights flashing across the yard. They searched the property, found fresh footprints on the deck, bare footprints, and confirmed the back door had been handled. But because it wasn't forced open, and because nothing was stolen, all they could do was file a report. I slept with every light on in the house. The next morning I saw Cameron again, but this time was different. He stood at the property line, and instead of staring blankly, he smiled at me. Wide, unsettling, too many teeth showing. "I like your house," he said. I didn't answer. "I like how warm it looks at night." My throat tightened. "Lights on everywhere," he said. "It makes everything so visible." I took a step back toward my door. "Stay away from me." His smile didn't fade. "You left your back door unlocked." I froze. "How do you see you tonight?" he said softly. I slammed the door shut. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with every light on, Daisy beside me, clutching the knife. Hours passed, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., no footsteps, no shadows, nothing. At some point near dawn, exhaustion won. I closed my eyes for what felt like a moment. A thud woke me, not outside, inside. I shot up, heart pounding, and Daisy barked wildly at the hallway. Another thud, then a soft, dragging sound. I raised the knife with trembling hands and crept toward the hall. Halfway down, I saw him, Cameron. Standing inside my house, his clothes were wet with dew, his hair disheveled, his eyes burning with something unhinged. "You sleep so deeply," he whispered. I screamed and lunged back, running toward the kitchen. Daisy tried to block him, barking and snarling, but he kicked her aside without even looking at her. I threw a chair behind me, slowing him just long enough to get to the front door. My hands shook as I unlocked it, flung it open, and ran barefoot into the street. I screamed until the neighbors' lights turned on. He didn't chase me. He didn't run. He just stood in my doorway, smiling that stretched, unnatural smile. The police came again. They entered the house with guns drawn. but Cameron was gone. They searched every room. The attic, the basement, the yard. Gone. His house was empty too, completely empty. Not a single piece of furniture, not a single belonging, not even dust on the floors, as if no one had ever lived there. The officers told me I could stay with a friend while they looked into it. I didn't go back to that house. I moved within a week. Sometimes, late at night, I wake to Daisy growling again. I'll look out the window of my new apartment and swear I see a familiar figure across the parking lot. Tall, thin, staring, smiling. I close the blinds quickly. But I always feel him watching. Story the end. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly, the kind of thing that makes you question your own mind before you consider the possibility that someone else is intentionally trying to unsettle you. I had moved into my new house on the outskirts of a quiet Pennsylvania suburb during late summer. The neighborhood was picturesque in that way. American suburbs often are. Manicured lawns, white picket fences, kids riding bikes down tree-lined streets, and couples pushing strollers on weekends. On paper, it was perfect, but something about the house I rented felt off. I chalked it up to moving fatigue. New house, new job, new city, everything felt surreal. The first indication that my neighbor might not be ordinary came a week after I moved in. I was outside unloading boxes from my car when a man appeared from the house next door. He was tall, thin, wearing a faded flannel shirt, and his hair was combed in a way that looked deliberate but slightly unnatural. He introduced himself as Tom, shook my hand, and smiled, too widely, I thought later. His house had the same suburban charm as mine, but there was something about the way he glanced around when we spoke, like he was measuring me, evaluating whether I belonged in this neighborhood. "Welcome to the street," he said. "We don't get many new neighbors. It's quiet here." His voice carried an odd cadence, almost rehearsed. I nodded politely and went back to my boxes, attributing my discomfort to the stress of moving. For the first month, interactions were minimal. I saw him mostly in the evenings, tending to his garden or taking out the trash. He waved, I waved back. Normal neighborly behavior, I told myself. But then came the first incident. I had just gotten home from work late one Thursday evening around 10 o'clock. The street was empty except for the occasional car passing by. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, dropping my keys on the counter. That's when I noticed something. On my kitchen table was a single folded note in neat handwriting. I hadn't seen anyone leave it, and my front door was locked. I picked it up. It read, "You shouldn't be here alone. Be careful at night." I froze. My hands shook slightly as I reread it. At first, I thought it might be a prank, maybe a leftover from a previous tenant. But nothing in the neighborhood suggested anyone was playing tricks. I told myself it was probably Tom, though why he would leave a cryptic note instead of introducing himself properly made no sense. The following days were worse. Small things started to feel wrong, like the way I could sometimes hear faint footsteps outside my bedroom window at night, even though I lived on a street with minimal foot traffic. The rustling of bushes, shadows moving where there shouldn't have been any. I began locking all doors and windows, checking security cameras obsessively. And then I noticed another pattern. Packages delivered to my doorstep were sometimes slightly moved from where I left them, like someone had been handling them. I tried to rationalize. Maybe the wind moved them. Maybe I was imagining things. Then one evening, I returned home to find my mailbox ajar, even though I had locked it that morning. Inside, there was a photograph of me, taken from across the street. I didn't recognize the angle, but the image was unmistakably my front porch, and the timestamp showed it had been taken that afternoon. Panic set in. I called the police, but without proof of a crime in progress, they couldn't do much. They suggested I install security cameras and lights, which I did, trying to convince myself I was just being paranoid. But the cameras revealed something chilling. On more than one occasion, a figure was standing near my yard, watching. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't trying to be discreet. It was like he wanted to be seen. I confronted Tom directly one afternoon. I walked next door, knocked on his door, and when he answered, I didn't mince words. "Have you been watching me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. His face twitched for a fraction of a second, a subtle but terrifying movement, before he smiled that same unnatural smile. "Watching you?" he echoed. "I don't know what you mean." I wanted to believe him, wanted to chalk it up to coincidence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his smile was a mask for something far more sinister. He invited me in for coffee, which I politely refused, feeling the weight of his eyes drilling into me as I retreated to my house. The situation escalated after that. I began finding small objects in my yard that weren't mine: a doll with its head twisted to the side, a single glove, scraps of paper with numbers scrawled on them. I took photos and reported everything to the police. They said it was harassment and advised me to get a restraining order. But Tom denied everything, and there was no direct evidence linking him to the items. One night, the terror became physical. I woke up to the sound of scraping on my living room window. Heart pounding, I crept to the window, careful not to alert whoever or whatever was outside. I peered through the blinds and saw him. Tom. His face was pressed close to the glass, and in his hand was a small box cutter. I yelped, stumbling backward, and when I turned on the porch light, he was gone. But the mark of the blade remained, a deep scratch across the wood of my window frame. I moved the next day. I didn't even tell him, didn't want to risk any confrontation. A moving truck arrived early in the morning, and I packed everything in a haze of fear and adrenaline. As I was loading the last box, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. I turned, and there he was, standing at the edge of the street, smiling at me. "You can't run forever," he called out, his voice unnervingly calm. I slammed the truck door and drove away without looking back. Weeks later, I learned from a neighbor on the new street I moved to that Tom had a history. He had lived in multiple towns, always leaving abruptly after neighbors reported strange behavior, stalking, harassing, sometimes escalating to violence. The authorities never caught him in the act, but the stories painted a picture of a man obsessed with controlling the space around him, with a fixation on new neighbors. Even now, years later, I still check over my shoulder when I walk at night. Every creak in the floorboard makes my heart jump. I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I hear someone whispering my name outside my window. I know rationally that I am safe now, hundreds of miles from him, but my instincts, honed by months of living next door to him, never let me forget. Tom moved out of that neighborhood eventually, just as abruptly as he had moved in. A new family took the house, unaware of the horrors that had transpired within its walls. I hope they never experience what I did. But in suburban America, behind the pristine lawns and white picket fences, sometimes the real horror doesn't come from haunted houses or serial killers on the news. It comes from the person who lives next door, watching, waiting, and reminding you that even in the safety of your own home, you can never truly be alone. Story the end. I first noticed something strange about my next-door neighbor on a warm Thursday evening in early June. The kind of evening when people leave their windows open and the neighborhood smells like fresh-cut grass and charcoal smoke. I had lived in that cul-de-sac in Ashford, Ohio, for nearly 3 years, long enough to know everyone by name, long enough for the kids to know which houses gave out the good Halloween candy, long enough to fall into the comfortable assumption that nothing bad ever really happened on our street. The house next door had been empty for almost a year after the previous owners divorced and moved out. The grass grew wild, the mailbox hung crooked, and the windows stayed dark. When the real estate sign finally came down, everyone in the neighborhood seemed relieved. The man who moved in was quiet. He had a plain silver sedan, no bumper stickers, not even a parking pass hanging from the mirror. His clothes were unremarkable: long sleeves, even in warm weather, dark slacks, a baseball cap pulled low. He didn't wave when people waved at him. He didn't smile. He didn't even seem to acknowledge the world around him. He just unloaded his boxes, locked the door behind him, and disappeared inside. The first thing that bothered me was the noise. It wasn't loud, and that somehow made it worse. It was a soft, rhythmic bumping, like someone dragging furniture slowly back and forth. Sometimes it sounded like muffled footsteps pacing in a tight circle. Other times, late at night, I thought I heard what could have been faint scraping. Metal on wood, maybe. I kept telling myself it could be anything. Home renovation, a treadmill, maybe the guy had a dog walking around on uncarpeted floors. But the movements always happened at strange hours, 2, 3, sometimes 4 in the morning. Always slow. Always deliberate. One night, around midnight, I stepped outside to take out the trash and saw a light flicker on his upstairs window. It wasn't the warm light of a lamp. It was brighter, harsher, like a handheld flashlight. The beam moved in tight circles, then paused, angled downward as if shining onto the floor. I stood there longer than I probably should have, watching that light tremble faintly, then go out again. I went back inside, locking both deadbolts. About a week later, I met him, or at least I tried to. I was pulling weeds leads in the front yard when he came out of his house wearing latex gloves, carrying a large black trash bag. It sagged heavily in the middle. He held it away from his body as if something inside was leaking. I told myself not to stare, but I glanced anyway. The bottom of the bag was damp. He froze when he saw me. Not startled, not embarrassed. Just still. Like an animal that had spotted another animal. He only nodded once, curtly, tightening his grip on the bag. Then he walked to his trash can, lifted the lid, and shoved the bag inside. When it hit the bottom, I heard a dull, thick thud. He went back inside without a word. That same afternoon, I convinced myself to go check his trash. It felt insane, like something only a nosy neighbor or a paranoid thriller character would do. But the bag bothered me, the way he carried it, the weight of it, the liquid. When I lifted the lid of his can, I gagged. The smell was overwhelming, metallic, rotten, sour. The black bag was tied in a tight double knot and covered with another smaller bag full of shredded paper. I nudged the big bag with a stick. More liquid pooled at the bottom. I dropped the lid and walked away fast. I didn't open it. I didn't want to. I told myself it was probably spoiled meat. Maybe he'd cleaned out a freezer. Maybe he had a legitimate reason. People threw weird things away all the time, but that night the noises from his house grew louder. A dragging sound. Heavy. Slow. Then a muffled bang like something falling or being dropped. Then silence. The following morning, while I was backing out of my driveway, I saw him again. He was standing on his porch, staring at me with an expression that I still can't fully describe. Not angry, not curious, just cold. His eyes were colorless in the early sunlight, unreadable and flat. He didn't look away until my car turned the corner. Later that day, my friend Heather came by with her 2 kids. They liked playing in my backyard because I had a swing set and a big old oak tree that was perfect for climbing. While we sat on the porch drinking iced tea, her 6-year-old son, Mason, wandered toward the fence that separated my yard from my neighbor's. He pressed his face between the slats. "Mom," he called. "There's a dog." I stood quickly. "A dog, are you sure?" "Yeah," he said. "He's making noises." Heather frowned. "That guy doesn't seem like the dog owner type." I walked over to Mason and knelt beside him, listening. A sound drifted through the fence, soft, strained, almost like a whimper. But it didn't sound like a dog. Not really. It sounded more like pain, human pain. Heather heard it too. She stepped back, her expression shifting. "That's not." The whimper stopped abruptly, replaced by a harsh scraping noise. Then footsteps, heavy ones, moving toward the fence. I grabbed Mason by the shoulders and pulled him back just as a shadow passed behind the slats. The footsteps paused, then turned, and walked away. Heather gathered her kids to leave, whispering that she didn't want them near my fence again. I didn't blame her. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of my house made me jump. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard something slam next door. I crept to my bedroom window and parted the blinds. My neighbor was dragging something down his driveway. It was long, wrapped in a gray tarp. The shape underneath was unmistakably human-sized. He dragged it with both hands, pausing every few feet to adjust his grip. When he reached the trunk of his silver sedan, he propped the tarp bundle against the bumper, opened the trunk, and struggled to lift it inside. The trunk closed with a thud that echoed through the quiet street. He stood there for a moment, catching his breath. Then he looked directly at my house, at my window. I ducked instantly, heart pounding so loudly I was sure he heard it. The next morning, the car and the tarp bundle were gone. For 2 days, his house stayed dark. No lights, no noises, no movement. The silence was almost worse. Then, on the 3rd afternoon, a young woman came to my door. She was in her early 20s, anxious, with dark hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. She asked if I had seen or heard from the man next door. She claimed to be his niece, said he wasn't answering calls, said she needed to check on him. I wanted to tell her everything. The noises, the tarp, the blood-smelling trash bag, the shadow behind the fence. but fear locked up my throat. I told her I hadn't seen him. She thanked me and walked next door. She knocked. No response. She circled the house, trying windows. I watched from behind my curtain as she cupped her hands to peer through a side window. She jumped back, covering her mouth, eyes wide. Then she started pounding on the door, screaming his name. She tried the handle, locked. She kicked the door, shouted again, then ran back to her car and sped away. My stomach twisted. I knew she'd seen something, and I knew I couldn't pretend anymore. An hour later, police cars filled the cul-de-sac. They broke down the front door. I stood on my porch, pretending to sweep while trying not to shake. I saw their faces when they stepped inside. Shock, then grimness. One officer ran outside, shouting something I couldn't make out. Another pulled up yellow tape. Neighbors gathered. I walked closer, drawn forward even though every instinct screamed at me to stay back. A detective approached us, asking if anyone had seen or heard anything unusual in the past week. And there it was. My moment. I could tell him everything. But I looked at the house, at the dark windows, at the police rushing in and out, and something cold slid down my spine. Because one officer emerged from the house holding a pair of bolt cutters and headed directly toward the basement window. Basement. I hadn't even considered the basement. The detective asked again, this time looking right at me. Before I could answer, a shout came from inside. Everyone went silent. More officers rushed in. A minute passed, then two. Then one emerged again, pale, shaken, calling for an ambulance. The detective excused himself and disappeared into the house. Later, after nightfall, we learned the truth. My neighbor wasn't dead. He had been keeping someone in his basement. A woman. Barely alive. Malnourished. Chained. The detective knocked on my door around 11 p.m. He asked when I'd last seen the man who lived next door. I told him about the car leaving late at night, the tarp, the trash bag, the noises. I left nothing out this time. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he exhaled slowly and said, "We believe there may be more victims." More. The man never returned. His car was found abandoned 2 towns over, empty. They searched for him for months. Posters went up. Photos circulated online. Neighborhood watch meetings doubled in size. People installed new locks, new lights, new cameras. The house next door was eventually boarded up. Every time I passed it, I felt a cold knot of guilt twist in my gut because I had heard the noises. I had seen the tarp. I had smelled the rot. I had known deep down that something was horribly wrong. And still, I had waited. The worst part came one quiet morning in September, after the boards had gone up and the neighborhood had tried to pretend life was normal again. A detective returned to ask follow-up questions. When he left, he handed me his card and said, "If you remember anything else, call anytime." After he drove away, I stood in my driveway staring at the abandoned house. The boards on the windows rattled faintly in the breeze. Then, from inside, I heard it, a soft, deliberate scrape, slow, dragging. Coming from the basement, I froze. The hairs on my arms rose. I waited, holding my breath. Then silence. I backed away, step by step, until I reached my front door. I locked it. I locked the deadbolt. I locked the chain. I haven't stepped outside after dark since, and I still hear it. Some nights louder than others, a dragging sound, slow, deliberate, coming from the house next door. The end. When I moved to Oak Ridge, a quiet suburb in the outskirts of Columbus, I thought I'd finally found a place where life could slow down. The kind of neighborhood where lawns are mowed on weekends, mailboxes are tidy, and kids ride bikes without helmets because everyone knows everyone. My house was a modest 2-story with peeling white paint, but it had character, and more importantly, it was affordable. My neighbor, a man named Greg, lived directly next door in a tan brick house with dark green shutters. He was quiet, kept to himself mostly, and I never really thought much of it. That would change fast. The first sign something was off came about 2 weeks after I moved in. I noticed him staring at me while I was unpacking boxes in my front yard. At first, I assumed he was just curious, maybe welcoming, maybe nosy. But there was something in the way he watched, the intensity in his gaze, didn't feel friendly. Every time I looked up, he was there, behind his sheer curtains, arms folded, almost like he was studying me. I shrugged it off as paranoia. One evening, a few nights later, I was sitting on my couch watching TV when I heard a low humming coming from outside. I thought it was a car at first, but the sound was rhythmic, deliberate. I peeked through the blinds and saw Greg in his backyard, kneeling near his garden, humming to himself, his head moving side to side in this strange, almost ritualistic way. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. By the time I looked again, he was gone. The neighborhood was safe, or at least it seemed that way, so I didn't think much of it. I had just gotten off work and was trying to relax, so I buried the unease under exhaustion, but the feeling that I was being watched didn't go away. Over the next week, I noticed little things. Doors I was certain I'd locked were sometimes ajar, packages left at my doorstep shifted from their original positions, and occasionally I'd hear faint scratching at my windows at night. I mentioned it to a coworker one morning. Probably raccoons or something, he said, but his tone was dismissive. I wanted to believe him. Then came the dogs. Oak Ridge was full of dog owners, and at first it was comforting. Dogs playing in yards, barking at strangers. But late one night, I heard yapping, barking, and growling right outside my window. When I looked, Greg's two massive dogs were crouched at the fence, teeth bared, staring straight at me. He was there, behind them, watching, and he wasn't just standing, he was leaning forward, grinning. Not a friendly grin, not a neighborly smile, but something that felt predatory. I froze, unsure whether to run or stay put. Eventually, he waved his hand as if dismissing them, and they retreated. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Things escalated after Halloween. I had a small gathering at my place, just a few friends. We decorated my porch with lights, pumpkins, and fake cobwebs. At some point, someone mentioned Greg's house. It was dark, no decorations, not even a pumpkin. I shrugged it off, but my friend Sarah, who was always the observant one, squinted toward his windows. "He's staring at us," she said. Sure enough, through a crack in his curtains, his eyes met ours. He didn't flinch, didn't blink, just stared. A week after that, I noticed something truly disturbing. I was in my living room doing dishes when I saw a figure moving in Greg's window. But it wasn't him. It was someone tied up, hands behind their back, struggling. I almost dropped the plate I was holding. I ran to grab my phone, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. I called the police immediately, but by the time they arrived, nothing. No one was there, no signs of forced entry, nothing. "Maybe you imagined it," the officer said. I didn't believe him. I knew what I had seen. I started documenting everything. Every odd sound, every instance of seeing him watching, the way his dogs always seemed agitated whenever I was outside. I even installed cameras, but the footage was strange. Sometimes it was fine. Greg walking in his yard, the mailman dropping packages. Other times the cameras would glitch. Blurry images of shadows moving in ways that didn't match reality. One night, my cameras captured him standing in my yard. Not at the fence, not on the sidewalk. In my yard. I was in bed. My bedroom window faces the backyard, and I would have seen him. The footage was undeniable, but there was no explanation. The most terrifying incident happened a Thursday night. I was working late, finishing a project at my home office when I heard it. Whispering. Soft, deliberate whispers coming from the wall shared with Greg's house. I froze. I live alone, so there was no one else. The whispering turned into a faint scratching, like nails dragging along the drywall. My heart pounded. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. By the time the dispatcher answered, the noises stopped. When the police arrived, Greg was polite. Too polite. He invited them in, smiling he'd been watching a late-night movie. He let them search his house. Nothing. No hidden rooms, no one tied up, nothing out of place. The officers left, muttering about stress and overactive imaginations. I tried to rationalize it too, but deep down I knew something was wrong. The final straw came a few nights later. I was asleep around 2 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of someone moving in my kitchen. I grabbed the baseball bat under my bed and crept out. The kitchen was empty. I paused, listening. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate knock on my back door. I wasn't expecting anyone. I looked through the peephole. Greg, standing there holding a small package. I didn't open it. He left it on the porch, and I went back to bed, heart racing. The next morning, I looked at the package. Inside was a single Polaroid of me sleeping. My hands were raised, reaching for the ceiling, mouth open in a silent scream. My blood ran cold. The photo was time-stamped from 3 a.m. the previous night. I called the police again. This time, I insisted on filing a report, showing them the photo. The look on the officer's face changed. They took me seriously, finally, but there was little they could do. No sign of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I started staying at friends' houses, making excuses, but Greg never stopped. Packages kept appearing on my porch, notes scribbled with phrases like, "I see you, not alone, watching." The sense of being monitored always never left me. Eventually, I decided to move. I couldn't live like that. It's just not knowing what he was capable of. I packed my things, left Oak Ridge, and tried to erase the memory. But sometimes late at night, when I'm alone, I feel it. That same feeling of being watched. And I wonder, did I ever really leave him behind? Or did he find a way to follow me? Because some things, once they start, never stop. Story the end. It started innocently enough, with the kind of neighborly curiosity that comes with moving into a new house. I had just bought a modest two-story in a sleepy suburb in Ohio, a place where lawns were always trimmed and every mailbox had flowers around its post. I was living alone, and the quiet was a relief after years of apartment living in Cleveland. My neighbors were friendly enough, waving when I brought in groceries, smiling when I mowed the lawn. That was until Mr. Estrell, Carl Jenkins, moved in next door. Carl seemed normal at first, mid-50s, balding on top, with a graying mustache. He worked from home, at least that was his story, and he always had this peculiar way of looking at you as though he were cataloging your every move. At first, I chalked it up to him being a bit socially awkward, maybe overly curious about the neighborhood. He would wave a little too long, linger on the front porch for no apparent reason, and his small black dog seemed to watch me with a quiet intensity that unsettled me. The first real warning came about 2 weeks after he moved in. I was out front trimming the hedges when I noticed him crouched behind his car, supposedly fixing something. But the moment I looked up, he froze, then smiled awkwardly and waved. I waved back, uneasy, and returned to my work, dismissing the feeling of being watched. It was the night of the first incident that everything changed. I had fallen asleep on the couch, the TV still on low, when I heard a soft scraping at the front door. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, more deliberate, like nails dragging across wood. I froze, straining to listen. There it was, a slow, persistent scratching. I lived alone, and the sound was coming from the front door. My heart started pounding. I grabbed my phone and called the police. They came quickly, swept the house, found nothing, and told me it might have been an animal or even a branch brushing against the door. I tried to shake it off, but the sense of unease lingered. Over the next few days, I began noticing things that didn't make sense. My garbage cans would be moved, sometimes just slightly, sometimes completely overturned. Packages I had left on the porch were rearranged, opened slightly, though nothing was missing, and always the feeling of eyes on me. Carl, for all his awkward friendliness, seemed to be everywhere I looked, at his window, standing near his car, always lurking in the periphery. Then came the night I saw him inside my house. I had been at work late and got home around 11:30 p.m. The street was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses down on you. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, tossing my bag on the counter. The house was dark, except for the faint glow of the street lamp through the living room window. I paused, thinking I heard something upstairs. My bedroom door was ajar, and the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps made my stomach knot. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the door, just in case, and whispered, "Hello?" No response. I crept up the stairs, every step careful, and as I turned the corner into the hallway, I froze. Carl was standing in my bedroom, holding a small notebook, scribbling something. His eyes were wide, fixed on the pages as if he didn't even see me. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted, and he jumped, dropping the notebook. "Oh, hey," he said casually, as if nothing was wrong. "I just, was looking for the fuse box. Thought it was up here." I didn't believe him, but there was no time to argue. I told him to get out, called the police, and waited outside in the cold. They found him on his porch, calm as ever, and warned him about trespassing. I thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. I started finding small objects in my yard. Rocks with messages carved into them, sticks arranged in odd patterns, and once a small doll with its face scratched out left on my doorstep. Every time I confronted Carl, he smiled and apologized, claiming it was just a joke or a way to say hi. But the feeling of dread never left me. One night, I decided to install security cameras around the house. I figured if he was up to something, I'd have proof. I set them up discreetly, covering the front porch, driveway, and even the side path that led to the backyard. What I saw the next morning made my blood run cold. There, on the footage, was Carl, not sneaking or hiding. He was deliberately walking along the side of my house, peering into the windows, taking notes in a little notebook. He wasn't just watching, he was documenting my life. The way I came home, the time I cooked dinner, even the way I walked my dog, they were all cataloged in some meticulous, obsessive fashion. I decided it was time to involve the authorities more seriously. I went to the local police station and explained the situation. They suggested a restraining order. Carl complied at first, but within days, the harassment returned. This time it was more subtle. My locks were picked, though nothing was stolen. My car tires were slashed, and I would occasionally find notes slipped under my door, saying things like, "I know what you did today," or "You can't hide." Sleep became impossible. I started keeping a baseball bat under my bed, checked every lock multiple times a night, and even considered moving out. But then I noticed something far worse. He wasn't just watching me. He was learning my habits, my routines. He knew when I left for work, when I went grocery shopping, when I was alone. One evening, I came home early from work, and there he was, standing in my living room, smiling like he had every right to be there. I called the police immediately. They came, arrested him for trespassing again, and suggested I move for my own safety. I did something I had resisted for months. I sold the house. I packed up my life and left the neighborhood, driving hundreds of miles away, hoping to start over somewhere he couldn't find me. Even now, months later, I check the locks obsessively. I check the windows before I sleep, and I sometimes wake in the middle of the night to the feeling that someone is watching me. Carl never stopped following me, never stopped sending letters, sometimes emails, sometimes postcards. Always the same message: I know where you are. The worst part of it all isn't that he invaded my home or that he threatened me. It's the way he made me feel like I had no control, like every step I took was being monitored, cataloged, and analyzed. The feeling of being trapped in your own life, watched from just next door, is something that never goes away. Even now, when I hear a door creak or a shadow move just slightly out of the corner of my eye, my heart races. I've moved twice since leaving Ohio, changed my number, changed my email, and yet the paranoia persists. The thought that someone could be living so close, observing, documenting, waiting. It's a horror that can't be locked away or locked out. Neighbors can be nice, they can bring you cookies, smile at your kids, lend you tools, but sometimes they are something else entirely. And you never really know which it is until it's too late. I learned that lesson the hard way. Story, the end. I lived in a quiet suburb of Ohio, the kind of neighborhood where every lawn was mowed on the same Saturday morning, mailboxes lined up like soldiers, and everyone waved at each other out of habit, if not genuine interest. My house was modest. A 2-story brick affair with peeling white trim, and my next-door neighbor's place had been empty for years before the Johnsons moved in. At first, they seemed normal. A young couple with a toddler, a dog, and smiles that made you want to return theirs. But it didn't take long for things to feel off. It started small. At night, I began hearing strange noises coming from their house. The first time, I shrugged it off as a dog scratching at the carpet or the wind rattling the old windows. But then I started noticing patterns. The noises weren't random. They were deliberate. I could hear whispers, barely audible, like someone was talking in code behind closed doors. Sometimes it was the sound of doors opening and closing repeatedly or the soft thuds of someone pacing. I didn't want to be the kind of neighbor who spies, but curiosity gnawed at me. One evening, I saw Mr. Johnson standing at the edge of their driveway, staring at my house. I waved. He didn't move, just stared. There was no smile, no wave back, just a cold, flat look that made my stomach turn. A few days later, the first real incident happened. I was sitting in my living room, watching TV, when I noticed their child, a small boy of maybe 3, standing at my window. He wasn't supposed to be outside. He was barefoot, in pajamas, and his eyes were wide and unblinking. I opened the door, calling his name, but he just turned and ran back inside their house. I looked at the door through the blinds, but the lights were off. It was unnerving, but I told myself maybe he had wandered out, and the parents hadn't noticed. The oddities escalated. Packages that were clearly addressed to me would show up on my porch, but when I opened them, they contained disturbing items: a single glove, a bundle of sticks tied with red string, and once a used doll's shoe. There was never a note, no explanation, just left there waiting for me to find it. One night I woke to the sound of crying. It was a child, but not from my house, from the Johnsons. I called out and the crying stopped immediately. Then came the footsteps, running, pounding on their wooden floors above me. The sound made me shiver. I called the police the next morning, but they didn't find anything unusual. By then, though, my instinct told me something wasn't right. I started paying closer attention to their routines. The Johnsons never seemed to leave their house for more than a few minutes at a time. Their car was always there, parked in the same spot. When they did go out, it was always at night, and they came back before sunrise. Their child, remarkably, was never seen during daylight. It was as if he existed only in the shadows. Then came the night that changed everything. I was up late, struggling to sleep, when I saw a shadow move across their front yard. At first, I thought it was Mr. Johnson returning home, but the movement was jerky, unnatural. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. That's when I saw it. The boy, standing perfectly still in the middle of their lawn, but his eyes, they were black, just two voids staring back at me. I froze. The boy tilted his head and whispered something I couldn't understand. My heart raced as I stumbled back into my house. I wanted to call the police, but the rational part of me thought they'd laugh at me for describing a child with black eyes. I didn't sleep that night or the next. The following day, I saw something through my kitchen window that made my stomach churn. The Johnsons were outside, but not in any normal way. They were standing in a circle, holding hands, and around them were dozens of small dolls. Some were cracked, some missing limbs. And there was the boy, or whatever he was, standing in the center, perfectly still, watching. Their mouths moved, chanting something under their breath. It wasn't language I recognized, but it filled the air with a kind of dread that was hard to describe. I tried talking to other neighbors, but they either didn't notice anything or refused to discuss it. One elderly woman told me, "You're just imagining things. People move into houses and things feel different at first." But I knew it was more than imagination. Weeks passed and the strange occurrences grew bolder. I started finding notes slipped under my door. "We see you," or "Don't look." Once I came home to find my garden dug up in a perfect circle with small bones, animal bones, I think, arranged in patterns. I called the police, and again they found nothing conclusive, but their unease was evident. Even they hesitated before entering the Johnsons' yard. One evening, I came home late from work and saw Mr. Johnson standing in my driveway. He smiled that cold, flat smile, and for the first time I noticed something on his skin. Small, dark markings, like bruises or burn scars, running along his arms and neck. Before I could react, he whispered, "You shouldn't have seen that," and disappeared into his house. After that, I started sleeping with the lights on and my doors locked, but it didn't matter. At night, I could hear them moving in ways that defied logic. Furniture dragged across the floor, whispers through the walls, and always that soft, irregular thumping from above. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps, other times like someone dragging something heavy. Then came the final incident. I had gone to bed early, exhausted, when I heard scratching at my back door. I ignored it at first, thinking it was an animal, but it grew louder, more insistent, until I finally got up to check. When I pulled back the curtain, the boy was standing there. His eyes were normal, this time, but his expression was blank, almost pleading. Behind him, I could see shadows moving inside the Johnsons' house, twisting and writhing unnaturally. I called the police immediately. They arrived within minutes, but by the time they got there, the boy was gone. The Johnsons' house was empty. Windows were broken from the inside, furniture overturned, and the smell, it was terrible. A mix of rot and chemicals. They never found the family, and the child was never seen again. The house sat empty for years after that. People whispered about it, avoided it. I moved away shortly afterward. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear footsteps outside my window, whispers carried by the wind and the soft patter of a child's bare feet. And I know that wherever they went, the Johnsons and that boy, whatever they became, they're still out there, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting neighbor. Story the end. When I first moved to Willow Creek, the neighborhood seemed like the kind of place where nothing bad ever happened. Quiet streets, kids riding bikes, neighbors waving when you walked by. My apartment was small, on the ground floor of a modest two-story building, but I liked that it felt safe. At least, that's what I thought. The first time I noticed anything unusual was when I met my neighbor, a man named Tom. He lived next door in the apartment right beside mine. Tom was friendly in a vague, almost mechanical way, always smiling, but never really smiling with his eyes. He had this habit of leaning in just slightly too close us when we talked, and sometimes his voice would drop to a whisper, like he didn't want anyone else to hear. I chalked it up to social awkwardness at first. It wasn't until the second week that I started noticing things. At night, I'd hear noises from his apartment, soft shuffling, the scrape of furniture, but never any talking. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of movement through the thin blinds, shadows flickering in ways that didn't make sense, like someone moving backwards or crouching in a corner. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just the apartment settling. Then came the first knock. It was late, around 11, when someone tapped lightly on my door. I opened it to see Tom standing there, holding a small package wrapped in plain brown paper. "I thought you might like this," he said, smiling that same tight, strange smile. A little welcoming gift. I thanked him and took the package inside. Inside was a photo album, pictures of my apartment, every corner, every piece of furniture, the layout exactly as it was. I froze. This is very thoughtful," I stammered, trying not to sound scared. "You're welcome," he said. "I like to know my neighbors." And then he left, closing the door so quietly it barely made a sound. I spent the rest of the night staring at the photos. How had he gotten them? I didn't know anyone in the building except for him. Nothing seemed missing from my apartment. Nothing had been moved. I locked every door and window and tried to sleep, but it was impossible. I kept imagining him standing in the shadows, just watching. Over the next few weeks, the strange things escalated. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway outside my door at odd hours. Not just walking past, but stopping, pacing, waiting. Sometimes I'd hear low humming like he was singing to himself. Once I came home from work and my door was slightly ajar. I didn't remember leaving it unlocked. Inside, nothing seemed disturbed, but the unmistakable smell of disinfectant was in the air, like someone had been scrubbing everything down. I started noticing small things missing from my apartment. Nothing expensive, just little things like a pen here, a notebook there. At first, I thought maybe I'd misplaced them, but the pattern was too precise. It was like he was mapping my life, tracking my habits, learning everything about me without my knowledge. One night, I was lying in bed when I heard it again, soft tapping on my window. My apartment was on the ground floor, but all the windows had blinds. I froze, listening. The tapping came again, slow and deliberate, and then stopped. My heart was pounding so loud I thought he might hear it. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I decided to confront him. The next morning, I knocked on his door. It opened before I even had time to ring the bell, and there he was, smiling, holding a coffee cup. "Good morning," he said. "Would you like some coffee?" "We need to talk," I said, my voice shaking. "Of course," he said, stepping aside to let me in. His apartment was immaculate, unnervingly clean. There were no personal items visible, no photos, no clutter, just furniture arranged perfectly. "What's on your mind?" I tried to explain, but as I spoke, I realized something that made my blood run cold. His apartment, my apartment, they were almost identical. Every corner, every piece of furniture, the same. Even the arrangement of little things on tables and shelves matched mine exactly. It was like he had created a mirror version of my life, a perfect copy. He listened silently, nodding occasionally. Then he said, in that same soft whisper, "I like to understand my neighbors. It makes things easier." That was when I noticed the notebook on his table. I hadn't seen it before, but it was open, and the pages were filled with detailed notes. Notes about me. When I woke up, what I ate, when I left for work, who I talked to. Every small, mundane thing I had done over the last month was there in neat, precise handwriting. I wanted to scream, to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. "You're invading my privacy," I said. He tilted his head, smiling like I had said something amusing. "I'm just interested," he said. You're very interesting. I left immediately and spent the rest of the day trying to convince myself it was over. But the tapping at the window started again the very next night. I called the police. They came, took a report, and even checked the apartment. Nothing illegal was found. No signs of break in, no forced entry, no stolen items. Um, they told me it was probably a case of obsession, but unless he actually broke the law, there wasn't much they could do. I tried moving out after that, but everywhere I looked, it felt like the same thing was following me. Apartments, houses, new neighborhoods. I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of someone knowing exactly where I was at all times. I started sleeping with the lights on, locking everything, checking over my shoulder constantly. Months passed. Tom's presence never wavered. He'd show up at odd hours under the pretense of borrowing something or dropping off a package. Every time, he'd smile, always the same, always just a little too close. My friends told me I should get a restraining order, but what would it do? He hadn't actually hurt me. He only watched. And I didn't know if he was capable of more. Then one night I heard something that froze me in place. It wasn't tapping or footsteps. It was my own voice, quiet, muffled, coming from the living room. I rushed out of my bedroom and found my apartment exactly as it always was, except there was a mirror in the middle of the living room, a large, full-length mirror I hadn't owned, and in the reflection, I saw him, standing behind me, smiling, holding a camera. I screamed. He didn't flinch. He just said, "I like to remember things, exactly as they are." The next morning, I packed everything I could carry and left. I moved across the city, changed my phone number, and even tried a new name. I thought I was safe. For a while, it seemed like I was. But every time I look at a photo of my old apartment or pass a quiet street with low-rise buildings, I get that same creeping feeling. That same sense that someone, somewhere, knows exactly where I am, exactly what I'm doing, exactly how I live. I don't know what happened to Tom. Maybe he's in another city now, copying someone else's life. Maybe he's watching me even now. I've learned never to get too close to my neighbors, never to assume that a friendly smile is safe. Because sometimes the person next door isn't just a neighbor. They're something much worse. Something patient, obsessive, and terrifyingly meticulous. Story the end. I moved into the neighborhood in early spring, drawn by the quiet streets and the seemingly friendly vibe. I was renting a modest two-bedroom house at the end of a cul-de-sac in a suburban town in Ohio. It wasn't the safest place in the world, but it was perfect for me at the time. I had just gotten a new job in the city and wanted to live somewhere peaceful. The houses were neatly kept, lawns freshly mowed, and neighbors would occasionally wave as they drove by. Everything was normal until it wasn't. The first week, I noticed my next-door neighbor, a man in his late 40s named Carl, always seemed to be around. He mowed his lawn obsessively, sometimes twice a day, and he always wore the same faded denim overalls. At first, I thought it was odd, but nothing to be concerned about. He would wave and nod politely when we passed, but he never really spoke beyond a terse hello or how's it going. It started small. I'd notice little things out of place. My trash cans moved slightly. The gate to my backyard would be open when I was sure I'd closed it. I chalked it up to forgetfulness or a neighborhood kid playing around. But then came the sounds. Late one night, around 2 a.m., I woke to a faint scratching at my window. I live on a corner lot, and my bedroom faces the side yard, which shared a fence with Carl's property. At first, I thought it was a branch brushing against the glass, but when I looked outside, there was no wind, no branches anywhere near the window, just darkness. I told myself it was nothing and went back to sleep. Over the next month, the incidents escalated. I'd come home from work to find my front door slightly ajar, even though I always locked it. My kitchen drawers would be in disarray. My mail would be gone before I picked it up from the box. One evening, while taking out the trash, I noticed footprints in the soil between our houses, heavy, boot-like prints that weren't there in the morning. I took pictures, but when I looked closer later, the prints had been partially erased, as if someone had tried to smooth them over. I tried talking to Carl once. I saw him tending his garden and decided to approach. "Hey, Carl, have you seen anything odd around here lately?" "My trash cans have been moved a lot," I asked. He looked up at me, expression blank. "Oh, that's strange," he said, and then returned to trimming his hedges. There was no apology, no concern, just an eerie indifference that sent a shiver down my spine. Then came the nights. I started hearing footsteps in my attic, slow, deliberate steps pacing back and forth. At first, I told myself it was the old house settling, but then objects in my home started to disappear. Small things at first, my favorite coffee mug, a set of keys, a wallet. One morning, I woke to find my car parked a few feet further down the street than I had left it, even though it was locked. I bought cameras, cheap ones, just to see what was happening when I wasn't home. A week later, I was reviewing the footage. Heart pounding. There he was. Carl, entering my yard at night, glancing around, then trying my front door. On several nights, he lingered at my window, staring inside, and the most terrifying part, he never seemed to notice the camera. He just moved quietly, deliberately, like he belonged there. I confronted him again after seeing the footage. I banged on his door, yelling, "Carl, you've been in my house!" No answer. I called the police. They came, took a report, and left. "We'll keep an eye on him," they said, but they didn't arrest him because there was no proof he actually entered my house, just footage of him lingering outside. The police said I could get a restraining order, but I was told those often did little when someone was determined. I started sleeping with a baseball bat by my bed. Every creak, every shadow made my heart race. One night, around 3 a.m., I heard the scratching again, this time at my bedroom door. My hand shaking, I turned on the light, and there was nothing. But when I got to the window, I saw footprints in the dew outside that led up to my door and stopped. The breaking point came on a Saturday morning. I had decided to leave the house for a few hours and visit a friend in town. I stepped outside, and the first thing I noticed was my garage door wide open. That was unusual. I always closed it. I froze when I saw tire marks in the driveway, not mine, leading from the street to the garage. Inside, everything was gone. My electronics, personal documents, even some clothes. My heart dropped. I called the police immediately. This time, they took it seriously. A patrol officer walked through the house, taking pictures, dusting for prints, but by the time the forensics team arrived, it seemed as if Carl had already been there again, meticulously wiping anything that could connect him. I was told it was a classic case of neighborhood theft, but I knew it wasn't random. I stayed with a friend for a few nights, trying to figure out what to do. When I returned, I installed high-end security cameras and changed every lock. But even then, I noticed things. My blinds would be slightly moved, small items shifted on my counter, a faint, lingering smell of cigarette smoke I didn't recognize. I realized Carl didn't need to break in anymore. He was already inside my life. The final straw happened 3 months later. I was working late, and my cameras alerted me to movement outside. I watched in horror as Carl appeared in my backyard, holding something long and metallic. My phone froze in my hand as he lifted it, glanced around, then disappeared into the darkness. The footage showed him in the house for a few minutes. He didn't take anything, didn't even touch anything, just stood there, staring at the living room, then walked out like nothing happened. I sold the house a week later. The moment I signed the papers, a sense of relief washed over me. But even as I drove away, I felt his eyes on me, watching from the window of that overalls-worn house at the end of the cul-de-sac. Years later, I would hear about people in that neighborhood experiencing similar incidents, strange noises, missing items, shadows that didn't belong. I realized then that Carl had been doing this for years, maybe decades, always unnoticed, always the quiet neighbor who just watched. I sometimes wonder what he did with the things he took or why he seemed so obsessed with my life. Some nights, when the wind is just right, I think I can still hear scratching at the window, like a reminder that Carl, in some way, is always near. And I know in the back of my mind that someone like him could live next door to anyone, just waiting, watching, never truly gone. Story the end. It started subtly, the kind of thing that makes you question your own mind first. I moved into the suburban neighborhood in Ohio during late spring, the kind of place where lawns are manicured, kids ride bikes without helmets, and neighbors wave as they get their morning coffee. At first, it all seemed perfect. My little house had the charm I wanted, and the street seemed peaceful. That is until I met them. They were new neighbors too, a middle-aged couple named the Halloways. He was tall, wiry, and always wore a gray baseball cap, while she had short blonde hair and a perpetual smile that seemed a little too wide. When they first waved hello, it felt genuinely friendly, the kind of neighborly warmth I hadn't expected in a quiet town. But there was something off, something I couldn't put my finger on. The first weird incident happened about a week after moving in. I was planting flowers in my front yard when I noticed Mr. Holloway standing across the street, seemingly staring at me. He didn't wave or nod, just watched. When I looked directly at him, he quickly turned his head as if pretending to check his phone. I shrugged it off as paranoia. Maybe he was just curious. But over the next few days, I kept noticing patterns. Every time I left the house, he was either driving slowly past or leaning over the fence, watching. One evening, around 9 o'clock, I was sitting on my porch reading when I heard faint knocking on my back door. I froze. We didn't have any visitors that late. I called out, asking who it was, but no one answered. Slowly, I got up, peered through the peephole, and saw nothing. Heart pounding, I returned to the porch. That night, I checked every lock twice, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Then came the sounds. It started subtly, faint noises in the middle of the night, footsteps in my attic, the soft creak of doors, a low hum that seemed to come from the walls. I live alone, so at first I blamed the house settling, or maybe my imagination. But the sounds became more frequent, more distinct. One night I woke to the sound of whispers, almost like someone was right outside my bedroom window. I peeked out and saw nothing but the dark yard. I tried to talk to the Halloways casually about neighborhood issues, just to see if I was imagining things. Mrs. Halloway seemed charming, but there was something in her voice that made me uneasy. She laughed at the wrong moments and tilted her head in ways that felt unnatural. Mr. Halloway, when pressed with questions, would just smile faintly, not answering directly. One afternoon, while discussing my garden with Mrs. Halloway, she leaned in close and whispered, "It's safer if you don't go outside alone at night." I laughed nervously, but inside my stomach twisted. Then the first real confrontation happened. I was working late at my computer when I noticed a shadow outside the window. At first, I thought it was a tree, but then the movement didn't match the wind. I grabbed a flashlight and went to the window. There he was, Mr. Halloway, standing unnaturally still, staring at my window. My heart slammed in my chest. I opened the window and shouted for him to leave. He didn't move, didn't respond, just stared until I slammed the window shut. That night, I called the police. They drove by, but when they got to my street, there was no one there. I started installing cameras. I thought this would make me feel safe, but what I captured terrified me. On the first night, footage showed Mr. Holloway walking past my yard repeatedly, stopping at my window and leaning against the siding, listening. The weirdest part was the timestamp. Every time he appeared, it was always the same exact time, 2:17 a.m., every night. The whispers turned into knocking. It would start at exactly 2:17 a.m., light taps at first, then growing louder, like someone was rattling the doors. I began staying awake until it happened, waiting, feeling the pulse in my chest matching every tap. One night I mustered the courage to throw open the door and yell, "Who's there?" The knocking stopped immediately, and I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow crossing the yard. The next escalation happened when I found strange objects in my yard. Little things, broken dolls, rusted keys, animal bones, all placed near the edge of my property, always in the moonlight. I assumed at first that kids in the neighborhood were playing pranks, but it didn't feel like a child's work. The objects were too deliberate, too ceremonial. I bagged them all and threw them in the trash, only for new ones to appear the next night. It was around this time that I noticed my mail had been tampered with. Bills opened, letters rearranged, even personal notes I had written to myself were moved. I considered staying elsewhere, but leaving felt impossible. My whole life was here. I felt trapped. I began confronting the Halloways directly, though carefully. I asked casually if they'd seen anyone near my house. Mrs. Halloway would smile, nod, and say nothing. Mr. Halloway on one occasion said, "We just like to keep an eye out for our neighbors. Safety first." His tone was eerily calm. There was something predatory in it, like a cat watching a mouse. The most terrifying moment came one evening when I returned from work to find my front door ajar. My heart racing, I pushed it open to find the living room trashed, furniture overturned, pictures smashed, and a single note on the table. It was handwritten in a shaky dark ink. "We're always watching." I called the police again. They took my statement, took photos, and promised patrols, but the Halloways were never mentioned directly, not even as suspects. When they came by to check on the incident, Mrs. Halloway smiled and said, "Oh dear, that's awful. So sorry it happened." I noticed she had gloves on, even though it was hot outside. Mr. Halloway nodded politely, eyes scanning my yard as if measuring something. I installed more cameras inside and out, and it confirmed my worst fears. One night, the cameras captured movement inside the house while I was sleeping. Shadows moving along the hallway, the faint reflection of Mr. Halloway in the kitchen window. But when I woke and ran through the house, no one was there. I began sleeping with a baseball bat and a can of pepper spray. Every creak, every whisper set my nerves on edge. It was the small details that made it impossible to ignore. Lights on when I was alone, doors I swore I'd locked open the next morning, faint scratches on the windowsills, and then, one night I woke to the sound of breathing. Not just any breathing, slow, deliberate, almost patient. I turned on the bedside lamp and saw the silhouette of a man at the foot of my bed. My heart stopped. I froze. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. I knew then I had to leave. I contacted a friend in another state and arranged to stay with him. Before leaving, I packed what I could in a hurry, leaving behind everything else. I thought I saw them standing at the edge of the street, watching me as I drove away. Their smiles were wide, too wide, knowing as if they had won some private game. Months later, I sold the house to another family. I couldn't bear to keep it. But even now, when I drive past that street in Ohio, I feel that same unease creeping back. I've heard from neighbors that new people live there now. The Halloways? They're gone. Or maybe they just blended in. But something tells me the house still remembers, and whoever moves in next might not be so lucky. Story the end. I lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio, the kind of place where everyone knew each other's names, and mailboxes lined the streets like sentinels. My house was modest, a 2-story with a small yard, and my next-door neighbors, the Thompsons, had lived there for nearly 15 years. They were the kind of neighbors who waved from their porch, offered an occasional pie during the holidays, and never seemed to intrude. Or so I thought. It started with small, unsettling things. At first, it was just the noises. I'd hear the faint scraping of a chair across their kitchen floor late at night around 2 or 3 a.m. I chalked it up to insomnia, maybe the old house settling, or Mr. Thompson walking around after returning from his late shift at the plant. But soon, the noises became stranger. There was a rhythmic tapping on their windows, irregular, like someone was tracing shapes or letters. I asked my wife Emily if she heard it too. She laughed, said I was imagining things, but when she started hearing it herself, she couldn't deny it was odd. Then came the shadows. I began noticing them in our yard, shadows that didn't match the trees or lampposts, often in the corner of my eye. One night, I saw someone standing at the edge of our property, just outside the yard line that separated us from the Thompsons. When I blinked, the figure vanished. I wanted to confront them, but the idea of a confrontation seemed impossible. The Thompsons always appeared polite, friendly, like nothing could be wrong. It wasn't until a Saturday morning that I realized something was very wrong. Emily and I were having coffee on the porch when we noticed their front door wide open. Mrs. Thompson usually kept hers locked, even in the daytime. Curious, I called out, "Hey, is everything okay?" There was no answer. The curtains in the living room twitched, but no one came to the door. A feeling of unease settled in my stomach, heavy and cold. I decided to take a quick look, thinking maybe they were just outside. As I stepped onto their porch, I noticed something that made my heart pound. The inside of the house was immaculate, too immaculate. Furniture was perfectly aligned, the air smelled faintly of bleach, and the curtains had been pulled tight. But there was something off. Every photo on the walls had the faces scratched out. Every single photograph, their faces erased with black marker. Not a child's scribble, but careful, deliberate destruction of identity. I stepped back, uneasy, and that's when I saw her, Mrs. Thompson, through the kitchen window. She was sitting at the table, but not quite sitting. Her back was stiff, her movements jerky, like she was trying to control some invisible marionette. Then she slowly turned her head toward me, and I realized something impossible. Her eyes were completely black. Not the dark brown she always had, black as ink, reflecting nothing, swallowing the light. I stumbled back, heart hammering, and as I did, she let out a whisper so soft I could barely hear it. "Don't. Look." I ran back to Emily, locked our doors, and tried to make sense of it. Sleep didn't come easy that night. I kept imagining those black eyes, the way her face had seemed wrong. The next morning, I told Emily we should call the police, but before we could, I noticed the mailman lingering near our driveway, looking nervous. He passed us a single envelope, unsigned, with nothing but our address typed neatly on the front. Inside was a single photo of our house, taken from the Thompsons' porch. I felt bile rise in my throat. Over the next few days, the Thompsons' behavior became increasingly disturbing. They started visiting us under the guise of neighborly concern, offering to help with yard work, asking odd, probing questions about our routines. "Where do you go in the evenings? Who comes to visit? Do you lock your doors at night?" It felt invasive, predatory, but they always smiled sweetly with that disturbing politeness. One evening, Mr. Thompson leaned in as we chatted on the porch and whispered, almost inaudibly, "We like to watch over our friends." Then there was the night of the screaming. It was around midnight when we heard a blood-curdling scream from their house. I bolted upright in bed, convinced someone was hurt. Emily and I peeked through the blinds and saw them in the backyard. But it wasn't just them. It was something else. Shadows that moved independently of their bodies, elongated and twisting like smoke with intention. And the Thompsons were moving with it, synchronized, as if they were controlling it or being controlled by it. The scream stopped suddenly, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press against the walls of our house. I tried to call the police, but every time I reached for the phone, it would die mid-dial. Batteries drained instantly, cords frayed, static buzzing through the line. Emily suggested leaving town, but when we tried to pack a few bags, we realized our car wouldn't start. That night, I saw them at our window, Mr. Thompson smiling, Mrs. Thompson staring with those black eyes, unblinking, waiting. Things escalated over the next week. I found objects missing from our house, small items at first, a watch, a book, a set of keys. Then, larger things, Emily's laptop, a kitchen knife, even the photo albums I had carefully stored in the attic. Every time I confronted them, they would smile sweetly and say, "We only borrow what we need to keep our friends safe." My mind teetered on the edge of madness, unable to reconcile the pleasant, neighborly facade with the creeping terror I now lived beside. The breaking point came when I found a small hidden room in the Thompsons' basement while retrieving a ball my daughter had accidentally kicked over the fence. The door was barely visible, camouflaged against the wall. Inside, dozens of photographs of our house, every angle captured, every window carefully framed. On a table in the center were drawings, crude sketches of our family, with strange symbols drawn around them. But what made my blood run cold was a journal. One page dated last week read, "They are aware. Tonight we will invite them to join us. They must learn." I knew then we were not dealing with ordinary people. I didn't know exactly what they were, but something malevolent, calculated, and ancient resided there. That night, I slept with the windows open, praying that whatever was coming would pass us by. But at 3 a.m., I heard the scraping of chairs, soft tapping, and that faint whisper again, "Come play with us." By morning, Emily and I had made a plan. We couldn't call the police. The Thompsons always knew first. Our only option was to leave, abandon everything, and hope we could disappear. As we gathered our things quietly, I glanced out the window one last time. The Thompsons were standing on their porch, watching, waving innocently as if nothing had happened. Behind them, shadows writhed and twisted unnaturally, slipping through the cracks of reality like smoke. We got into the car and drove without looking back. For weeks, I swore we were being followed, headlights in the rearview mirror at odd hours, fleeting shadows in our yard when we tried to sleep in a new home. But eventually, the nightmares lessened. Eventually, the memories of the Thompsons faded into the background of ordinary life. I tell this story now because sometimes, on quiet nights, I think about that neighborhood. I think about those black eyes, the whispers, and the shadows that moved with intent. I think about the Thompsons, and I shudder because I know they are still there, waiting, watching, inviting the next family to play. And maybe, just maybe, they're not alone in their little suburban paradise. Story the end. I noticed her the very first day I moved into my new place, a 2-story rental home at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac in Ohio. The house next door didn't look unusual. A little weathered siding, curtains always drawn, lawn trimmed just enough to avoid complaints. But the woman who lived there, something about her made the air feel colder. I first saw her when I was unloading boxes from the car. She stood in her front window, barely visible between the curtains. Pale face, dark hair pulled back tightly. No expression, not even curiosity, just a blank, steady stare. I waved awkwardly. She didn't move. I told myself she probably didn't see me. People get lost in their own thoughts all the time, but when I bent down to grab another box and then glanced back up, she was still staring. I looked away quickly and hurried inside. It had been a long day. I was tired. I didn't need to invent reasons to creep myself out. That night, after unpacking a few essentials, I stepped onto my back porch to get some fresh air. The sun had set. Crickets chirped. A slight breeze rustled the trees. For a moment, I actually felt peaceful. Then a soft scraping sound drifted from the fence line between our houses. I froze. The motion sensor light clicked on, illuminating the yard. Nothing moved. The fence stood quiet. No raccoons, no branches, nothing. I shook it off and went inside. But before I closed the door, I glanced at her house. She stood on her back porch, facing me. No porch light, no phone in her hand, no reason to be outside. Just standing. Just staring. That night, I slept with the blinds closed. The next morning, I met my neighbor on the other side, a friendly retired man named Paul. We chatted as he watered his plants. Eventually, he nodded toward the quiet house next door. Met Ruth yet? I shook my head. I saw her in the window, didn't talk to her. He hesitated before speaking. She keeps to herself. What does she do? He shrugged. No idea. I've lived here 12 years. Never had a real conversation with her. Something in his tone told me not to ask further. That afternoon, I went out to check the mailbox. As I opened it, I heard a soft click behind me. I turned. Ruth stood only 10 feet away on the walkway between our houses. She wore a long gray dress and old worn shoes. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and she was staring again. I forced a smile. Hi, I'm Alex. I just moved in. She didn't blink. I know who you are, she said quietly. Oh. My throat tightened. Well, it's nice to meet you. She tilted her head slightly, studying me. You shouldn't have come here. Every hair on my arms stood up. Sorry, I said, trying to keep my voice light. She stepped closer. Just one step, but it was enough to make me instinctively step back. This house, she whispered, likes to keep its people. I laughed nervously. What? But she turned without another word and walked back inside. The screen door didn't creak. The steps didn't groan. She moved silently, which somehow made it worse. That night, I triple-locked every door. For the next week, nothing happened. I tried to convince myself she was just eccentric, harmless, lonely. I stayed busy with work, avoided looking her direction, and did my best to settle in. But she watched me. Every day, from windows, from her porch, from the sidewalk, always standing unnaturally still. One evening, I was grilling chicken in the backyard when I heard what sounded like humming. A soft, low tune carried through the fence. I stepped closer, listening. It wasn't humming. Someone was whispering. I pressed my ear gently to the wooden fence. He's inside already. He sees you. He sees everything. My blood ran cold. I backed away slowly. Ruth, are you okay? No answer. Ruth? Silence. I returned to the grill, trying to act normal, but the whispering continued. Too soft to fully understand, too clear to be mistaken. That night, I dreamed of someone standing over my bed. When I woke up, my throat felt sore, like I'd been screaming. 2 days later, things escalated. It was around 4 p.m. I was working from home when I heard a thump on the front porch. A package, maybe. I went to check. A small, neatly folded piece of paper lay on the mat. No envelope. No name. I unfolded it. Inside, written in tiny, cramped handwriting, "Stop looking out your back windows. He doesn't like being seen." A chill swept through me so strong I nearly dropped the note. I stepped back, searching the street. Ruth stood across the yard, half hidden behind her tree, her head tilted like she was waiting for my reaction. I didn't confront her. I didn't speak. I went back inside, shut the door, and closed every curtain. That evening, I forced myself to check the backyard one more time before locking up. When I pulled the curtain back, someone stood in the corner of my yard. Tall, still, facing the house, facing me, not Ruth. A man, I stumbled backward, heart racing. I blinked, but when I looked again, the yard was empty. I slammed the curtains shut and called Paul. "Have you seen anyone hanging around my yard?" I asked desperately. "No," he said, "but you look shaken. You want me to come over?" I almost said yes, but the fear of sounding crazy held me back. "No," I said. "I'm fine." I wasn't. That night, around 3 a.m., I woke suddenly like something had pulled me from sleep. My heart was pounding, my mouth dry. Distantly, through the walls, I heard a faint scraping sound, something dragging, something heavy. I held my breath. It stopped. Then a quiet, deliberate knock sounded from the back door. Once, twice, 3 times. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and crept toward the kitchen. My bare feet felt glued to the floor. Another knock. Slow. Intentional. I forced myself to move closer. I pressed my eye to the peephole. Nothing. I flicked the porch light on. Still nothing. I took a breath and backed away, then froze. Someone whispered my name. From the other side of the door. My entire body went cold. I dialed 911. The police arrived in 7 minutes. By then, the yard was empty. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. No one saw anything. One officer asked if I'd been having trouble sleeping. Another gently asked if I'd been drinking. I wasn't angry at them. They were doing their job, but I felt stupid and frightened. The moment they left, I noticed Ruth standing in her yard again, not staring this time, smiling, a small, tight-lipped smile. I shut the curtains. The next morning, I found something sitting in the grass near the back door. A shoe print. Large. Not mine. Not Ruth's. Someone had stood just behind the door last night. I grabbed a ruler and my phone to take a picture, but as I crouched down, I saw something else. Another folded note. This one tucked under a rock. I hesitated before picking it up. Inside, written in the same cramped handwriting, "Don't let him inside again. He remembers you now." Again, I felt dizzy. I didn't remember letting anyone inside. I didn't remember seeing anyone inside. But the note, the whispering, the presence in my yard, I couldn't stay there. I grabbed my keys, got in my car, and drove straight to a hotel. I stayed 2 nights. When I finally returned, daylight blazing across the neighborhood, I found something waiting on my front porch. Another note. Larger this time. Shaking, I opened it. "Stop leaving. He followed you." Under the note was a Polaroid picture of the hotel hallway outside my room. Taken at night. Taken from just a few feet away. My hand began shaking uncontrollably. I looked toward Ruth's house. For the first time since I moved in, her curtains were open, but she wasn't staring out the window. Something else was. Something tall. Far taller than her. A shadow leaned unnaturally long across the blinds, as if someone was standing just behind her, hidden from view except for the shape of him. Watching me, I stepped back instinctively. My phone buzzed. A text. Unknown number. A picture. My driveway. Taken seconds ago. Then another picture. Closer. And another. Closer. I dropped the phone in terror. Someone was watching me from somewhere I couldn't see. The breeze shifted. I felt eyes on my back. Slowly, terrified, I turned. At the end of the driveway, half behind the tree, stood a man. Tall. Unnaturally still. His face pale, his eyes wide, his smile horrible, not human, not sane. He raised a hand and crooked one finger at me, a gesture so casual yet so predatory that my knees nearly buckled. I didn't look back. I ran to the car, slammed the door, sped away, and didn't stop driving until the town disappeared in the rearview mirror. I never returned to that house. I never went back for my things. But sometimes, late at night, I wake up in whatever apartment or rental I'm staying in now and see something taped to my door. A photograph. Always a Polaroid. Always taken from close enough that I could have reached out and touched the person holding the camera. The last one arrived 2 nights ago. A picture of me sleeping. Underneath it, a note. "Ruth tried to warn you, but now he likes you too much. Story." The end. It started with the moving truck. I'd just bought the house in a quiet suburb of Ohio, a place where the sidewalks were lined with maple trees and the streetlights flickered on just as the sun dipped behind the rooftops. The house was old, built sometime in the 1950s, and it had the kind of charm that made you imagine Sunday mornings with pancakes and laughter drifting through the windows. But I didn't know the neighbor yet. She moved in the house next door a week after I did. At first, she seemed normal enough, smiling, friendly, waving from the driveway as I unpacked boxes. I waved back politely and went about my business. Her name, as I later learned, was Margaret. She was in her late 60s with short gray hair that curled softly around her face and pale blue eyes that somehow felt like they were always watching, even when they weren't. The first odd thing happened 3 nights after she moved in. I was finishing dinner around 8 when I heard a loud scraping noise coming from the shared fence that divided our yards. At first, I thought it was a branch, but when I looked out the window, I saw Margaret crouched down, moving her hands along the wooden panels. I waved, and she straightened, smiled awkwardly, and waved back. I assumed she was just doing some repair work. Then the next day, my dog, a golden retriever named Max, started acting strange. He wouldn't go near the back fence and whined whenever I tried to take him outside. I checked the yard for anything sharp or dangerous, but found nothing. The ground was clear, the grass neatly trimmed, nothing that would make Max act so afraid. Over the next few weeks, Margaret started doing things that made me uncomfortable. At first, it was small, almost imperceptible things. I'd catch glimpses of her standing in her living room, staring directly at my house, even when I wasn't outside. Sometimes she would leave her lights on at night, and I'd see her moving from window to window, always in the same pattern, like she was following a schedule. One evening, I was watching TV when I heard the sound of someone knocking on my back door. I froze. I wasn't expecting anyone. I peeked through the curtains, and there she was, Margaret, holding a pie. "I thought I'd welcome you properly," she said with that pale smile. I thanked her, awkwardly, and took the pie, but when I looked out a few minutes later, she was gone. I didn't see her go around the house or back into her yard. She simply vanished. That night, I couldn't sleep. Max stayed on my bed, trembling. I kept thinking about her eyes, the way they seemed to follow me even when she wasn't there. Then came the smell. I noticed it first when I was taking out the trash, a faint, metallic odor, like blood mixed with decaying flowers. I looked around but couldn't pinpoint the source. The smell would appear at random, sometimes in the morning when I got the newspaper, sometimes late at night when I took Max out. And whenever it happened, I would see her standing at the edge of her yard, just staring. I started keeping a journal, noting the times she appeared, the strange noises, and Max's behavior. Things escalated. One night, I heard soft scratching at my back door. I froze, listening. The sound wasn't fast, like an animal. It was deliberate, slow, measured. When I mustered the courage to look, no one was there. But Max was barking furiously at the corner of the yard where Margaret's house met mine. I began to notice patterns. The lights in her house would flicker on and off at precise intervals, and she would appear at my windows just as I settled into bed. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself she was just lonely, maybe a little eccentric. But the unease in my gut didn't go away. One morning I woke up to find a small package on my doorstep. Inside was a single folded piece of paper. On it was a drawing of my house, with small figures inside that represented me and Max. The lines were crude, but the details were accurate. Every window, every door, even the placement of the couch in the living room. My hands shook as I dropped the paper. I called the police, trying to explain my concerns. They came, took a report, and promised to keep an eye on things. They told me that elderly neighbors sometimes become obsessive, that perhaps she just had an unusual habit of watching people. But they didn't offer much reassurance, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't normal. That night, the real horror began. I woke to the sound of whispering. At first, I thought it was a dream, but the voices were low, urgent, and coming from outside my bedroom window. I grabbed Max and crept to the window. There she was, kneeling in the yard, her face just inches from the glass, whispering something I couldn't hear. Her eyes were wide, almost manic, and when she saw me, she smiled, too wide, too perfectly. I ran to the phone, but before I could dial, the lights in the house went out. Complete darkness. Max barked and growled, and I could hear footsteps circling the house. My heart was pounding. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly made my way to the front door, only to see her standing on the porch, as if she had been waiting for me. "I just want to be friends," she said softly, but there was something in her tone that made my stomach twist. I backed away, stumbling, and she didn't move. It was like she was glued to the spot, waiting, watching. I spent the next few days in a haze, barely sleeping, constantly checking the windows and doors. I installed cameras, hoping to catch her in the act of something, anything. And then finally I saw it. Footage of her moving through my yard at night, not walking, but sliding, gliding almost, leaving faint marks in the grass. She would stop at the fence, press her hands against it, and just listen. I realized she wasn't just watching. She was studying, memorizing, learning, and the drawings, the packages, the whispers, they weren't random. They were a map, a warning, a way to let her know that I was aware. The final straw came one night when I returned home late from work. My front door was open. I didn't remember leaving it unlocked. Inside, the house was different. Furniture shifted, doors I knew were closed were now open. And there in the living room, sitting in my armchair, was Margaret. She looked at me, calm and composed, like she belonged there. "I thought I'd wait for you," she said. Her smile was serene, almost maternal, but her eyes were sharp, predatory. Max growled and barked, but he stayed at my feet, frozen. I backed out of the room slowly, tripping over a chair. She didn't move. She just watched. I ran out the front door and didn't stop until I reached my car. I called the police immediately, and this time they took her seriously. They searched the house and found her belongings. But no Margaret. She was gone, vanished like a ghost. My neighbors claimed they hadn't seen her leave, and the police chalked it up to her sneaking away in the night. But I knew better. Weeks passed, and I tried to rebuild my sense of safety. I moved the furniture back, double-checked every lock, but the fear never left. I never saw her again in person, but the signs continued. A drawing left on my doorstep, a light flickering in the corner of the yard. And sometimes late at night, the whispering returns, just barely audible, as if she's standing right outside my window, still watching, still waiting. Even now, I can't shake the feeling that she knows when I'm home, knows when I'm alone, that I can't escape. And every time I see a neighbor moving in, I wonder if they'll be friendly, or if they'll be the next Margaret, someone who smiles at the surface but carries a darkness that creeps into your life without warning. I've lived in that house for almost 3 years now, but every shadow, every sound, every rustle of leaves against the fence sends my heart racing. And I know deep down that one day she might return, because some people don't just move away, they wait. They wait for the right moment, and when they come back, you never see it coming. Story the end. It started with the sound of a lawnmower on a Saturday morning. At first, I didn't think much of it. Our neighborhood was quiet, but not silent, and someone always seemed to be doing yard work. But then I noticed that it was always the same lawn. The house at 22 Maple Street had been empty for months, or so I thought. I'd seen the for rent sign fade under the sun, and no one seemed to be moving in. Yet every weekend, without fail, the grass was neatly trimmed, the hedges shaped like miniature soldiers, and the mailbox dusted off. I assumed the landlord was just keeping it up, but as I would learn, assumptions can be dangerous. Our first real encounter happened a few days after we moved in. My wife, Jenna, and I had just unpacked our last box when I noticed a man across the street, staring at our house. He was tall, thin, and wore a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He didn't wave or smile, he just watched. I waved first, figuring he was a neighbor welcoming us, but he didn't respond. He turned and walked back into the empty house, and the door closed behind him. I shrugged it off. People have quirks, I told Jenna, but even she felt the tension in the air. There was something off. A week later, it escalated. I was walking our dog Max around the block when I saw the man again. This time he was leaning against the fence that separated our yard from his. Not casually, he was just standing there, arms crossed, watching our every move. I froze, unsure what to do. He didn't speak. He didn't move when I stopped and stared back. He just waited until I walked away before retreating back inside the house. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about what he might be capable of. There was no way he lived there legally. The house had been empty for months. Who was he? Over the next few weeks, his behavior became more unsettling. He would appear at the window when I got home from work, sometimes crouched behind the curtain just enough to see inside. I never saw him leave or enter at normal hours. Sometimes I'd catch him in the backyard, kneeling near the fence, just staring at our house like he was memorizing every detail. Jenna wanted to call the police, but I convinced her to wait. Maybe he was just a squatter, harmless, I said. But my gut told me otherwise. Then came the noises. At first, it was subtle, shuffling, creaks in the night, like someone pacing inside the empty house. Max would growl at the window across the street, his hair standing on end, and Jenna would wake up sweating, convinced she heard whispering. One night, I swore I heard our doorbell ring, even though our doorbell was broken. I opened the door, and there was nothing. No footprints in the snow, no car in the driveway, nothing but the wind rustling the trees. By then, I was losing my sense of reality. The neighbor was always watching, always present in the periphery, like a shadow that didn't belong. One evening, I decided to confront him. I walked across the street, heart pounding, and knocked on the door. No answer. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, calling out. Empty. I stepped inside, my shoes squeaking on the old wooden floor. That's when I noticed the photographs. Hundreds of them. They covered the walls, tables, and even the floor in a chaotic mosaic. Every picture was of our house, our yard, and me and Jenna, taken from every angle, some through windows, some from across the street. I froze. My stomach turned. How long had he been watching? How much had he seen? I wanted to leave, to run, but I needed proof. I grabbed my phone to take pictures, and that's when I heard it, a low, deliberate laugh from upstairs. Not loud, not frantic, just a slow, calm laugh that made my skin crawl. I bolted out of the house, heart hammering, and slammed the door behind me. I didn't stop until I was safely back in our own home. Jenna was pale, holding Max tightly, her hands trembling. I showed her the photos on my phone. She gasped and immediately called the police. They arrived quickly, but by the time they went across the street, the house was empty. No man, no photographs, nothing. The officers didn't understand. They said the house had been vacant for months, boarded up, no signs of recent entry. I wanted to scream. I knew what I saw, I knew what I felt. But without proof, it was just a story. And in situations like these, people don't always believe stories. After that, we installed security cameras around the house. Every day, I checked the footage obsessively. And every day, the footage showed something that made my blood run cold. He was there. Always there. Standing across the street, crouching near the fence, even inside our backyard at night, but somehow invisible to the police. One morning, I saw him in the footage at 3 a.m., standing in the middle of our living room watching me sleep. But when I checked in reality, the room was empty. It was like he was part of the shadows, part of the house itself. We tried everything. Changing locks, calling the police repeatedly, even staying elsewhere for a night. But the presence never left. Sometimes Jenna would wake up to the sound of someone breathing in the darkness, sitting on the edge of the bed, watching. I couldn't sleep without a baseball bat under my pillow. Every reflection in the house felt wrong, every shadow too long. And the worst part? He knew we were afraid. He knew exactly how far he could push before we cracked. Then came the day Max disappeared. I had let him out to go to the backyard. 10 minutes later, he was gone. I searched for hours, calling, shouting, retracing my steps, but there was no sign of him. That night, I was pacing the living room and then I saw it. A small figure in the camera feed across the street. Max, standing at the edge of the empty house's yard, tail tucked, staring at the window. And behind him, the man. Not hiding, not crouched. Standing fully in the light, just watching, smiling. Max yelped and ran, but the man didn't move after that. He just watched until I finally took Max inside and locked the doors. The cameras didn't show him leaving, and by morning, both he and the dog were gone. For a week, I panicked, checking every street, every corner, and then, just as suddenly, Max was back in the yard, unharmed, but shaking. No note, no sign of what had happened, just back, like he had never been gone. But I knew. I knew it had been him. The breaking point came a month later. We had dinner with friends and returned home around 10 p.m. Our street was quiet, peaceful. But as we approached the house, I saw movement in the window across the street. He was there, sitting in a chair, perfectly still, staring at our house. That's when I noticed something even worse. Behind him, the walls of the empty house were covered again with photographs, hundreds of them. And in the center of the room, on the floor, was a small collection of items, my keys, a notebook, Jenna's scarf, Max's leash, things we hadn't noticed missing, things he had taken without us knowing. That night, we called the police and finally convinced them to get a search warrant. When they entered the house, empty. Nothing. No photos, no personal items, no sign anyone had been living there. The man disappeared after that. We never saw him again. But sometimes at night, I swear I hear him pacing outside, watching. And sometimes when I glance out the window, I see a figure across the street, just standing there, the brim of a hat casting a shadow over its face. It's never there long, just long enough to remind me that he was real, that he was here, and that he could return. We moved a year later, trying to leave the fear behind, but I still check the windows across the street when I walk past Maple Street, out of habit, out of fear. And every time I imagine that tall, thin man watching, just waiting for the perfect moment. The worst part is knowing that he could be anyone. Your neighbor, the person who waves when you bring in groceries, the quiet one who never speaks, the one who lives in the house next door, and you would never know until it's too late. Story, the end. It started innocently enough, just a new neighbor moving in next door in our quiet suburban street in Ohio. I had lived there for almost 10 years, the kind of neighborhood where people left their doors unlocked and kids ran around freely. So when a moving van pulled up one late summer afternoon, I was curious but not suspicious. A man in his early 40s, average build, with an overly bright smile and a polite wave as he unloaded boxes, introduced himself as Mark. My husband Dave and I welcomed him the way we had with every new neighbor, a small plate of cookies and a friendly chat on the front porch. Mark seemed pleasant, maybe a little too eager, but who isn't nervous moving into a new place? At first, it was all normal neighborly stuff. Mark would borrow sugar, occasionally mow his lawn at odd hours, and chat at the mailbox. He always had a smile and small talk ready, but slowly little things began to feel off. The first sign was when he started showing up uninvited. Sometimes he'd knock while we were outside gardening or walking the dog. He would linger too long on our porch, chatting about mundane things but staring just a little too intently at us. I brushed it off as awkwardness. The unease escalated one evening when I noticed his van parked in front of our house. It was dark, around 10 o'clock, and I had no reason to expect him. I opened the blinds slightly to see him sitting in the driver's seat, staring directly at our front door. My heart sank, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just tired after moving. The next morning, I noticed his van parked again, this time in our driveway, which he had no reason to enter. I called out from the kitchen window asking if he needed something. No answer. He eventually left without explanation. Over the next few weeks, Mark's behavior became more erratic. He started taking photos of our house, or at least I assumed that's what he was doing when he stood across the street holding his phone, pointing it vaguely in our direction. Sometimes he would be in his yard, staring blankly at our windows for minutes at a time, as if memorizing every detail. My husband didn't see it as a threat, dismissing it as paranoia, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The first real scare came when our daughter, Emily, who was 7 at the time, mentioned a man standing in the yard while she played in the front. She described him as watching me like I'm a bug in a jar. I tried to keep calm in front of her, telling her it was probably someone walking their dog, but I called the police to file a report anyway. They came, looked around, and found no immediate threat, but they took down our complaint. A few nights later, we came home to find the front door slightly ajar. Nothing seemed stolen, but our living room furniture had been slightly moved, and a single clean footprint was visible on the carpet. The police came again. This time they said someone may have tried to enter, but left when they realized someone was home. My stomach turned. Mark's van had been parked across the street for hours that night. We decided to install security cameras, motion sensor lights, and a new lock system. I felt safer, but also knew it wouldn't stop someone obsessed. The cameras caught him multiple times, standing in the yard, taking photos of the house, or sometimes just lingering in the shadows. Once, we watched in horror as he crouched near Emily's window, peering inside while holding his phone up as if filming. We called the police repeatedly, and each time the response was the same: document, watch, be cautious. Mark became bolder. He would knock on our door at odd hours, sometimes pretending to be a utility worker, sometimes just asking strange questions about our routines. He even left a small package on our porch once, a box of candy with a note that read, "For the little one." It was creepy and uncalled for. Then one night, around 2 a.m., the nightmare escalated. We were asleep when our dog, Max, started barking violently. Dave and I ran to the living room and saw a shadowy figure attempting to pry open the back door. Max was ferocious, growling and snapping, but the man kept coming. I screamed for Dave to call 911 while I grabbed a baseball bat. The man froze, then bolted as sirens approached. When the police arrived, he was gone. The camera footage clearly showed Mark, identifiable by his unique wristwatch. We filed for a restraining order, but by then, it felt too late. Mark had escalated from creepy neighbor to dangerous predator. We started sleeping in shifts, keeping weapons nearby, and checking the security feed constantly. The tension was suffocating. Emily began having nightmares, crying for hours about the man outside the window. I felt helpless, trapped in what used to be our safe home. It reached a peak one afternoon when we came home from work and found our backyard gate wide open. Emily was playing in the yard, thankfully unharmed, but her bike was missing. The neighbors reported seeing a man loading something into a van nearby, which we later confirmed was Mark. The police finally got a search warrant and arrested him for burglary and stalking. During interrogation, he confessed to months of surveillance, taking photos, and even considering breaking into our home at night. He said he just wanted to be part of the family next door. The aftermath was worse than the months of terror. We moved to another neighborhood far away, but the psychological scars lingered. Emily needed therapy. Dave and I had nightmares for years, and I couldn't trust anyone moving into a house next to ours again. We learned that Mark had a history of obsessive behavior in previous towns, but authorities never connected the dots until it was almost too late. Even now, years later, I still check over my shoulder when walking past windows, still tense when hearing unfamiliar cars slow down near our home. The neighborhood we once loved became a symbol of fear, a reminder that evil doesn't always wear an obvious mask. Mark had been polite, charming even, but underneath that smile was a calculating predator who made our home unsafe. I tell this story to anyone who will listen, hoping they take their gut feelings seriously, because sometimes the subtle warning signs are the loudest cries for help. We eventually settled into a new house in a different state, but the experience changed how we live. We lock doors, we monitor who approaches our home, and we never underestimate the danger that can hide behind a friendly face. The neighborhood we once called home still haunts me, especially when I think of the night Max barked at the intruder and how close we were to something unthinkable. There's something profoundly disturbing about realizing that the people who live next door, who smile and wave, might be watching, waiting, and planning. It's not the horror movies or the strangers in dark alleys that are the most frightening. It's the friendly neighbor with a charming smile who might be imagining a life inside your home without your knowledge. Mark went to prison eventually, but the sense of violation never truly left. I can still picture him in our security footage, standing silently, staring at our family, as if he were already living in our lives. That image is burned into my memory, a constant reminder that sometimes true horror doesn't come from shadows or monsters. It comes from the people who are supposed to be neighbors. Even with the restraining order, even with the arrest, I know there are others out there like him, blending in perfectly, smiling when they wave, watching when no one's looking. That knowledge is terrifying in a way that fiction never captures. You can lock doors, install alarms, even call the police, but the mental scars remain. For years, I slept with one eye open, listening for footsteps, checking for the glint of headlights that didn't belong. In retrospect, there were countless warning signs that I ignored because I wanted to believe in normalcy. That smile, that charm, the way he always offered help, it was all a facade. And I know now that vigilance is the only defense. After that experience, I became hyper-aware of every neighbor who seemed too curious, too interested, too polite. Some might call it paranoia, but when the alternative is someone watching your family for months with dangerous intent, caution is sanity. Years have passed, and we try to live normally, but certain nights when the wind rattles the windows, I swear I can see the shadow of a man standing in the yard, smiling too brightly, waiting for an invitation. I wake up in a cold sweat, but then I remember, the real horror was real. It happened next door, and it could happen anywhere. Story the end. It started on a quiet street in a small suburb of Ohio. I had just moved into a modest 2-story house, the kind that looked friendly enough in the daylight but had shadows in all the corners at night. My neighbor, A man named Robert lived directly next door. He was in his late 40s, always impeccably dressed, polite but distant. He had a perfectly trimmed lawn, and his house looked like it belonged in a magazine. I thought he was harmless, maybe even a little lonely. The first odd thing I noticed was how often he would watch me. Not in a malicious way, at least not at first, but always from behind his curtains, his eyes following every movement I made in my yard. I tried not to think much of it. Maybe he was just curious about the new neighbor. But as the days passed, it became harder to ignore. It started small. I would leave my house in the morning and see him standing by his garage door, staring. One time I waved and he gave a faint smile, nothing more. A few nights later, I heard scratching at the side of my house. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or some stray animal, but it continued for nights. I got up one evening to check, flashlight in hand, and saw nothing. But when I turned back toward my bedroom window, I caught a glimpse of someone crouched behind my car. I froze. It was Robert. He wasn't hiding. He just stared at me for a few seconds before retreating to his yard. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. But then my mail started to go missing. Nothing expensive, just bills and letters, but enough to make me notice. I confronted him one morning, walking over with the envelope I had found in my mailbox that had been ripped open and resealed. "Hey, Robert, have you seen this?" I asked, holding it up. He smiled in that way that makes you feel like you've caught a fox in the henhouse but can't prove it. "Can't say I have," he said casually. I nodded, trying to seem calm, but my stomach churned. A few weeks later, I started noticing small things inside my house were out of place. My keys weren't where I left them. A kitchen knife moved from the counter to the sink. My front door would sometimes be unlocked in the morning, even though I swore I had locked it. I called the police, but they said there wasn't enough evidence to investigate. The tension built slowly. I couldn't sleep. I started installing security cameras around my house. At first, the footage was boring, him walking his dog, the occasional jogger. Then I started noticing him lingering near my fence at night, sometimes crouching in the shadows, sometimes peeking through my windows. On one video, he was sitting on my porch steps at 3 a.m., just staring at the door. I confronted him again, this time firmly. "You've been coming onto my property, haven't you?" He tilted his head, pretending to consider my words. "I don't think so," he said, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes. It wasn't fear or guilt, it was amusement. Things escalated one Sunday evening. I was hosting a small dinner for friends, and we were sitting on the back porch, laughing and drinking. I noticed movement in the corner of my eye and turned to see Robert in his yard, looking over the fence at us. I waved, trying to be polite, but he just smiled and walked away. That night, I found a note slipped under my door. "You have such lovely friends. I hope they stay that way." I called the police immediately, but without proof that he had written it, they could only advise me to be cautious. A week later, I returned home from work to find my dog missing. He was a small terrier named Max, and he was my companion since moving. I searched the neighborhood frantically, knocking on doors, calling shelters, but no one had seen him. I filed a report, but the police didn't take it seriously. A neighbor casually mentioned seeing Robert in his garage around the time Max disappeared, but there was no evidence. I installed stronger locks, a doorbell camera, motion-activated lights, yet nothing seemed to stop him. It was like he thrived on the tension. I even started sleeping with a baseball bat under my bed. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of footsteps on my porch. Heart pounding, I grabbed my bat and crept to the window. There he was, standing outside my door, hands in his pockets, just looking at me. My phone was on the nightstand, and I called 911 quietly, whispering the address. He didn't move when he heard the sirens in the distance. He just smiled that same faint smile and walked away. The police came and found nothing. They never saw him leave. The next morning, I found Max in my backyard, tied up but unharmed, just with a note around his neck. "I like seeing you scared. Don't make me wait too long for my next visit." I was terrified, but had no idea what to do. I moved a few times over the next month, each time thinking I could escape, but he somehow always found a way to know where I was. Letters, gifts, even photos of me in my new home. Eventually, I had to involve a private investigator. They uncovered something chilling. Robert had been stalking multiple neighbors over the years. He moved from town to town, leaving a trail of frightened people who eventually moved away. He was meticulous, never leaving evidence, always the perfect neighbor by day, predator by night. With their help, I filed a restraining order and took measures to hide my location. I left the state entirely, finding refuge with friends on the West Coast. I still check my mail and doors obsessively, but the worst part is knowing he's still out there, watching, waiting. Years have passed, and I've heard rumors that Robert has resurfaced somewhere else. Just as charming, just as terrifying. He's the kind of person who blends into a neighborhood, the one everyone thinks is friendly, harmless, maybe even lonely. But behind the curtains, behind the polite smiles, he's always there, always watching. And that's the horror of it. He doesn't need to attack to terrify. Just knowing he can see you, just knowing he knows where you are, is enough to make your home feel like a trap, to make the world outside feel unsafe. I can never truly relax. I know he's out there somewhere, waiting for the next unsuspecting neighbor to move in next door. Story the end. The first time I noticed the man next door was the morning he moved in. I was standing on my porch sipping coffee, waiting for the caffeine to hit my bloodstream before work, when an old, white, moving van rattled down the street and stopped in front of the empty yellow house beside mine. The house had been vacant for almost a year, ever since the Matthews family left abruptly in the middle of the night. No warning, no sale sign, no explanation. One weekend they were hosting a barbecue, and the next, their windows were dark and the house stood hollow. Rumors swirled for weeks. Divorce, bankruptcy, a health scare, police trouble. But nobody knew the truth. The new guy looked quiet enough. Mid-40s maybe, though it was hard to tell. He wore a faded gray sweatshirt with the hood up despite the heat. He carried boxes one at a time from the van to the house. No dolly, no help, no rush. He moved with a stiffness that reminded me of someone recovering from surgery or someone trying very, very hard not to be noticed. But that wasn't the strange part. The strange part was the boxes. Every single one was the exact same size. Small, squarish, like the kind used for packing fragile collectibles. And every box was labeled in thick black marker with a single word, night. No room label, no hint of what was inside, just that one word. I watched him for about 10 minutes, curiosity getting the better of me. He didn't look at me once, not even when my screen door creaked, not even when my phone rang loudly beside me. It was like he was concentrating so hard on the boxes that the world around him didn't exist. When the van finally pulled away, I leaned over the waist-high fence that separated our yards. "Hey!" I called. "Welcome to the neighborhood." He stopped mid-step on the porch. Slowly, he turned his head. The hood shadowed most of his face, but I could see his eyes. Pale, almost silvery. They reflected the sunlight in a way that made me flinch. "Evening," he said. "It's morning," I replied, forcing a chuckle. He blinked once, slowly. "Yes," he said. Then he went inside and closed the door. That was the last time I heard his voice for weeks. A few days passed without incident, and I began to forget about my strange new neighbor. I worked long shifts as a mechanic, leaving before dawn and returning just after dusk. Style not ideal, but the paychecks were good enough to keep me going. 2 weeks after the man, whose name I still didn't know, moved in, I noticed his lights were never on at night, not once. His windows remained dark from sundown until sunrise, but during the day, blinds were always drawn. No silhouette passing behind them, no sound from inside. It was as if the house next door had simply ceased being occupied. Then came the knocking. It started on a Thursday at exactly 3:12 a.m., the kind of knocking that pulls you from dead sleep and leaves adrenaline burning in your veins. Knock, knock, knock. Rhythmic, slow, too deliberate. I stumbled out of bed, groggy, annoyed, convinced someone was playing a prank. Who the hell knocks on a neighbor's door at that hour? I peeked out my bedroom window. No one was at my door. The knocking continued. That's when I realized something else. It wasn't coming from my house. It was coming from his. Knock, knock, knock. Steady, cold. Echoing through the quiet street, I stared into the black windows of the yellow house, but nothing moved. No porch light flicked on. No silhouette approached the door. The knocking went on for another 30 seconds before stopping abruptly. Silence. I waited, heart pounding. Nothing. Eventually, I climbed back into bed and barely slept. The next morning, I peeked out my window at sunrise. The man was standing in his yard, a hoodie pulled tight against his face, perfectly still like he'd been waiting all night for the sun to rise. When he saw me, he didn't wave, didn't smile, he just turned and went into the house. The second night, the knocking came again. 3:12 a.m. Exactly, like clockwork. This time it was louder, more urgent, more forceful. I looked outside again and a chill ran down my spine. Someone was standing on his porch. A tall figure. Too tall. Dressed in black from head to toe, facing the door but unmoving. It didn't knock using its hands. Instead, its head tapped the wood in a steady rhythm like someone banging their skull against a door. Knock, knock, knock. I should have called the police. I knew that. I even reached for my phone, but I didn't dial. Because the moment I picked it up, the figure's head snapped toward me. Fast. Too fast. Even though the distance between our houses was at least 20 yards, I swear I saw its eyes, two gleaming orbs reflecting moonlight like a predator's. My breath choked in my throat. The figure tilted its head, studying me with unnatural stillness, and then it vanished. It didn't walk away. It didn't jump. It didn't fade. One moment it was there. The next, it wasn't. I dropped the phone. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The third night, everything changed. I stayed awake purposely, watching out the window as 3:12 a.m. approached. My nerves stretched tight as piano wire. 3:11, no knocking, no figure, no sound. I exhaled shakily, thinking maybe it was finally over. Then something scraped against my back door. The sound was subtle at first, like nails on wood. Then it grew louder, longer, dragged out. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. Part of me wanted to hide under the covers and pretend nothing existed outside my room. The other part, the stupid part, forced my legs to move. I crept through my house in the dark. The hallway felt too narrow, the air too heavy. When I reached the kitchen, I flicked on the lights. Nothing. The room looked normal, except for the back door blinds swaying slightly. Something had been there, something close. I inched forward, reached out, and lifted one slat of the blinds. My stomach dropped. The neighbor, the man in the gray hoodie, stood in my backyard. He was directly beneath the porch light, his face partially visible for the first time. And it was wrong. Not monstrous, not grotesque, just wrong. His skin was pale, stretched too tight as if it had been pulled on like clothing. His eyes were the same silverish color, reflective, hollow, hungry. His lips didn't quite close right, leaving a faint gap even when his mouth was shut. He stared at me without blinking, not moving, not breathing, just watching. I whispered, "What do you want?" He didn't answer, but someone else did. A voice came from behind him, soft, raspy, like dry leaves scraping the ground. "Let him in." I couldn't see who spoke. The backyard was too dark beyond the porch light, but I heard the rustle of clothing, the scrape of feet, the whisper of breaths that weren't human. "No," I whispered, stepping back from the blinds, throat tight. "I'm calling the police." I didn't make it to my phone. The porch light flickered. A shadow passed across my kitchen wall. A large one, too malformed to be human. Then the back door handle began to turn. Slowly. Deliberately. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a chair. The handle rattled faster, like something was testing its strength. My brain screamed to run, but my body froze as something whispered through the crack of the door. "We were here before them. Before you. Before all." I snapped out of it. I lunged for my phone, dialed 911, and barricaded myself in my bedroom. The dispatcher tried to keep me calm, but her voice felt 1,000 miles away. I could barely hear her over the scraping at the front door, and the back door, and the windows. They circled the house, whispering, scratching, pressing their faces to the glass. I didn't stop shaking until I heard sirens. By the time the police arrived, the yard was empty. No footprints, no marks, no damage to the doors. The officers did a full sweep and found nothing unusual. They knocked on the neighbor's door, but no one answered. "Does he even live here?" one officer asked. "Yes," I insisted. "I watched him move in." The officer glanced at the empty windows suspiciously. "According to property records, no one's bought this house since the Matthews left. It's bank-owned." "That's not possible," I argued. "He's there. He moved in 2 weeks ago." The officer shrugged. "Sir, the place has been vacant for a year." I stared at the dark house, feeling something cold slide down my spine. If no one lived there, who had I seen? The police left after giving the usual warnings: keep doors locked, call again if anything happens. but they didn't understand. Something wasn't right. Something had been living next door, something not human. I tried not to go mad, thinking about it. 3 days passed. No knocking, no figures, no silver-eyed man. Nothing. I started to hope maybe my mind had cracked from lack of sleep. Maybe I'd imagined the entire thing. Maybe the stress of long shifts had carved hallucinations into my brain. Then on the fourth night, I heard a sound I'll never forget. A scream. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. It came from the house next door. Not once, not twice, but over and over. High-pitched, choking, pleading. I grabbed my phone and ran outside with a flashlight before logic had a chance to stop me. My legs moved on instinct. Something was happening inside the house. Someone or something needed help. The front door was cracked open. A faint light glowed inside. Weak, flickering, like a candle gasping for life. "Hello?" I called, stepping onto the porch. "Are you okay?" The screaming stopped. Silence washed through the house like a held breath. My pulse hammered. I should have turned back, should have run to my car and driven far, far away, but something was pulling me inside. Not physically, something deeper, something I couldn't fight. I pushed the door open. The smell hit me first, rotten, wet, sour, like a basement full of expired meat. Then I saw the boxes. All of them, stacked along the walls, identical, labeled night. Dozens, maybe hundreds, filling the living room, the hallway, the stairs. A soft scratching sound came from inside one of the boxes near my feet. Then another from behind me, and another. The boxes trembled, every single one. The cardboard bulged outward as something inside pushed against it, desperate to be free. My breath hitched. One box burst open. Something crawled out. It wasn't the man. It wasn't human. It looked like a person-shaped shadow, stretched thin, bones pushing against skin like they were trying to break out. It dragged itself across the floor with two long arms, painting streaks of black fluid across the wood. Then another box split. Another thing crawled out. Then another. They poured from the boxes, hissing, whispering, reaching for me. "We were here before," they rasped. Before light, light." I stumbled backward, falling against the wall. My flashlight flickered in my trembling hand. Then I saw him. The man from next door. He stood at the top of the stairs, hood down, silver eyes glowing faintly. "There is no stopping night," he whispered, "only delaying it." The creatures swarmed toward me. I ran, through the doorway, across the porch, into the street. I didn't look back. I left that night with nothing but my phone and my wallet. By sunrise, movers were hauling my furniture into a rental truck. I didn't explain why, didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. They wouldn't believe me. The house next door remains empty, dark. No one talks about the screaming or the knocking or the boxes. But sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I still hear the whisper, "There is no stopping night." And somewhere in the darkness, something scratches at the inside of a box trying to get out. Story the end. The night I moved into the duplex on Hollow Ridge Drive, I noticed the man next door watching from his porch, his face just barely visible in the porch light. He didn't smile, didn't wave, just stared as I carried in boxes. I told myself it was normal curiosity. New neighbors always attracted attention, but I should have trusted the way my stomach twisted. His name, according to the mailbox, was Daniel H. No last name spelled out, just the letter. His yard was immaculate, every blade of grass the same height. Curtains always closed. No car in the driveway, though I sometimes heard an engine late at night. The first thing I heard from him was not a greeting, but a sound. 3 sharp knocks. Not on my door, on the wall we shared. It happened around 11:40 p.m. on my first night. I froze in the middle of unpacking my kitchen, listening. The knocks were spaced apart, slow, deliberate. I tapped back once, confused. Silence. Then 3 more knocks, this time louder. I grabbed my phone, marched outside, and knocked on his front door. No answer. But as I turned around, I saw his living room curtain shift, like someone had let it fall back into place. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound brave. "If you need something." Nothing. No sound. No footsteps. Just the faint hum of the streetlights. That was the first night. The second night, I heard footsteps, not from above, our units were side by side, but directly outside my bedroom window. Slow, pacing footsteps. I sat up, breathing hard, the room suddenly freezing cold. The blinds were closed, but the sound was unmistakable. The steps stopped right in front of the window. I held my breath, waiting. A whisper filtered through the thin glass. "Are you awake?" My blood turned to ice. I didn't say a word, didn't get up, didn't even reach for my phone. I knew the voice belonged to my neighbor. The next morning, I called the landlord. She sounded exhausted when I explained. "You must be in Unit B, right?" She sighed. "Yes. Look, Daniel's lived there for years. He's odd, but harmless. Just keep your blinds closed." That was her best advice. That day after work, I found a note under my doormat. "You move very quietly. I like that." No signature, no envelope, just that uneasy sentence written in shaky handwriting. I shoved it in a drawer and tried not to think about it, but the sounds continued. Footsteps at night, soft humming through the wall, the distinct sound of someone dragging their fingers along the siding of my house. Every time I looked outside, his windows were dark. On the fourth night at around 3 a.m., something woke me. A thump. Then another. Then a scraping sound at my door. I stared at the ceiling, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The scraping grew louder, like someone was using their nails to feel around the edges of the doorframe. Finally, I couldn't stand it. I grabbed a broom, tiptoed to the door, and looked through the peephole. Nothing. Then, suddenly, an eye. Pressed right up against the peephole from the other side, so close I could see the veins, the iris an unsettling pale blue. I gasped and stumbled backward. The scraping stopped. A moment later, I heard soft laughter fade down the stairs. I didn't sleep. I barely slept at all that week. The next morning, I found something taped to my door. Not a note, a photograph. A picture of me asleep in my bed, taken from outside my bedroom window. I ran to the window, threw open the blinds, and stepped back in shock. On the siding right below the window were deep scratches running half a foot long, fresh, as if someone had dug their nails into the wood. That night, Jenna, my closest friend, came over, insisting I shouldn't stay alone. She installed a doorbell camera for me and checked all my windows. Everything seemed quiet, until 2:16 a.m. My phone buzzed. Motion detected at front door. I sat up, already shaking, and opened the live feed. Daniel was standing on my porch. His face was angled toward the camera, breathing slow and heavy. He lifted a hand, pressed it against the lens, and left it there for a long, awful moment. Then he leaned close and whispered, "You're awake again." Jenna heard the audio from across the room and grabbed her phone to call the police. By the time officers arrived, he was gone. They checked his unit. No answer. They talked to the landlord. They filed a report, but nothing came of it. The next day, I took off work. I wanted out of the duplex, out of that street, out of the whole damn town if I had to. We started packing immediately. Jenna packed boxes while I ran things to the car. Around noon, I went to bring a load out, and something made me stop in the doorway. The shed behind the duplex, the one I'd never seen unlocked, was open. Wide open. Sunlight fell inside just enough to show shapes I couldn't make sense of. I should have walked away. I should have called the police right then. Instead, I stepped closer. What I saw inside froze me to the ground. A small mattress in the corner, a pile of blankets, a stack of composition notebooks. The walls were covered in photos, hundreds, taped in uneven rows. Some blurry, some too clear. All of them of me. Me getting groceries. Me unlocking my car. Me stepping out of the shower, taken through a crack in the blinds I hadn't noticed before. Me asleep. Me laughing with Jenna. Pictures from angles that meant he'd been close. Closer than I ever imagined. Closer than I ever felt. Jenna screamed when she saw inside. I grabbed her and ran back inside the house. I didn't stop to think. I just locked every door and window and called 911. This time, the police arrived fast. But Daniel was gone again. They searched the shed. They collected the photos. They checked local hospitals and shelters. They set up patrols. Days passed, then a week. No sign of him. I moved out within days. The landlord didn't fight it. For a month, nothing happened. Then one night in my new apartment, far across the state, I heard it. 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate. On the wall behind my bed, I froze. It couldn't be. It couldn't. My phone buzzed with a notification. Motion detected. Balcony door. I don't have a balcony door. My unit is on the first floor, but I opened the camera feed anyway. Daniel stood outside my sliding door, hand raised, ready to knock again. His mouth curved into a thin, unnatural smile. "I found you," he whispered, and then the feed cut out. Story the end. It started in the fall, just after I moved into a small suburban neighborhood in Lansing, Michigan. I had rented a modest 2-story house on the corner of Maplewood Drive. drawn in by the quiet streets and the way the autumn sunlight caught on the red and orange leaves scattered across the sidewalks. My next-door neighbor, an older man named Mr. Hargrove, was the first person to wave at me when I moved in. He was polite, soft-spoken, always wearing a cardigan, even on warm days. I assumed he was harmless, almost too harmless. At first, everything seemed normal. He would sit on his porch in the evenings, reading, sometimes nodding at people as they walked by. But then I noticed little things that didn't make sense. He would disappear for days, sometimes weeks, and the house would be eerily quiet. Other times, the windows on the upper floor would glow with light at odd hours, always in one room, always bright enough to cast shadows that moved unnaturally against the curtains. The first real warning came one night about 2 months after I moved in. I was lying in bed when I heard scratching at the side of my house. At first, I assumed it was a raccoon or some other animal, but the sound was deliberate, rhythmic, and way too heavy for a small animal. I grabbed my flashlight and peered into the yard, but nothing was there. Then I saw it. A shadow flitting across the Hargroves' living room window. He was standing there, staring at me, but when I blinked, he was gone. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was imagining things. That was until I started noticing other strange behaviors. Packages would appear on his porch that were oddly heavy, sometimes leaking a dark, sticky substance. He would carry them inside carefully, almost reverently. One night, I watched him take a box down to the basement. He left the door slightly ajar, and I swear I saw movement inside, shadows shifting under the dim light. Things escalated after Halloween. Kids went door to door in the neighborhood, laughing, waving, collecting candy. Mr. Hargrove gave out full-size chocolate bars, more than enough for each child to take several. It seemed generous at first, until I noticed he lingered at the door longer than necessary, watching the kids walk away, his expression unreadable. That night, I heard noises again from his house, scraping, dragging, muffled thumps. I tried calling the police on a whim, but there was nothing they could do without evidence. I felt trapped, knowing something was wrong but unable to prove it. Then came the night I saw him leave. I had just finished my shift at the diner and pulled into the driveway around 11 p.m. His car wasn't there, which wasn't unusual. But as I walked into the house, I noticed a flickering light in his basement window. Curiosity, or maybe instinct, got the better of me. I walked closer, careful not to make a sound. Through the slightly cracked basement window, I saw him. He wasn't alone. A woman was on the floor, her hands bound, her hair matted, and her clothes torn. Mr. Hargrove was dragging her slowly across the basement, murmuring something under his breath. The sight made my stomach turn. I stumbled back, my foot hitting a garden gnome and sending it clattering to the ground. He froze. I ducked behind a bush, holding my breath until the light went out and everything was silent again. The next day, I tried to tell myself I was mistaken. It had to be, right? But the evidence was hard to ignore. Strange smells began to seep through the thin walls that separated our houses, sour, metallic, like iron. Occasionally, I would catch glimpses of her shadow moving behind the curtains when I passed by. Weeks later, I noticed another peculiar detail. Mr. Hargrove never seemed to leave the house during the day. His mail piled up, and I never saw him at the grocery store or walking to the mailbox. Occasionally, a car would come and drop off boxes or large bags, which he would carry inside without ever acknowledging the person. One night, I couldn't stand it anymore. I waited until the street was empty, then walked toward his house, trying to see inside the basement window again. That's when I saw the horror of it. The basement was stacked with cages, small, tight, metal cages. Inside, some of them were people, or what remained of people, emaciated, silent, barely moving. Mr. Hargrove stood in the center, feeding them, talking to them as if they were children or pets. I stumbled back, gasping, and ran home. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely lock my door. I called the police immediately, telling them everything I had seen. They came out quickly, lights flashing, and stormed his house. They found the cages, the people, and evidence that he had been abducting and imprisoning them for years. Some were alive, some weren't. The full scope of what he'd been doing was staggering. He was arrested, and the neighborhood tried to return to normal. But nothing could erase what I had seen. The house was boarded up, And yet sometimes when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear the faint scratching of cages, the soft dragging of chains, and a voice murmuring to no one. Even now, months later, I avoid looking at the house. I don't walk past it if I don't have to, and I never ever let anyone near the side yard. Some nights I lie awake, listening, imagining that scraping sound, the soft cries, and that unnerving calm in Mr. Hargrove's eyes. It's a quiet street, one of the quietest in Lansing. Everyone thinks they're safe, everyone assumes their neighbors are normal, but sometimes horror lives right next door, behind closed doors, in the basement, and in plain sight. Story the end. The second time, everything started with footsteps in the walls. Not in the attic, not in the floors, in the walls. It was September when the new neighbors moved in, an older woman and her adult son. The house had been vacant for years after the previous owner passed away, so the neighborhood was relieved someone finally bought it. But something about the pair was off from day one. The woman spoke in a soft, apologetic voice, always trembling as if someone was watching her. The son, a tall man in his late 30s, never spoke at all. He just stared. Too long, too still. I lived alone in the house next door after my divorce, grateful for some quiet. But quiet quickly became unsettling. The first night after they moved in, I was brushing my teeth when I heard it, soft padding footsteps inside the wall behind the bathroom sink. At first, I thought it was a mouse. Old houses had those. But these steps were too heavy, too deliberate. They paused, shifted, then moved upward, climbing vertically toward the ceiling. I put my ear against the wall and froze, breathing. Slow, deep breathing, not animal-like, human-like. I backed away and slept on the couch that night. The next morning, I saw the son in the backyard, standing completely still, staring at the siding of my house. His mom hurried out, grabbed his arm, whispered sharply to him, and pulled him back inside. She looked at me briefly, eyes wide and apologetic, before slamming the door. That was the last time I saw her alive. A few days later, I noticed something strange with their house. The curtains were always drawn, but now they were nailed into the window frames. Boards went up behind the glass. At night, a dim red glow pulsed from somewhere deep inside, like the glow of a fire covered with cloth. I heard shouting once, a woman's voice, panicked and desperate. Then a heavy thud, silence. I called the non-emergency line, gave a vague explanation about strange noises, but the responding officer didn't stay long. He said the mom claimed she had dropped something heavy, that she was fine, that her son was sleeping. I never saw the son sleep. I don't think he ever blinked. The footsteps in my walls grew worse. Night after night, around 2:30 a.m., I'd hear them pacing behind the drywall. Slow, heavy, sometimes fast, frantic, like something trapped. I tore open portions of the wall in the guest room, expecting rats or maybe a raccoon. Nothing, completely empty. Yet the footsteps kept coming. One night, I woke from a dead sleep to the sound of whispering, soft, rhythmic, like someone repeating the same phrase over and over. I sat up, listening. It was coming from the vent beside my bed. I crawled to it, shaking, and pressed my ear to the metal grill. "I found you," a voice whispered from the other side. I jumped back so hard I hit the dresser. The voice wasn't one I recognized. It wasn't the son. It wasn't the mom. It was low, almost growling, distorted somehow. I shoved a towel into the vent and didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I knocked on the neighbor's door. No answer. I waited. Still nothing. The curtain moved slightly, as if someone was watching me from behind it, but no one opened the door. Later that week, a strange odor drifted from their garage. Sweet, thick, rotten. Flies buzzed around the door. I figured something had died in there, maybe an animal. I was wrong. Shadows started moving in their windows. Not people, shapes. Tall, thin shapes that moved too smoothly, too silently. Sometimes they layered like more than one figure was standing in the same exact spot, overlapping unnaturally. One evening around sunset, I heard something slam against the shared fence. Hard. I stepped outside and saw a crack running horizontally along the fence boards, splintered from the other side. My backyard motion light snapped on, and I saw something long and pale slip back into the shadows behind their house. I ran inside and locked every door. At midnight, I woke to pounding, coming from inside the closet in my hallway. My heart nearly burst out of my chest. The pounding was slow, methodical, like someone trying to get out or get in. I grabbed a flashlight and approached the closet, legs shaking. The moment I touched the doorknob, the pounding stopped. I yanked it open. Coats, shoes, nothing else. Until I looked down. There on the floor were footprints in a faint dusting of white powder. Footprints that didn't belong to me. They were too long, too narrow, toes pointed almost unnaturally straight. They led from the inside of the closet wall. The next day, I went to the hardware store, bought a hammer, and nailed every closet, vent, and crawl space shut. I didn't care how ridiculous it looked. That evening, I heard screaming. A woman screaming. From next door. I called 911. The officers arrived within minutes. They knocked. No answer. They knocked harder. Still nothing. When they forced the door open, I expected them to find something horrible. But the house was empty. Not empty like abandoned, empty like someone had removed every object down to the carpet. The boards were pulled from the windows. The furniture was gone. Even the light fixtures had been unscrewed, leaving dangling wires from the ceiling. And the smell in the garage? Gone. No mom. No son. But they found one thing. A message written in charcoal on the living room wall. We took her. She wouldn't be quiet. Now we have you too. The officers questioned me, but what could I say? That something was crawling inside my walls, that a voice whispered to me through the vents. They did a wellness check around my property and left, clearly thinking stress had gotten to me. I moved to stay with my sister that night. But when I returned the next afternoon to grab more clothes, I found something that made my stomach drop. My front door was unlocked. I knew I had locked it. Inside, the house felt wrong. Still cold, as if no air had moved in hours. Dust motes floated in the sunlight, and every hair on my neck stood up. I went to grab clothes from my bedroom, and my heart nearly stopped. My closet door, the one I had nailed shut, was open. The nails were pried out from the inside. Deep gouges marked the wood on the back of the door, long and narrow, dragging downward like fingernails or claws. I whispered, "Hello," even though there was no one to answer. The air vent across the room rattled softly. I stepped closer, terrified, unable to stop myself. A whisper drifted out, soft enough to almost be mistaken for a breath. "We're still here." I ran, out the door, into my car, and I didn't look back. I sold the house within a month, took a massive loss on it, but I didn't care. I didn't even go back for the rest of my belongings. Let the buyers deal with it. For weeks, I tried to forget, tried to convince myself it was stress or hallucinations or lack of sleep. And then 3 nights ago, at my new apartment across the city, something happened. At 2:30 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps inside my bedroom wall, slow, heavy. Then something pressed against the vent beside my bed. A breath, a whisper. "We found you." Story the end. The night my neighbor across the street disappeared, the weather was calm. One of those windless autumn nights where sound carries too clearly. I remember that because I was standing on my porch, trying to coax my stubborn dog, Milo, back inside. He had fixated on the Mitchells' house across the road, stiff-bodied, tail low, emitting a low, uneasy growl I'd never heard from him before. I followed his gaze. The Mitchells' house sat dark except for a faint orange glow in an upstairs window. Their teenage son, Evan, sometimes played video games late, so I didn't think much of it. But the glow wasn't steady like a screen. It flickered, pulsing in and out like a heartbeat. I shifted uncomfortably. Milo's growling turned into a whine. "Fine," I muttered, scooping him up and going back inside. I didn't like how the house made me feel that night, with its strange light and silent yard. The Mitchells kept to themselves, but they were good people. Evan mowed lawns in the summer and shoveled for older neighbors in the winter. I waved at his dad, Rick, almost every morning as we left for work. Nothing weird about them. At least not until that night. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of something metallic dragging, slow and shrill, like a pipe scraping against concrete. It was so sharp it sliced through the quiet. I thought someone was moving trash cans, but when I looked outside, the street was empty. Only the Mitchells' house looked different. The flickering orange glow had moved to a different window, and it wasn't flickering anymore. It was swaying, casting long, distorted shadows across the glass as though someone stood in front of it, rocking gently from side to side. I stood there watching, feeling a cold, instinctive dread build in my chest. Then the light vanished, snuffed out instantly. I held my breath, waiting for it to return. It didn't. The next morning, the neighborhood group chat lit up. The Mitchells weren't answering calls. Their car was still in the driveway. No one had seen any of them leave. By noon, cop cars lined the street. Officers knocked, called out, circled the house. When no one answered, they forced entry. I watched from my window as they disappeared inside. 10 minutes passed, 15. Then one officer rushed back out, pale-faced, waving for the others. Something was wrong, very wrong. They brought out only one person, Evan, alive but barely. He was limp, unresponsive, eyes half open and unfocused. An ambulance took him away. The police refused to say what happened. Rumors spread fast, theories too. But I lived right across the street. I saw the way the officers grimaced as they left the house. I saw one of them sit on the curb with his head in his hands. Something terrible had happened inside. That night, around 10 p.m., someone knocked at my door. I nearly jumped out of my skin. When I peeked out the window, a woman stood there, the Mitchell's cousin, I later learned. She looked exhausted, shaken, like she hadn't slept in days. "Did you see anything last night?" she asked. "Anything at all?" I hesitated, then nodded. There was a light and a dragging sound. Her face crumpled in a way that made my stomach twist. "Evan keeps muttering about someone in the house, about something watching from the walls. Did you notice anything strange before all this?" I shook my head. "No, nothing like that." She studied me carefully. "If you remember anything else, please tell me." She left, but I couldn't stop thinking about her expression. Raw fear, barely contained. Over the next few days, the Mitchell's house was taped off, then left completely untouched. No one went in or out. The unease in the neighborhood grew thicker by the day. Even Milo refused to walk past it. Then the second incident happened. 1 week after the police had entered the house, I was awakened again, this time by a soft, rhythmic tapping on my front window. 3 taps, a pause, 3 more. Exactly like a door knock, but lighter, more deliberate. I froze in bed, listening. Milo started whining at the foot of the bed, pacing anxiously. The tapping came again, but slower. Tap, tap, tap. Every instinct screamed at me to stay still, but I forced myself to sit up. I crept to the window. My heart hammered so loud I could barely hear anything else. With a trembling hand, I lifted just a tiny corner of the curtain. I saw the Mitchell's house. Every window was dark, but something moved inside. A shadow, not the shape of a person. Too tall, too thin, too angular. It passed by one window, then the next, almost gliding. I stumbled backward, slamming the curtain closed. The tapping stopped instantly. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I stood on my porch staring at that house, fully expecting to see broken windows or footprints in the dew, or some sign that what I saw was real. Nothing had changed. But that afternoon, the cousin returned. She looked worse than before, like she hadn't eaten or slept. "I spoke with Evan today," she said quietly. "He woke up for a few minutes." I swallowed hard. "Is he okay?" She shook her head. "He's terrified. He keeps saying the same thing over and over." "What?" "That it followed him out." Her voice cracked. "That it doesn't stay in the house, that it chooses a new one each night." A chill rolled through me. "Did he say what it looks like?" I asked before I could stop myself. Her eyes filled with tears. "He said you shouldn't look at its face, or it copies yours." That night, I barricaded my doors and kept every light on. I told myself I wouldn't check the window. I told myself I'd ignore any sound. At exactly 2:14 a.m., the tapping started again. Slow, gentle, persistent. Tap, tap, tap. Then a voice that sounded like mine. "Let me in." My blood went cold. The voice was wrong. Not quite the right pitch, not the right rhythm. Like someone trying to speak using vocal cords. It didn't understand. Another tap. Milo whimpered, crawling under the bed. Then the voice spoke again, clearer. "Let me in." Something shifted outside the window. A shadow slid across the glass. I held my breath, trembling violently. If it tried the door, I didn't know what I'd do. After what felt like forever, the tapping stopped. The silence was worse. When dawn finally came, I checked outside. No footprints, no marks, no proof of anything. But I knew what I heard. The Mitchell's cousin moved away 2 days later. Evan was transferred to a long-term care facility. The house sits empty now, boarded up with official warnings. But at night, I swear I still see movement inside, a flicker of orange light, a tall shadow gliding past a window, and sometimes, far too often, I hear faint taps on my window. Always slow, always deliberate, always patient. I don't open the curtains anymore. I don't look, because I'm terrified that one night when the tapping stops, I'll hear that same voice right behind me, inside the house this time, whispering, I finally got in. Story, the end. The day the family moved into the house next door, everything about the neighborhood shifted in ways I didn't understand at first. It was early spring in a quiet Pennsylvania suburb, one of those places where everyone mows their lawn on Saturday, waves to each other at stop signs, and pretends they know more about their neighbors than they actually do. I'd lived there 5 peaceful years in a small white house with blue shutters and a yard I never quite kept tidy enough. Before that, the house beside mine had sat empty for months, maybe even a year, after the elderly man who lived there passed away. I remember thinking it was nice to see life in that place again. A married couple, it seemed, and 1 kid, maybe 10. I saw them from my porch as they unloaded boxes from a rented truck. The boy wore a baseball cap and kept glancing at the house, not with excitement, but with a strange hesitancy. Every time his parents handed him something to carry inside, he would stand there a moment longer than necessary before stepping through the doorway. Later that day, the father introduced himself, Mark. Average height, lean, with the tired friendliness of someone trying way too hard to make a good impression. His wife, Laura, followed, smiling just enough to seem polite. She had dark circles under her eyes, the kind you don't get from a night or two of poor sleep, but from something much heavier, something that lingers. Their son, Evan, stood behind them, quiet, watching me in a way that felt both curious and almost apologetic. We chatted for a few minutes, nothing deep, where they'd moved from, what the neighborhood was like. Mark mentioned his job in vague terms. Laura said they were excited for a fresh start, and Evan said nothing at all. I wished them well and went inside, not thinking much of it. People come and go, new neighbors move in, life continues. But by the second night, I knew something was wrong. I had fallen asleep around midnight when a sudden banging sound jolted me awake. Not a soft thump. This was sharp, violent, rhythmic. It came from outside, near the shared fence between our houses. 3 hits in quick succession. A pause. Then 3 more. At first, I assumed it was a raccoon or maybe a branch knocking loose in the wind. I opened my curtains, but everything was still. The air was calm, and the direction of the sound was unmistakable. Evan's bedroom window lined up almost exactly with mine. The banging stopped after about a minute. Silence settled again. The next morning, as I walked to my car, I saw Evan standing in his backyard, alone, staring at the fence. His hands hung at his sides, fingers curled slightly like he was afraid to touch anything. "Hey, buddy," I called, trying to sound casual. "Everything okay?" He flinched at my voice, not startled, frightened. Then he shook his head quickly, too quickly, and ran inside. I hesitated, glancing toward their house. Something about the way he moved unsettled me. Children got scared of storms, unfamiliar places, new environments, but this seemed different. He looked like someone who'd been warned not to speak. That night, the knocking began again. But this time, it wasn't outside. It was in the walls. I sat up in bed, heart hammering in my throat. The knocking was steady, deliberate. A slow, methodical knock, knock, knock inside the wall that separated my bedroom from the neighbors. I tapped back before even thinking it through. Just one quick tap. Silence followed. A deep, heavy silence that felt alive. Then slowly the knocking returned. 3 taps, then 2, then a single one. A pattern, almost like code. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, I caught Mark outside as he unloaded tools from his SUV. He seemed exhausted, more than someone moving into a new house should be. I asked him casually if everything was all right, if maybe they were doing renovations. His face tightened. "No," he said. "We're not touching the walls." He said it too quickly, too firmly. Later that evening, I saw Laura through her kitchen window. She stood at the sink, staring at nothing, gripping the counter so tightly her knuckles turned white. But what chilled me was Evan again. He was in the backyard, facing the house, whispering something through the wall, his ear pressed against the siding, his lips moving rapidly. I opened my window just enough to hear. "No, I can't. I'm not supposed to talk to you anymore." My breath caught. He wasn't talking to himself. He was answering something inside the house. That night, around 1 a.m., I woke not to knocking, but to crying. A child's crying. Thin, trembling, and muffled through the wall. It had to be Evan. I got up, stood at the wall, and listened. The crying grew louder for a moment, then abruptly stopped. Then, so softly I could barely hear it, a voice whispered from inside the wall, "Help me." I stumbled back, my whole body shaking. It wasn't Evan's voice. This voice was younger, smaller, and filled with a despair that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police, but something stopped me. What would I report? Voices in the walls? Knocking? Crying? They'd think I was sleep deprived or paranoid. Instead, I sat awake the rest of the night, lights on, waiting for daylight. By morning, everything seemed normal again, as if the house next door had swallowed all evidence of the night before. But the truth wouldn't stay buried. 3 nights later, Evan showed up on my porch. It was close to midnight and rain was pouring down. He wore pajamas soaked through and his hands trembled so violently I thought he might collapse. "Please," he whispered, "don't send me back." I pulled him inside immediately. He was freezing. I wrapped him in a blanket, tried to calm him, but he only kept repeating, "It won't let me sleep. It keeps tapping on my door. It wants me to play." My stomach sank. "Evan, who wants to play?" He hesitated. Then, with wide, terrified eyes, he whispered, "The boy in the wall." I felt ice rush through my veins. "What boy?" I asked carefully. Evan's voice cracked. "He says he used to live here, Mom. He says his parents didn't believe him. He says they didn't hear him when he was calling for help. He says he never got out." I stared at him, horrified. "What do you mean, never got out?" Evan burst into tears. "He's still inside the house." I didn't wait. I grabbed my phone and called 911, telling them a child might be in danger next door. They arrived within 10 minutes. But when officers searched the house, they found nothing. No hollow walls, no signs of distress, no missing children linked to the property. Mark and Laura arrived home during the search. They had been at some late appointment, they said, and their expressions when they saw Evan at my house were unreadable. Not angry, not relieved, just hollow, as if they already knew what he had said before anyone told them. They thanked the officers, apologized for the disturbance, and took Evan home. He didn't look back at me once. That night was silent, completely, unnaturally. No knocking, no crying, no whispers. I should have felt relieved, but instead a heaviness settled in my chest, like the quiet was warning me. 2 days passed. On the third day, early in the morning, an ambulance arrived at the neighbor's house. I watched from my porch as Mark and Laura stood outside, pale and trembling. Paramedics rushed inside. After 20 minutes, they wheeled out a small covered stretcher, a child-sized stretcher. I knew, even before I saw Laura collapse into Mark's arms, who it was. Evan. They said later it was respiratory failure. Sudden, unexpected, nothing they could have done. But that night, as I lay in bed, staring into the darkness, a sound echoed through the wall. Soft, rhythmic, familiar. Knock, knock, knock. Then a child's whisper, so close it felt like it was right behind my headboard. "Help me. Please, don't let me stay here too." I moved out 3 weeks later. That house remains occupied. By who or by what, I don't know. And I will never look back long enough to find out. Story the end. The first night I moved into my new townhouse on Ryder Court, I thought the neighborhood felt almost too perfect. Clean sidewalks, identical mailboxes, trimmed hedges, polite neighbors who waved without smiling too wide. A safe place, quiet and orderly. The kind of place where nothing bad was supposed to happen. I believed that for exactly 6 days. The woman who lived directly next door introduced herself the second evening. "I'm Melissa," she said, holding a glass of iced tea even though it was already getting dark and cold. She looked normal enough. Middle-aged, neatly dressed, hair pulled back tight. But something about her smile unsettled me. It didn't touch her eyes. They stayed wide, watchful. "You'll hear things sometimes," she said abruptly, as if reading my expression. "But don't worry, it's just the house settling." I hadn't mentioned anything about hearing noises. I laughed politely. "Oh, I'm sure. These townhouses are older." She nodded once too sharply and then turned and went back inside. No goodbye, no welcome to the neighborhood, just gone. I dismissed it as awkward neighbor energy. But 2 nights later, I started hearing what she meant. It began around midnight, a steady thump, thump, thump coming from the shared wall between our homes. Not loud, but rhythmic, too controlled to be pipes, too slow to be footsteps. Something deliberate. I pressed my ear to the wall. Thump, pause, thump, pause, thump, thump. A double tap that made my stomach twist. I knocked back, not loudly, just enough to signal, "Hey, I hear you." Immediately the thumping stopped. Silence filled the space between the walls, thick and heavy. I waited. 3 seconds, 5, 10. Then, directly behind my knock, something dragged slowly down the wall. A long nails-on-wood scrape. Not the sound of furniture, not the sound of a person shifting position. It was too light, too sharp, like fingernails. I backed away from the wall and went to bed, telling myself I'd talk to Melissa in the morning. But the morning came, and before I could even walk outside, she was knocking on my door. When I opened it, she stood there, pale and stiff, tightly in front of her. "Don't knock back," she said flatly. "What?" "The noises. Don't answer them. Ever." Her face twitched strangely, like she wanted to say more but couldn't force the words out. I tried to laugh it off. "Look, if something's wrong with the plumbing, or... It's not plumbing." The way she said it, too fast, too final, sent a chill through me. Before I could ask anything else, she walked away. She didn't even give me a chance to respond. That day, I started noticing smaller things. The blinds in her windows never moved. The lights in her house were always off or dim. I never saw her leave, yet her car was always in a different position, sometimes closer to the curb, sometimes pulled almost crookedly into her driveway, like someone else parked it. That night, the thumping returned. This time it sounded closer, like the source had moved upward or downward along the wall, searching. I ignored it. Around 2 a.m., it changed. A soft, whispery voice, right behind the drywall, murmured something unintelligible. I froze. It didn't sound like Melissa. It didn't sound like any adult. It was too high, too faint, too breathy. "Melissa?" I called before I thought the better of it. The voice stopped. I wished I could take back saying her name. Something about it felt wrong, like I had called attention to myself. A minute later, something tapped at my bedroom window. Slow, soft, careful. I was on the second floor. I didn't look. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked next door. I needed answers. I needed something, anything that made sense. I knocked. No response. I knocked again, louder. The door creaked open an inch. Unlocked. "Melissa?" I called, stepping inside the threshold but not crossing it. The air smelled wrong. Not rotten or foul, just wrong. Like the scent in a room that hasn't been opened in years. Cold. Dusty. Heavy. "Melissa?" I tried again. Something moved upstairs, a faint shuffle, then the sound of a door closing softly. I backed out of the house and shut the door behind me. I didn't go back. But the noises didn't stop. Each night they grew louder, scraping, whispering, tapping. Sometimes the tapping came from my ceiling, sometimes from the hall closet, sometimes from the floor vent near my bed. I tried to record the sounds on my phone. Each time the recordings came back with unnerving silence. Not static, not distortion, just silence. On the 8th night, the thumping became pounding, fists slamming the shared wall so hard my picture frames rattled. I jumped out of bed, heart racing, and pressed my hand to the wall. "Melissa, stop!" I shouted. Instantly, the pounding stopped. Then someone, or something, pressed a hand against the opposite side of the wall. I felt it. Cold. Too cold for a human touch. 5 distinct points spread out on the drywall. Fingers, long fingers. They slid slowly downward, grazing the wall in a way that made my skin crawl. I pulled my hand back like I'd touched a hot stove. I called the police. 2 officers showed up, checked Melissa's house, and came back shaking their heads. "No one's living there," one officer said. "Place looks abandoned, no furniture, no signs anyone's been there in months." "That's not possible," I protested. "I've seen her. I've talked to her." The officers exchanged a look I didn't like. "Ma'am, the previous owner, Melissa Barnes, died last year. Heart failure. The house has been empty since." I felt everything inside me go cold. "That's not true," I whispered. "She lives next door. She came to my door." The officer sighed. "We have her file. We've been keeping an eye on the property because she has no family. It hasn't been touched in a long time." I stared at the dark windows next door, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. "If no one's there," I said slowly, "then who have I been hearing? Who have I been talking to?" Neither officer answered. They left soon after, probably thinking I was losing my mind. That night, I heard my front door open. Not knock. Open. The slow creak echoed through the townhouse, freezing every muscle in my body. I grabbed my phone and stayed in my room, listening, waiting for footsteps. No footsteps came, only breathing. Right outside my bedroom door, a soft whisper slithered into the silence. "Don't knock back." My blood turned to ice. The voice wasn't Melissa's. It wasn't human. I gripped my phone so hard my fingers ached. After a few agonizing seconds, the breathing faded. Then footsteps, soft, dragging, moved down the stairs and out the front door. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink until sunrise. At dawn, I packed my car and left. I didn't bother cleaning or locking up. I didn't even take half my belongings. I just drove. Last night at the motel I checked into, I heard something scrape the wall beside my bed. Once, twice, then 3 slow taps. I didn't answer, but I know it found me. It always does. Story the end. When I first moved into the rental on Willow Creek Lane, I didn't think twice about the house next door. It was a pale blue 1-story with a sagging porch and a mailbox so rusted it looked like it might fall over if someone breathed on it. The grass was overgrown and the blinds were always shut. The landlord told me an older woman lived there, quiet, kept to herself, nothing to worry about. For the first couple of weeks, that seemed true. I never saw her leave the house. It came about, though sometimes I'd hear something, thumping, dragging, low voices that sounded like arguments, but always too muffled to understand. I figured she had family visiting or maybe took care of someone bedridden. But every time I paused outside her fence, the whole house went dead silent, like it was listening. One night, as I was taking out the trash, I heard a faint creak. I turned and saw the blinds shift, just slightly, as if someone had been watching and ducked away too slowly. I stood there staring at the window, waiting for movement. Nothing. Instead, I heard something else. A quiet, raspy breathing coming from behind the blinds, like someone standing only inches away. I hurried inside and tried to shake it off. Houses make noises. People have habits. But the feeling stuck with me, the kind of feeling that curls into your bones and refuses to leave. Things got worse after the first month. It started with the knocking, soft taps on the shared fence between our yards. Always late, always deliberate. Not wind, not branches, but knuckles. Tap, 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 tap. I'd look out my back window, but the darkness swallowed everything. The porch light from her house never turned on, and my own backyard felt darker than usual, like the shadows were thicker there. Sometimes I swore I saw a figure standing by the fence, too tall, too still, too quiet. One night, the taps became louder, aggressive. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside against my better judgment. My breath turned to fog in the cold air as I shined the light across the yard. Nothing. But when I turned toward the fence, I saw it. 5 long, deep scratches carved into the wood. Fresh, splinters still hanging, as if someone had dragged their fingernails or claws down it with violent force. I asked the landlord about the neighbor the next day. He looked uncomfortable, shifting his weight. "She's difficult," he finally said. "Lost her husband years ago, doesn't talk to anyone, probably just has raccoons in the yard." But raccoons don't scratch letters, because that night the scratches on the fence grew. They weren't random anymore. They were forming shapes, letters, the beginning of a word, H. The next night, he. By the third night, it read, help. I didn't sleep at all. I told myself maybe some kids were messing around, but deep down I knew it wasn't kids. The spacing, the height of the marks, they lined up with someone human-sized, someone who knew exactly where my window was. 2 nights later, everything changed. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of something dragging across my living room floor. Slow, heavy, scraping. At first, I thought it was a dream. Then it came again, directly below my bedroom. I froze. My heart hammered so loudly I could barely hear anything else. I crept to the top of the stairs, every step groaning under my weight. The dragging stopped. A new sound started, a whispered voice so faint it sounded like it came from inside my own head. "Don't leave." I flicked on the hallway light. Silence. I forced myself downstairs with shaking legs and checked every room. Nothing was out of place. Nothing moved. The doors were locked. The windows were shut. I tried to convince myself it was sleep paralysis, a half dream, something explainable. But the next morning, the scratches on the fence had changed. Help me. That day, I finally saw her, the neighbor. I was getting the mail when I felt someone staring at me. I looked up, and she was standing at the edge of her yard, wearing a faded floral nightgown, barefoot on the cold grass. Her hair was long and stringy, completely covering her face except for one eye peeking through. Pale. Unblinking. "Is everything okay?" I asked, voice cracking. She tilted her head slowly like a puppet on a loose string. Then she whispered, "He likes you." My stomach dropped. "Who?" She lifted one shaking finger and pointed, not at me, not at my house, but behind me. I turned so fast I nearly fell. Nothing was there. When I looked back, she was already walking away, disappearing into her dark house without another word. That night, I pushed a chair under my doorknob and left every light on. Still, around midnight, I heard footsteps on my back porch. Slow, careful footsteps. Then a knock, not on the door, on the window. I didn't look. I couldn't. I stayed frozen on the couch as the knocking moved from one window to another. Soft taps at first, then louder, more impatient. Tap, 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 tap. Slam. When it finally stopped, I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I found muddy footprints on my deck, bare footprints, large ones, longer than any normal human foot. I called the police. They looked around, took notes, and left with the same shrugging dismissal I'd heard a dozen times. Probably kids, one of them said, but that night, everything unraveled. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke to the sound of my back door clicking open, not being broken into, being unlocked from the inside, like someone had been waiting. I grabbed my phone and my flashlight and locked myself in the bathroom. I heard slow, uneven footsteps entering the living room. Something breathing, wheezing, struggling. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers. Before the operator could finish her greeting, I heard a voice outside the bathroom door, a low, trembling whisper. "Help me," the same voice from the fence. I didn't respond. "Help me," it said again, but this time the voice changed, warping, stretching into something deeper, wrong. Then I heard her, my neighbor, crying, sobbing violently. "Don't let him in. Please, don't let him in." Something slammed the bathroom door so hard the mirror shook. Once, twice, again. Then it stopped. The house fell silent. When the police arrived, they found the back door open and muddy footprints leading back toward my neighbor's house. They checked on her. She didn't answer the door. She wasn't inside. But they did find something, a small, dirt-covered crawl space behind her bedroom wall. A space big enough for a person to live in, sleep in, watch from. And inside that crawl space, they found drawings. Hundreds of them, crude sketches of my house, my bedroom, my yard, me. Some drawings showed me sleeping. Some showed me standing at my sink. Some showed me at the window. But one showed something else entirely. A tall, thin figure standing directly behind me, one hand reaching for my shoulder. I moved out that same day, packed only enough to fill my car. I never found out what happened to her, or what had been in her house. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in my new apartment, I hear it again, that soft tapping, tap, 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 always at the window closest to me. Story the end. I moved into my first apartment in a small town in Oregon during the early fall. It was a modest 2-bedroom on the second floor of a converted building. Nothing fancy, but cheap and within walking distance of my new job. The neighborhood seemed quiet at first glance. Most residents were older, and there was an air of familiarity you often see in towns where people have lived in the same place for decades. My next-door neighbor was a woman named Marjorie. She was in her late 50s, always dressed in faded floral dresses, and had a sharp smile that seemed welcoming at first. It began subtly. Small things that I dismissed at first as quirks of living in an old building. My door would be unlocked when I was certain I had locked it. Items on my counter would be slightly rearranged. At night, I occasionally heard someone pacing outside my door, the scraping of shoes on the floorboards echoing through the thin walls. I told myself it was just an old building settling. The first truly unsettling incident occurred 2 weeks after I moved in. I had gone out for groceries and returned in the late afternoon. The smell hit me as soon as I stepped into the apartment. Something musty, almost sweet in a cloying way, like decayed flowers. Then I noticed that the front door was ajar. My heart started racing. I had locked it before leaving. I peeked inside cautiously and found a note on my kitchen table in neat handwriting. "You're new. Don't let them see you." I froze. My mind raced. Them? Who were they? I thought about calling the police, but hesitated. There was no immediate threat, only a cryptic warning. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself Marjorie was just eccentric. But something in the way her eyes lingered too long on me when we passed in the hallway unsettled me. Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. My mail was tampered with, opened, shuffled, sometimes even replaced with letters I hadn't ordered. My cat, which usually stayed inside, disappeared for a night and returned with tufts of hair missing. I installed a small security camera in my living room, hidden in a corner, hoping to catch anything that could explain the growing unease. That evening, I reviewed the footage. My stomach turned cold. Marjorie's silhouette appeared in my apartment around midnight. She wasn't breaking in. She seemed welcomed, like she knew a way to enter without alerting me. She moved slowly, methodically, picking up small objects, examining them, then putting them back slightly askew. The footage made her movements look deliberate, ritualistic even. I confronted her the next morning. I walked to her door, knocked firmly. She answered, smiling as usual, but there was something off about the way she leaned toward me, her head tilting unnaturally. "You've been in my apartment," I said, my voice shaking. Marjorie chuckled softly. Now. That's not very neighborly, accusing me of such things. We're friends here, aren't we?" I stumbled back, sensing a danger I couldn't yet articulate. "I have footage," I said, my hands trembling. "You've been inside my apartment." Her smile didn't falter. "Footage?" she asked lightly, as though she didn't understand. Then she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You're new here. You have to learn the rules. We watch, we protect. That's what neighbors do." I backed away, heart racing. I didn't understand what she meant. Who was we? That night, I barely slept, double-checking every lock, every window, every peephole I could find. I called the police the next day, but without proof of forced entry, there was nothing they could do. The terror escalated quickly. My apartment seemed to shift while I was away. Furniture moved slightly, objects were out of place. Most unnerving was the whispering. At first I thought it was my imagination, but over time I realized it wasn't random. Words, names, fragments of sentences, sometimes pleading, sometimes commanding, echoed through the walls at night. One week I found another note under my pillow. "We see you. We know." My fear reached a peak when I discovered a small collection of my personal items hidden in her apartment. A necklace, a pen, a notebook. She had been taking these items from my apartment over the course of several weeks. I packed my belongings as quickly as I could and moved out that same week. I didn't say a word to Marjorie. I left early in the morning, driving 3 states away to ensure she couldn't find me. After I left, I learned from the new tenant that Marjorie had been living there for decades and that she had a history of targeting new residents in the building. Neighbors whispered about the old woman who watches, but nobody had ever confronted her directly. Years later, I still have nightmares. I dream of being watched, of someone whispering my name from just beyond the walls. Even in my new, safer apartment, hundreds of miles away, I triple-check locks, keep my windows closed, and shiver when the wind brushes against the walls. Some horrors aren't monsters in the night. They're neighbors. They're the people who live beside you, who smile at you in broad daylight, but whose curiosity and obsession cross the line into darkness. And sometimes by the time you realize it, it's almost too late. Story the end. The first night, I noticed something strange about the guy next door. I told myself it was just because I'd moved into a new town, a new street, a new house, and everything still felt unfamiliar. Maybe I was just jumpy. Maybe moving alone after my divorce made me extra sensitive. That's what I kept telling myself, right up until the moment I realized the man living beside me wasn't just odd. He was dangerous. The house I'd bought was in a quiet American suburb outside Richmond, Virginia. Rows of maple trees, wide yards, neighbors who waved even if they didn't know your name. It was the type of neighborhood realtors describe as safe, the type of place where people leave their garage doors open by accident and no one steals a thing. My first evening there, the sun was setting in a wash of orange and gold. I was unpacking kitchen boxes when I caught movement in the corner of my eye, someone standing near the fence outside the kitchen window. I stepped closer. A man stood perfectly still in his yard, facing my house. At first, I thought he was looking at something behind me, but the longer he stood there, the more certain I became. He was looking directly at me, not smiling, not waving, just staring. I raised my hand hesitantly, offering a small, friendly wave. His expression didn't change. I waited another second, then pulled the blinds closed. I tried to laugh it off. People watch their new neighbors move in all the time. Maybe he just didn't realize I'd seen him. Maybe he was zoning out. Maybe a soft tapping on the window made me jump. Tap, tap, tap. My breath caught in my throat. I turned slowly. A branch had come loose from the maple tree and brushed against the glass. I exhaled in relief and told myself I needed sleep. The next morning, I went outside to get the rest of my boxes from the car. The man next door stood by his mailbox this time. Up close, he looked even more unsettling. Early 40s, maybe, thin but not frail, hair cut unevenly like he'd done it himself with scissors, and eyes that didn't blink nearly enough. He stared at me again, openly, like he had every right to. "Morning," I said, offering him a polite smile. "Do you live here now?" he asked, completely ignoring my greeting. "Yes," I said slowly. "Just moved in yesterday. I noticed." His voice was oddly flat, almost monotone. "I'm Blake," I offered, extending a hand. He didn't take it. He just nodded once. "I'm Luke." I lowered my hand. "Nice to meet you." He kept looking at me like he was studying every part of my face and body, storing it away somewhere in his mind. I cleared my throat. "Well, I've got a lot to unpack. Have a good one." I walked toward my house, feeling his eyes on me the entire time. That night, around 11 p.m., I was brushing my teeth when I noticed movement outside again. My bathroom window overlooked the side yard. Luke was standing on his back porch, facing my window, in the dark, still. His figure was only barely visible in the moonlight, but I recognized the rigid posture instantly. I snapped the bathroom light off and ducked away from the window. My heart hammered against my ribs. For several seconds, I stood in the dark hallway, trying to calm myself. After a minute, I forced myself to peek again, just enough to see if he was still there. He was, but this time he had stepped closer, right to the edge of his property line, watching my window, watching me. I shut the blinds. That night, I slept with the bedroom door locked. Over the next week, the staring continued, always silent, always unblinking, always at strange hours, morning, night, even early dawn. Every time I glanced out a window, there he was. 2 days later, things got worse. I was getting ready for work when I opened my front door and nearly stepped on something. A small object sat on my doormat, a Polaroid photograph. My blood went cold as I picked it up. It was a picture of me, sleeping, in my own bed. My hand began to shake so violently I almost dropped it. I scanned the porch, the yard, the street. Nothing. Everything looked perfectly normal. But someone had been inside my house. Someone had stood over me while I slept. Someone had taken this picture. My first instinct was to call the police. My second instinct, stronger, louder, was to run next door and accuse Luke. Instead, I marched straight back inside, locked the door, paced the living room, and tried not to panic. I couldn't go to work like this. I couldn't leave the house. A soft sound drifted through the front window. A whistle. A slow, off-key melody. I froze. Then I walked to the window and pulled the curtain back an inch. Luke stood on his porch, staring at my house, whistling. He stopped the moment I looked at him. Then he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It wasn't even a normal smile. It was wide, too wide, stretched. The kind of smile someone wears when they know something you don't and can't wait for you to find out. I dialed 911 with trembling hands. "What's your emergency?" the dispatcher asked. "There's a man, my neighbor. He's been watching me, staring into my windows, and I just found a picture of me taken while I was asleep." The dispatcher asked a series of questions. Was my door forced open? Were there signs of a break-in? Was the neighbor physically threatening me at this moment? I answered no to all three. "I can send an officer to take a statement," she said, "but without evidence of forced entry or explicit threats, there's not much we can do." I pressed my hand to my forehead. "Someone was in my house." "I understand, but we need physical evidence. Please stay with a friend if you feel unsafe." I hung up the phone, furious and terrified. The police arrived 20 minutes later. Luke was back in his house by then, nowhere in sight. The officer walked through my place, glanced at the windows, and left me with an incident number and vague reassurance. I felt more alone than ever. That night, I pushed a dresser in front of my bedroom door. I double-checked the locks 3 times. I slept with a baseball bat on the nightstand. But around 2:15 a.m., a noise woke me. A faint click, like a doorknob turning. I shot upright in bed. Another click sounded, louder this time. Someone was trying the back door. I grabbed the baseball bat, tiptoeing toward the kitchen. My breath came out in short, shaky bursts. A shadow passed across the kitchen window. My whole body froze. The doorknob jiggled again and again. Then a soft whisper drifted through the wood. "Blake." My stomach plummeted. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping the bat. Panic took over. I darted into the hall closet, squeezed inside, and shut the door. My only thought was to hide, hide, hide. I held my breath. For a moment, everything was silent. Then the back door creaked. Open. He was inside. Footsteps moved across the kitchen floor, slow and heavy, like he was savoring the moment. "Blake," he whispered again. "You awake?" Terror shot through me like ice water. I clasped a hand over my mouth, trying not to make a sound. His footsteps grew closer, into the living room, past the hallway, then stopped, right outside the closet door. I felt the faintest pressure as a hand brushed the other side of the door. "I see you." I nearly screamed, but bit down so hard on my tongue I tasted blood. The doorknob turned, once, twice. Then he chuckled, a low, delighted sound. "I'll come back when you're ready." The footsteps retreated. My muscles were so tense, I felt like I might pass out. 30 agonizing seconds later, I heard the back door open and close. I stayed inside the closet for almost an hour before I could force myself to move. I called the police again, but this time they found the back door frame slightly splintered. Forced entry. Finally enough to treat it seriously. They searched the neighborhood, but Luke was gone. His house showed no signs of recent living. It looked empty. Too empty. Like no one had ever moved in. One officer told me, "We're not even sure he owns this house. The property records don't list anyone by that name." They suggested I stay with someone else for a while. I moved out within 3 days. But even now, 3 months later, in a new apartment miles away, things still don't feel right. 2 nights ago, when I came home from work, there was something on my welcome mat. A Polaroid of me, walking into my own apartment. On the back, written in jagged black ink, "I like your new place. See you soon." Story the end. The night the Hutchins family moved into the house next door, the air in the neighborhood felt different, heavier somehow. It was early October, a month already thick with superstition, but even then, the unease I felt didn't fit the season. Their arrival was quiet, almost too quiet. No moving truck, no friends helping them unload, just the family car pulling into the driveway long after midnight. I watched from my bedroom window as silhouettes carried boxes inside. No talking, no laughter, no light except the faint glow from a single lamp in their living room. The first few days they kept to themselves, but that wasn't unusual around here. What was unusual were the bags. Every morning, without fail, Mr. Hutchins came out carrying a black trash bag slung over his shoulder. He always looked around before tossing it into the trunk of his car and driving off. The car returned empty, but the bags kept coming. My curiosity grew, and with it, an inexplicable knot in my stomach. One afternoon, as I was raking leaves, their youngest child, a girl maybe around 6, wandered up to my fence. She had wild brown hair and eyes that looked too old for her age. She stared at me for a moment before whispering, "They told me not to talk to you." Her voice was shaky. "Who?" I asked gently. She pointed to her house without taking her eyes off me. "They live in the walls." I tried to laugh it off as childish imagination, but her expression didn't change. She just slowly backed away and ran inside, her bare feet slapping the pavement. From that moment, everything about the Hutchins house felt wrong. At night, I began hearing tapping sounds coming from their walls. Not the usual creaks of an old house. No, this was rhythmic, purposeful. Tap, 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 tap. Sometimes it grew louder, more frantic, until suddenly stopping all at once. One weekend, the tapping escalated to full-on banging. I stepped outside to see if everything was okay, and that's when I noticed something I had somehow missed before. Their windows were nailed shut, every single one. Thick wooden boards hammered tightly across the frames. Then the smell started, a sour, metallic odor that drifted from their yard whenever the wind blew in my direction. It was strongest at night, and no matter how many times I told myself it was probably just garbage or a pet that had died under the porch, the thought didn't stick. The smell had a heaviness that made your throat close. One evening, I saw Mrs. Hutchins in the backyard. Her clothes were torn, her hair matted, and she moved with a strange jittery stiffness. She stood perfectly still under the porch light, staring at the ground. After a few seconds, she crouched low, almost animal-like, and started clawing at the dirt with her bare hands. The sight froze me. She kept digging, faster and more frantically, until her fingers bled. Suddenly she stopped. Slowly, her head turned toward me. Our eyes met, and for a moment, her expression softened, almost like she wanted help. Then something shifted in her gaze, something dark and hollow, and she scurried back inside on all fours. I called the police that night. When they arrived, the Hutchins family answered the door with eerie calmness. The house looked spotless, normal even. No boards on the windows, no smell, no dirt in the backyard. They smiled pleasantly, denying everything. The officers shrugged it off. Maybe you just imagined it, one told me as he left. But I knew what I'd seen. The next day, their oldest son knocked on my door. He was a teenager, pale, with dark rings under his eyes. He asked if he could come in. Something about him, maybe the desperation in his voice, made me say yes. The moment the door closed, he whispered, "We're not safe. They're not my parents anymore." My blood ran cold. He told me that after they moved in, his parents started hearing voices behind the walls. They claimed something lived inside the house, something that woke up once they arrived. They became obsessed, spending hours pressing their ears against the drywall, speaking back to whatever was on the other side. Soon, the voices weren't just whispering, they were giving instructions. His parents stopped sleeping. They would roam the house at night, knocking on the walls, answering questions only they could hear. The children weren't allowed to leave their rooms after dark. Last week, he whispered, the voices told them to feed it. Before I could ask what that meant, there was a loud crash outside. He jumped up, terror in his eyes. "They followed me," he hissed. From my front window, I saw Mr. and Mrs. Hutchins standing in my yard, completely still, watching. Their heads tilted at unnatural angles, their bodies stiff like mannequins. Then, slowly, their mouths began to open, too wide, too far, stretching into grotesque, silent screams. My lights flickered. A deep thud echoed from my walls. Then another, and another. Something was inside. Not in my house, inside the walls themselves. The boy grabbed my arm. "It spreads," he whispered. "It follows whoever hears it." The banging grew louder, more violent. Plaster cracked. A bulge formed in the drywall as though something on the other side was pushing forward. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but the line went dead. The lights surged, flickering faster, and from the walls came a new sound, whispering. At first faint, then clearer. My name, over and over again. The boy covered his ears and screamed, "Don't listen! Don't answer it!" The wall behind him split open with a deafening crack. A long, thin gray hand shot through, grabbing him by the shoulder. He screamed as he was yanked into the darkness. I lunged, grabbing his arm, but his fingers slipped through mine. The whispering grew louder, angrier. My house groaned, the walls trembling. I ran outside as the drywall collapsed behind me. The Hutchins parents weren't in my yard anymore, but their front door was wide open. The smell hit me again. Stronger now, suffocating. Inside, the house was trashed. Deep gouges ran along the walls as if something with claws had torn through every room. In the living room, I saw the black trash bags piled high. One had ripped open. What spilled out wasn't garbage, it was old clothes, toys, shoes, belongings of families I didn't recognize. My breath caught as I realized the truth. The Hutchins weren't the first ones the house had taken. I stumbled backward, rushing out onto the lawn, just as every window of the house shattered at once. A wave of whispers poured out, a chorus of hungry voices. The boards were back, the smell intensified. I fled to my car, shaking as I sped down the street, not daring to look back. Within a week, the house was empty again. No sign of the Hutchins family. No police investigations, no explanations. Just another vacant property waiting for a new family to move in. I moved away shortly after. I don't sleep well anymore. Sometimes at night, I hear tapping in the walls of my new place. Just little taps. Some's like trying to get my attention. I try to ignore it, but every now and then when the house settles and the lights flicker, I swear I can hear a soft whisper, my name, story the end. The first time I saw the woman who lived next door, she was standing in her front yard at dusk, holding a garden hose that wasn't turned on. She stared at the grass like she was waiting for it to speak. I just moved into the quiet neighborhood in western Pennsylvania, a rental house with peeling blue paint and shutters that rattled in the wind. The landlord said the neighborhood was peaceful, safe. He never mentioned her. Her name was Marilyn. Early 50s, thin, long gray hair always pulled into a low, messy braid. She barely blinked when I waved. She just stared at me with a strange stillness, like she was studying something beneath my skin. That first night, I heard knocking on my back door. Soft, rhythmic taps. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. It was nearly midnight. I grabbed a kitchen knife and peered out the blinds. I didn't see anyone. The motion sensor light didn't turn on. I told myself it was the wind or maybe a branch, though I knew there wasn't a single tree that close to the door. The next morning, when I went outside, there were muddy footprints leading from the fence line straight to the back step. Bare footprints, the toes long, splayed, almost claw-like. I tried brushing it off. Maybe a stray dog had stepped in mud weirdly. Maybe a kid was messing around. But I couldn't stop thinking about how quiet the night had been, how close those steps had been to where I slept. I kept seeing Marilyn standing at her window after that, always in the same spot, hands folded in front of her chest, face expressionless. Watching my house. Sometimes I waved. She never waved back. A week later, I came home from work to find my front door wide open. Nothing looked stolen. Nothing was broken. But something was wrong. The air inside the house felt disturbed, like it had been stirred by someone walking through every room. The scent of lavender, too strong, too sweet, hung heavy in the air. I checked my camera footage. Not a single alert. Not a single motion recording. The next day, I saw Marilyn again. This time, she was kneeling in her backyard, digging with her bare hands. The soil was black and thick, and her fingers moved through it like she'd been digging there for hours. I couldn't see what she placed in the hole, but when she stood and patted the dirt, her hands were shaking. When she looked at me, her eyes were glossy, unfocused, yet somehow locked directly onto mine. That night I woke up to whispering. It came from the wall between our homes. A woman's voice, low and soft, like a lullaby sung too slowly. I pressed my ear to the wall. The whispering stopped. After a long silence, something brushed the other side of the drywall, 3 soft drags like fingers. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. 2 days later, I found something on my porch, a small bundle wrapped in old, yellowed fabric. Inside was a handful of dirt mixed with black hair, long, gray strands. I dropped it immediately. I walked to Marilyn's house and knocked. No answer, but I heard movement inside, light footsteps, the faint sound of humming. I knocked again, harder. The footsteps stopped abruptly, the humming cut off mid-note. I backed away from the door. That evening, I heard the knocks again. Back door, same rhythm, 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. This time I didn't ignore it. I turned on the patio light. Marilyn stood at the edge of the light's reach, almost hidden in the shadows. Her braid hung loosely, wild strands sticking out like brittle spider legs. Her feet were bare, toes dark with soil. She didn't move toward me. She didn't speak. She just stared at me with a face that seemed wrong, too blank, too pale. "Marilyn," I said. She took 1 step backward into the darkness, then turned and walked away, her movements stiff, unnatural, packed like a puppet learning how to move. The next morning, I found long scratches on the wooden frame of my back door, deep, uneven grooves like something had clawed at it, not done with a knife, not with any tool. These were dug by something alive. I called the landlord. I told him everything. Strange neighbor, someone entering the house, footprints, scratching. He sighed heavily. "I should have warned you," he said. "The last tenants moved because of her." "What do you mean?" "She fixates on people," he said. "Gets obsessed, does things, strange things." He didn't elaborate. That night, I barricaded my doors and stuffed towels against the cracks in the windows, anything to make myself feel less exposed. But around 2 a.m., the whispering came again, this time directly beneath my bedroom floor. Slow, dragging sounds. Something moving under the house. I froze, breath held. Then, clear as day, a woman's voice whispered my name. Not from inside the room, from beneath it. Around 4 a.m., I heard a single loud crack from the crawl space. Then silence. I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I went outside to inspect. The crawlspace door was open, broken open. The wood around the latch splintered outward as if something had forced its way out toward my house. I immediately called the police. 2 officers arrived, searched the crawlspace, checked around the property. They found nothing. When I mentioned the neighbor, they exchanged a look. Officer Reyes said, "We've had calls about her before. Nothing we can act on." "Why not?" "She doesn't leave her property," he said, "at least not when anyone sees." I didn't have the courage to ask what that meant. After they left, I went back inside, shaking with frustration and fear. I walked into my bedroom and froze. On my pillow lay a handful of dirt and another small bundle wrapped in the same yellowed fabric. Inside it was a slip of paper, torn and brittle. On it, a single line handwritten in shaky pencil. "She wants to come inside." I dropped it like it burned me. My hands trembled uncontrollably. That night, the knocking didn't come. The whispering didn't come. Instead, at exactly 3:45 a.m., every light in the house flickered, then went out. I grabbed my phone flashlight and stepped into the hallway. A shadow moved at the end of it, slow, sliding across the wall like smoke. "Marilyn?" I whispered before I could stop myself. The shadow paused, then it stretched, longer, taller, growing upward as if standing from a crouch. My heart nearly stopped. I backed into my bedroom and slammed the door, pressing my entire weight against it. The house went dead silent. Too silent. For 30 agonizing minutes, I didn't hear a sound. Then, softly, right next to my ear against the door, I heard breathing. Deep, slow, human breathing. Then a whisper. "You opened the door for me." I didn't. I know I didn't. But something had. Just before sunrise, the power came back on. The lights flicked to life, the hallway empty. I never heard footsteps leaving, never heard a door open, nothing. I left the house that morning with 2 suitcases and never went back. I broke the lease without caring. The landlord barely argued. He just asked if there had been visits. Months later, I learned from a neighbor online that Marilyn had been taken away after breaking into someone else's home. They found her in their attic at 3 in the morning, crouched behind boxes, whispering to herself. But here's the thing that keeps me awake even now. When the police searched Marilyn's house, they found dozens of small bundles wrapped in yellowed cloth, just like the ones she left for me. Each one filled with hair, dirt, tiny bones. And in one of them, they found a slip of paper with a name I recognized. Mine. Even though I moved across the country, sometimes late at night, I wake up to faint knocking somewhere in the house. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. And when I look toward the window, I swear I see the shape of a woman standing outside, long gray hair hanging low, waiting for me to open the door again. Story, the end. I remember the summer it all started like it was yesterday. We had just moved into a quiet cul-de-sac in suburban Illinois. My husband, Greg, our 2 kids, Sophie and Max, and I were thrilled to finally have a backyard, a garage, and a place we could truly call home. The first few weeks were perfect. Then the Smiths moved in next door. On the surface, they seemed normal, a middle-aged couple with a teenage son. I went over to welcome them, bringing a small pie, and they smiled politely, inviting me in for coffee. Nothing about that first encounter raised any alarms, but almost immediately, their son, Jake, started hanging around our house. At first, it seemed harmless. He would offer to help with yard work or return stray balls our kids accidentally kicked into their yard. He always lingered a little too long, staring at Sophie and Max when they played. At first, I chalked it up to teenage awkwardness, but soon it became impossible to ignore. It started with small things, missing tools, misplaced toys, doors left open that we were sure we'd locked. Then the oddest thing happened. Sophie came running in one afternoon crying, saying that Jake had been peeking through her bedroom window while she did her homework. I didn't know whether to believe her, but something in her voice made me uneasy. I went outside and found him casually leaning against the fence, pretending to tie his shoe. When I confronted him, he just smiled and waved like nothing had happened. From there, his behavior escalated. He started showing up at our driveway when we returned from errands, sometimes hanging out in our yard when no one else was around. Once, Greg saw him standing silently near our garage, staring at the door. When Greg asked him what he was doing, Jake just shrugged and walked off. It was unsettling, but he never outright threatened us. It was the watching, the waiting, the way he always seemed to know what we were doing. Then came the late-night phone calls. We started getting calls on our home phone, sometimes dead silence, sometimes breathing, sometimes soft whispers saying, "I'm watching." We traced them to the Smiths' house, but when we confronted them, they denied everything. The police were called multiple times, but there wasn't enough proof to charge anyone. I began sleeping with one eye open, constantly checking the windows. The terrifying peak came one evening when Sophie was home alone. I was running errands and Greg had taken Max to soccer practice. Sophie had gone to her room to read, and I got a call from her after a few minutes. She was whispering, panicked. "Mom? He's in the backyard. He's watching me." I raced home, calling 911 as I drove. When I pulled into the driveway, Jake was crouched near the back fence, holding a flashlight and a camera, snapping pictures of Sophie through her window. He didn't even run when I screamed at him. He just smiled as if nothing was wrong. The police came immediately, and this time they arrested Jake and his parents. It turned out Jake had a history of obsessive behavior with neighbors in their previous town, though no serious charges had stuck. The Smiths tried to act innocent, but the evidence was overwhelming. Photos, video footage, and witnesses confirmed months of stalking and intimidation. Even after they were gone, the feeling lingered. Sophie wouldn't sleep without the lights on. Max had nightmares about someone watching him through the window, and Greg and I couldn't shake the sense that our safe little cul-de-sac had been violated. Every new neighbor we met afterward, I couldn't help but study them, wondering if they could hide a dangerous obsession behind a friendly smile. We eventually moved to a different city, trying to leave the terror behind, but it never truly left us. I still check the windows at night, still listen for footsteps in the yard. The thought that someone could be living next door, watching every move you make, pretending to be normal while planning something sinister, is the kind of fear that never really goes away. Even now, years later, I have dreams of a shadowy figure standing at my child's window, camera in hand, smiling. The police tried to assure me that Jake and his family couldn't reach us, but the paranoia never completely faded. That's the thing about real horror. It doesn't lurk in the dark corners of a haunted house or in the pages of a scary novel. It lives next door, behind a polite smile, waiting for the right moment to invade your life. Story the end. The first time I saw him, he was standing at the end of our driveway, staring at my house as if he'd lived there his entire life. He didn't seem startled when I pulled in from work, didn't step aside, didn't even blink. He just nodded slowly, almost thoughtfully, before walking back to the house next door. I assumed he was the new tenant. The old neighbor, Mr. Hill, had passed away months earlier, and the house had sat empty ever since. Too quiet, too still, the kind of place you avoided looking at after sunset. The new neighbor introduced himself the next morning. "Name's Alan," he said, wearing a faded flannel shirt and jeans that looked older than I was. His voice was low, smooth, almost rehearsed. "Good to meet you." His handshake was cold. Not the kind of cold you get from being outside. This was deeper, like something running through him was wrong. I told him my name, made small talk, and went inside. Nothing unusual. Nothing alarming. But for the rest of the day, I had this uncomfortable feeling that someone was standing just behind me, watching. Every time I turned around, no one was there. The next odd thing happened that night. My bedroom window faces his driveway, and his porch light flickered on and off every few seconds. I assumed it was a wiring issue, but it kept going. Perfect rhythm, 5 seconds on, 5 seconds off. It continued until almost dawn. When I left for work the next morning, the light was still on, but Alan was standing in his yard, staring at my window like he knew I'd been watching. He lifted one hand and waved slowly. I didn't wave back. Over the next few days, strange things became normal. I'd hear knocking late at night, always on the side of my house facing his. Light taps, tap, 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 usually around 2 a.m. I'd lean out the window, ready to yell, but no one was there. The street would be silent. His house would be pitch black. But I knew he was awake. I always knew. Then came the footprints. I woke one morning to walk my dog Bailey and saw muddy tracks circling my house. Actual circles. Perfect loops. They were barefoot prints, long and narrow with deep impressions, like someone had been walking slowly, carefully. Bailey refused to go near them. She tugged on the leash toward the front yard, tail between her legs. I checked my cameras, but every clip from midnight to 5 a.m. was corrupted. Static. Distorted lines, like someone had interfered with them. When I told a coworker, they joked maybe Alan was sleepwalking. But it didn't feel like sleepwalking. It felt intentional, like he needed to know every inch of my house. 3 weeks later, I woke around 3 a.m. to a sound I'd never heard before. Breathing. Slow, heavy breathing. It wasn't inside, but it was close, just outside my bedroom window. Bailey sat up, growling softly. I whispered, "No," hoping she'd stop, but her growl deepened. I pulled the curtain back an inch. Alan was standing there. His face was inches from the glass, fogging it with each breath. His eyes were wide open, unfocused, like he wasn't fully conscious. His hands were pressed against the siding of my house, sliding slowly, feeling every inch like he was memorizing it. I stumbled back, heart slamming. Just then, Bailey barked loudly. Alan's head twisted, too fast, unnaturally fast, toward her. Then he stepped back into the darkness and disappeared. The next morning, I called the police. They checked his house. He wasn't home. No one answered. They left a card on his door and told me to call if it happened again. But they didn't understand. He didn't do things twice. Every night was a new way of showing he was watching. One afternoon, I found something strange in my mailbox. A Polaroid photograph. Just one. It was of me, standing in my kitchen, taken through the window. The blinds hadn't been open. I always kept them down. My hands shook as I flipped the picture over. On the back were 3 words, "You look safe." I filed another police report. They checked the cameras again. Nothing. My entire security system had gone offline for 6 hours the night before. I bought new locks, reinforced the windows, installed motion lights. That night, every light turned on at 2:13 a.m., all at once. Not just my house, his too. Bright white flooding the street like daylight. Then they all went out, simultaneously, complete silence. Then the knocking began. Not tapping this time, pounding. So violent the walls shook. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but Bailey suddenly darted toward the living room, barking like she was ready to tear someone apart. I followed her and froze. The front door was unlocked, wide open, and in the middle of the doorway lay another Polaroid. This one was darker, grainy, taken at night. A silhouette stood over my bed. My body was visible under the blankets. I didn't remember waking. I didn't remember hearing footsteps. I didn't remember anything. But the timestamp was from an hour earlier. He had been inside my house while I slept. I drove to a hotel that night, Bailey trembling in the back seat. I didn't care about clothes or money or even locking the door. I just needed to get out. I called my sister, shaking, trying to explain. She told me to come stay with her, but I couldn't. I didn't want to bring him to anyone else. 2 nights passed. The hotel felt safe enough. No strange sounds, no flickering lights. Until the 3rd night. I came back from a late dinner to find a note slipped under my hotel door. Just a plain folded sheet of paper. Inside was a single sentence written in narrow, jagged handwriting, "You shouldn't leave your dog alone." My heart dropped. I had left Bailey in the room. I ran inside so fast I nearly ripped the handle off. Bailey was curled in the corner unharmed but terrified. Her entire body shook, and on the wall, above the bed, was a single dark smear, mud or dirt or something else, dragged in a long vertical line like someone had trailed a finger across it. I packed up and left immediately. I returned home with the police waiting. They swept the property, checked every room, examined every window and door. Alan's house was dark, no car in the driveway, no movement. He hadn't been seen in days. They assured me it was safe, but the house felt wrong. The air felt heavier. The shadows deeper. There was a smell too, earthy, damp, like someone had been in the crawl space or the attic. They searched both. Nothing. I tried to sleep that night, but at around 1 a.m., Bailey started whining. Not growling, whining like she was in pain. She pawed at the closet door, scratching desperately. I opened it. Nothing inside. But Bailey wouldn't stop. She clawed at the back wall, frantic. I pushed clothes aside and froze. The drywall had been cut, a perfect rectangle. Behind it, an opening. A crawl space that wasn't in the house plans. A smell drifted out, cold, damp, human. I backed away slowly, heart hammering. Then something moved inside. A soft, shifting sound. Cloth against wood, breathing. Then a voice, low and quiet, drifting out of the dark. I was wondering when you'd find this. I didn't wait. I grabbed Bailey, ran outside, and called the police again, screaming that he was in the walls. They came. They tore open the crawl space. They checked every inch. But he was gone. Just like before. No footprints in the dust. No signs of forced entry. No trace he had ever been there at all, except for one thing. A fresh Polaroid sitting on the floor behind the wall. This one showed the crawl space, taken from inside. And in the far corner, half hidden in the shadows, were the faintest outlines of a man's face, his eyes reflecting the flash, staring, waiting. I moved the next week. Far away. Different city, different state. I don't talk to the old neighbors. I don't check the news. I don't want to know if anything happened to that house. But I still take Bailey out early in the morning. I still check every window before bed. I still jump at footsteps in the hallway, because sometimes late at night I find Polaroids on my doorstep. Blank at first, then gradually more detailed. A yard that looks like mine, a hallway that looks like mine, a house that looks like mine. and slowly closer, closer. I don't know where he is, but he knows where I am, and he's getting bolder. Last night's Polaroid wasn't of my house, it was of my bedroom window, taken from just outside and written on the back, "I found you." Story the end. I had just moved into a new house in a sleepy suburb of Pennsylvania. The streets were quiet, lined with maple trees that painted the sidewalks with orange and gold leaves every fall. My neighbors seemed ordinary at first. Polite waves, small talk about the weather, holiday decorations carefully displayed. But there was something about the house next to mine that felt off. The Martins had lived there for decades, or at least that's what the realtor told me. Yet, the house looked like it had been abandoned for years. Peeling paint, a sagging porch, curtains that never moved, even when the windows were open. I didn't see anyone at first, and I assumed they were just private people. But the first night, I heard a knock on my door around 10 p.m. I opened it to find no one there, just a faint whisper, almost like wind, calling my name. I stepped outside, thinking it might be the neighbor, but the yard was empty, the street deserted. I chalked it up to nerves from moving. A few days later, I started noticing little things. My trash cans would be moved from the curb to the side of the house, perfectly aligned. My garden gnomes were repositioned when I wasn't looking. At first, I thought maybe it was kids playing pranks, but I hadn't seen a single child in the neighborhood since moving in. Then came the phone calls. My cell phone rang late at night, always from a private number. When I answered, I would hear breathing, shallow and rhythmic, followed by a voice that sounded unnervingly like the old woman I had seen through the cracked curtains of the Martins' house. She would whisper, "We see you. Always." The line would go dead if I tried to speak. One evening, I decided to confront the situation. I walked across the narrow strip of lawn that separated our houses and knocked on their door. The house was silent, the front door locked. But then I saw movement in the upstairs window, a shadow moving against the glass. I called out, "Hello? Are you there?" The shadow froze, then vanished. My stomach turned. Things escalated quickly. I began finding strange objects on my porch. Small dolls made of twigs, feathers, and some unidentifiable dark substance. Each doll seemed to be staring at me, their eyes tiny and accusatory. I would throw them away, only for more to appear the next day, arranged in a circle, sometimes with little symbols scratched into the concrete. I started having nightmares about the Martins or whatever lived in that house. Visions of their faces, stretched and warped, whispering unintelligible words, sometimes reaching for me as I ran through dark, endless hallways. One night, I woke up to a sound coming from my backyard. I looked out the window and saw figures moving in the shadows, human-shaped, but wrong. Their limbs were too long, their movements jerky, unnatural. They were circling my house slowly, always staying in the dark. And at the edge of the crowd, I could make out the outline of the Martins' house, with the figures moving as if controlled by someone inside. I called the police once, but when they arrived, the street appeared normal. No shadows, no figures, no signs of intrusion. The officers looked at me with polite concern, but they clearly didn't see what I had seen. I realized then that if I wanted to survive, I couldn't rely on anyone else. It all came to a head one night when I returned from work late. The front door of my house was wide open, swinging slightly in the wind. I stepped inside cautiously and immediately noticed a smell, something metallic like blood mixed with damp earth. My living room was untouched, but in the corner, someone had drawn symbols on the walls with a substance I couldn't identify, sticky and dark. On the coffee table was a single small envelope with my name on it. Inside, there was a photo of me sleeping in my bed. I knew then that the Martins were watching me constantly. I packed a bag that night and drove away, not stopping until I reached a small town 2 hours away. I found a cheap apartment, changed my number, and tried to start over. But the feeling didn't leave me, the sense of being observed, of being hunted. Months later, I received a postcard in the mail. No return address, just a single sentence written in delicate, looping handwriting, "We are always next door." My blood ran cold. I burned the postcard immediately, but I couldn't erase the image from my mind. That dark, abandoned house, the shadows that moved independently, and the feeling that somewhere nearby, the Martins, or whatever they were still watching. I've since learned that houses like that exist all over the country. Neighbors who are not what they seem, who watch, who wait, who invite you into a game you cannot refuse. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in a suburban neighborhood again. Sometimes when I walk down a quiet street, I glance at every house, every window, wondering who's really inside and who's just pretending to be a neighbor. Even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that someone is standing just beyond my peripheral vision, observing, waiting for me to notice them. And I know, deep down, that they will never stop. Story the end. The first time I noticed the man next door was on a rainy Thursday evening. The kind of evening where the air feels swollen and heavy, and every sound seems louder than it should be. Jenna and I had just moved into our new place on Garland Drive, a quiet suburban street in Ohio, lined with maple trees and mailbox posts decorated with sunflower magnets. We were exhausted from unpacking, and I was hauling out a pile of flattened cardboard boxes when I saw him, standing perfectly still in the downpour beside the house next door. He wasn't doing anything. No umbrella, no coat, no attempt to shield himself from the rain. Just staring. At us. Or maybe at nothing. It was hard to tell with the water streaming down his face. I raised a hand in a friendly wave because that's what you're supposed to do when you move into a new place. A neighborly gesture. Except he didn't wave back. He blinked, turned, and walked into the house without a sound. I told myself he was probably just socially awkward. Everyone has a weird neighbor story, right? But I didn't forget the way he moved. Slow, stiff, like someone pushing a mannequin through a doorframe. The next morning, the rain was gone and the sun cast a warm glow across the neighborhood. Birds chirped. Kids biked past our driveway. Everything looked normal enough that I actually wondered if I'd imagined how creepy the man had been. But when I went out to get the mail, I noticed something strange. The house next door wasn't just quiet. It was abandoned looking. Paint peeling. Curtains drawn tight. No car in the driveway. Overgrown lawn. A mailbox so stuffed with old flyers that the metal hinge was starting to warp. Yet I'd seen him, standing in the rain, watching. Inside our house, Jenna was wiping down the counters when she glanced out the kitchen window and froze. "He's there again," she whispered. I stepped beside her. Sure enough, he was standing in the yard, this time facing our window, just standing. His face expressionless, his eyes not blinking nearly enough. No emotion, no acknowledgement. I stared back for several seconds before he slowly, very slowly, turned his head toward the ground and walked around the corner of his house, disappearing from view. "What's wrong with him?" Jenna asked. "I don't know, maybe he's just..." But I didn't finish the sentence because I didn't know, and the more I thought about it, the less normal it seemed. That night, as we sat on the couch watching TV, I kept glancing out the window. The house next door was pitch black. No lights, no signs of life. But when I took the trash out around 11 p.m., I saw something that made the hairs on the back of my neck rise. Footprints in the mud between our houses. Deep, fresh footprints, leading from our backyard toward his house. And right at the edge of those prints was an object half buried in the dirt. I bent down and pulled it out. It was my wife's bracelet. The one she kept in the bathroom drawer, the one she hadn't worn in months. I hurried inside, heart pounding, and showed Jenna. "How did he get this?" she gasped. We checked the windows, all locked. We checked the doors, locked. But the bracelet wasn't the only thing missing. Jenna's hairbrush, my old watch, a photo from a frame in the hallway. Little things you might not notice right away. I called the non-emergency police line. They sent an officer to look around, but when he knocked on the neighbor's door, no one answered. He tried the handle. "It's locked," the officer said, shrugging. "Looks vacant to me." "But I saw him," I insisted. "He lives there. He's been watching us." The officer took a slow, skeptical breath. "Well, nobody's been paying utilities for that address for over a year," he said. "Power's cut, water's cut, house is owned by a bank, likely just abandoned." I wanted to argue, to insist he search inside, but Jenna tugged my arm. "Let it go," she whispered. But I couldn't let it go, not after what happened the next night. I woke up at 3:14 a.m. to a sound that made my blood go cold, the creak of floorboards. Not inside our house, not exactly. More like beneath it. Our house had an old wooden crawl space below it, but the seller had told us it was sealed, except the creaking continued, slow and uneven, like footsteps dragging across the underside of the living room. I shook Jenna awake and whispered what I heard. She went pale. We sat completely still in the dark, listening. Something or someone moved underneath us. Then the noise stopped. Silence. A silence so heavy it felt like it was pressing against my chest. And then, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of a soft, deliberate knock on the floor beneath our bed. We jumped out of bed immediately and ran to the living room. I called the police again. This time, 2 officers showed up. They inspected the crawlspace entrance behind the backyard shed. "It's been busted open," one said. "Looks recent." They shined their flashlights into the darkness, climbed down, and searched the entire space. After 20 minutes, they came back up shaking their heads. No one's here, but someone definitely was. They secured the hatch and told us to call if anything else happened. We barely slept. 2 days later, while Jenna was at work, I went outside to check the mail. That's when I saw him again. Standing in the window of the abandoned house, right up against the glass, staring at me with that same blank expression. But this time, something was different. He was holding my watch. The watch that had gone missing from our hall table. I stumbled backward, dropping the mail. Fear turned to anger. I stormed across the yard and up his driveway. I didn't knock this time. I pounded on the door. "Hey, I saw you! I know you're in there." The door creaked open an inch. I froze. A hand, pale, thin, dirt-stained, slipped through the opening. Not reaching for me, just hanging there, limp, like the person it belonged to was being held up by strings. Then the door slammed shut. I ran home and called the police again. They searched the house thoroughly this time. Every room, every closet, the attic, the basement, nothing. But in the upstairs bedroom, they found something else. On the wall, a message scratched into the paint so deep it left grooves in the wood beneath. "I like watching you." The officers changed their tone after that. They took it seriously, very seriously. But with no suspect, no fingerprints, no signs of forced entry, there wasn't much they could do besides patrol more frequently. We considered staying at a hotel, but Jenna insisted we couldn't let this man chase us away. I agreed, until the night we heard him inside our house. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. Slow, shaky breathing coming from the hallway just outside our bedroom door. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept beneath the bed. Jenna grabbed her phone. I counted silently, took a breath, and yanked the bedroom door open. Nothing. The hall was empty, but the attic door was open. We hadn't opened it, ever. I stepped forward slowly and looked up. Something hung down through the opening, something dangling from a piece of twine, a Polaroid photo of us, sleeping. Jenna screamed. We called the police again, and this time they stayed until sunrise. They searched every inch of the attic, every room, every closet. "We think he's been coming in through the neighbor's house," one officer said quietly. "Crossing your fences at night. He's been doing this a long time." 2 days later, we packed up to leave. We didn't care about the cost. We didn't care about the hassle. We were done. But before we left, I decided to film the house next door, just for my own sanity. I held up my phone, zooming in on the dark upstairs window. Nothing. I zoomed in further. Still nothing. Then the curtains moved, just an inch, and a face appeared. His face. Except this time, he didn't stare blankly. He smiled. Wide. Too wide. Like someone who had never smiled before was trying it for the first time. I dropped the phone. We drove away that afternoon, leaving everything behind except each other and what we could fit into the car. We never went back. 3 months later, Jenna got a call from the realtor. They had finally gone inside the house next door to prepare it for resale. Inside, in the upstairs bedroom, they found something new scratched into the wall. "I know where you live now. Story the end." It began the summer I moved to Lakewood, a suburb just outside Columbus, where the houses sat close together and every neighbor seemed to know the previous owner of your home better than you ever could. I had rented a small blue single-story place on a quiet street lined with maple trees. I wanted a fresh start after a breakup and a stressful year at work. The rent was cheap, the yard was big enough for weekend grilling, and the neighborhood looked peaceful in the hazy August evenings. The house next door was the first one I paid attention to. Not because it looked strange, but because it didn't. It was ordinary in a way that feels almost rehearsed. White siding, trimmed shrubs, wind chimes that made a soft tinkling sound when the breeze picked up. The kind of house you pass every day without remembering a single detail. The kind you assume belongs to a family with smiling kids and an overworked dad. Except no one ever seemed to go in or out. About a week after I moved in, I finally saw someone. A tall man in his late 40s with sandy hair, dressed too formally for a Saturday morning, white button-up slacks, shiny loafers. He was dragging a large black trash bag to the curb, but the way he handled it caught my attention. He didn't swing or carry it normally. He cradled it, and the bag was far, far too heavy for just household trash. When he noticed me watching, he stopped mid-step, straightened slowly, and offered a stiff, almost mechanical smile. "Morning," he said. I returned the greeting, but something about him made my skin tighten. His eyes lingered too long, like he was studying the way I stood, how I held my coffee mug, the exact posture of my shoulders. After that morning, he began waving whenever he was in his yard. Not the friendly kind of wave, more like a slow, deliberate motion, as if he was making sure I knew he saw me. The first strange thing happened 2 weeks later. I came home from work to find a plate of cookies on my porch. No note, just a plate wrapped in plastic. At first, I thought it was the neighbor across the street, a sweet elderly woman who had brought me muffins when I moved in. But when I picked up the plate, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. The cookies were warm, freshly baked, and the only house near mine that showed any signs of activity during the day was the White House next door. I set the plate aside, telling myself it didn't mean anything. Maybe someone dropped them off right before I got home. Maybe it really was the sweet elderly lady. The last thing I wanted was to jump to conclusions. But later that night, around 1 a.m., I woke to the soft sound of rustling outside my bedroom window. It was faint, like someone brushing against the bushes. I lay still, listening, and then I heard a sound that made the hairs on my arms rise. Breathing. Slow, measured breathing. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and moved quietly toward the blinds. I lifted one slat with my finger, just a hair, and nearly fell backward. He was standing there, the man from next door. His face was inches from the glass, eyes wide, unblinking, staring directly into my room. The moonlight cast him in a pale glow, as making him look almost ghost-like. His lips were parted just slightly, as if he were mid-sentence or inhaling the scent of my room. I stumbled back, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. But before the dispatcher answered, I heard footsteps, slow, calm, walking away into the darkness. When the police arrived, he was back in his own yard, watering his plants as if nothing had happened. They questioned him. He denied everything with that same strange smile. "Probably just a deer," he said. "We get them all the time." He even chuckled as if the whole thing was silly. The officers couldn't do much. No proof, no forced entry, nothing to charge him with. They left after telling me to call again if anything else happened. But things didn't just happen. They spiraled. It started with noises. Soft tapping on my windows, late at night, the sound of footsteps circling my house, quiet whispering that I couldn't quite make out. I printed out no trespassing signs and posted them around my property, but they vanished the next morning. Then I found the first note, slipped under my door, folded neatly. "I like when your bedroom light stays on. You look peaceful." I called the police again. Another report, another conversation, another useless outcome. About a week later, I decided to install cameras. Front porch, backyard, driveway, and one facing the side of the house. I needed evidence. I needed something concrete. The first night they were set up, I barely slept. I stayed on the couch until sunrise, listening for any hint of movement. When I woke the next morning, I checked the footage with trembling hands. At 3:12 a.m., the side yard camera caught him stepping into frame. He wore a dark jacket and gloves, and he walked with slow, steady purpose. He stopped beneath my bedroom window, tilted his head upward, and just stood there. For 12 minutes, he didn't move, didn't speak, didn't breathe visibly. He simply watched. Then, in one fluid motion, he bent down, picked something up from the grass, and set it on the windowsill. A small object. He patted it gently, almost lovingly, before turning and leaving. When I went outside to look, I found it. A small wooden owl, carved crudely by hand. But what made my stomach drop was the detail. The eyes were two small holes, drilled through so thoroughly that when I held it up, I could see right through them. I felt sick, like the owl was meant not to watch me, but to be watched through. I called the police again. This time they agreed to send someone to talk to him more formally, to warn him that he was crossing serious lines. The officer came back an hour later and told me the neighbor claimed the owl was a gift of peace. I tried to go about my life, but it became impossible. I'd catch glimpses of him at odd hours, standing at the edge of my yard, hands clasped behind his back, watching me take out the trash or mow the lawn. Once I found footprints in the morning dew on my back deck, bare footprints, larger than mine. The worst came one cold September night. I woke to the sound of something inside my house, a soft thump like a footstep coming from the kitchen. I held my breath, straining to hear, and there it was again. Another thump, then a slow, dragging sound like fabric brushing against the floor. I grabbed the nearest thing, a heavy metal lamp, and crept toward the hallway. My phone was already in my pocket. 911 dialed, but not yet connected. As I inched toward the living room, I heard breathing again. Not outside this time. Inside. I flicked on the hallway light. He was standing there, inside my house, in the dark. His face pale, lips curled into a strange half smile. In one hand, he held a small notebook. In the other, a key. My spare house key. "I made a copy," he said softly, as if explaining something trivial. "You weren't supposed to change your schedule this week. You ruined my notes." I backed away, heart thundering, and finally hit the call button. The moment the dispatcher answered, he lunged not toward me, but toward the door, fleeing into the night like an animal. The police found him hiding in his basement. They arrested him on multiple charges, breaking and entering, stalking, harassment. But that wasn't the end. During the investigation, they found dozens of notebooks in his house, page after page filled with meticulous details about me. What time I woke up, how often I showered, what foods I bought, when I seemed sad, when I seemed happy, when I talked to anyone, even strangers passing by. They found drawings too, dozens of them. My face from every angle, my house at night, my bedroom window with shadows sketched inside. One drawing froze my blood, a picture of me sleeping, viewed from just inches away through the glass. I moved out within a week, leaving everything behind except what I could pack in my car. I didn't want the furniture, the dishes, the memories. I just wanted to be away from that house, that neighborhood, that man who watched me so closely I didn't realize how easily he could have stepped into my life and ended it. Even now, months later, I still wake at 3:12 a.m. thinking I hear footsteps outside my window. Sometimes I see a figure in my dreams, tall, motionless, staring in at me with unblinking eyes. It's strange how a normal-looking house can hide a monster, how a friendly neighborhood can turn into a nightmare, how someone who lives just feet from your bedroom can slip silently into your life without you ever noticing, until you do. And by then, it's already too late. Story the end. The neighbors moved in on a foggy October morning, just as the air turned sharp and the leaves stuck wet to the pavement. A married couple, maybe late 40s, along with a teenage daughter who kept her hood up even when it wasn't cold. Their last name was Halpern, at least that's what the mailbox said. Nothing about them was strange at first. The couple smiled politely, waved when I walked my trash cans to the curb, and nodded when we passed on the sidewalk. But the daughter, she never smiled, never looked up. She walked with her arms wrapped tight around herself like she was bracing against something only she could feel. I live alone, work remote. I know what the house next door looks like when it's occupied, when there are routines, footsteps, laughter, arguments, life. But the Halpern house had no sound, no TV, no talking, no doors opening, no footsteps. At night, there wasn't even light, just darkness, and as if the house absorbed what little glow the street lamps gave off. The first odd thing happened on a Thursday night. I was taking out the recycling, hands numb from the cold, when I heard whispering coming from the Halperns' backyard. Not the casual, late-night conversation of neighbors unwinding. These whispers were frantic, sharp breaths and broken words like someone begging to be heard but terrified of being too loud. I froze by the fence. The whispers stopped immediately, as if they sensed me. I waited another moment, then stepped closer to the wooden boards. A cold breeze slipped through a small knot hole, and I swear, absolutely swear, I heard breathing. Slow. Heavy. Right on the other side. I ran inside and locked every door. The next morning, their daughter was in their driveway, hood up, backpack on her shoulder, staring at the ground. As I got into my car, she lifted her head for the first time. Her eyes were bloodshot, ringed in purple. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "You should leave," she whispered. My hand froze on the car door. What? Move, she said. Get away from here while you can. Before I could ask anything, her mother called sharply from the open front door. Amelia, now. The girl flinched so violently she dropped her backpack. She grabbed it, ran inside, and the door shut with a finality that made my stomach flip. That night, the scratching started. At first, I thought it was mice in the attic. Then it moved down the wall, slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragging across the interior plaster. The sound traveled down the hallway, along the baseboards into the living room, then stopped right behind my couch. I didn't breathe. The scratching stayed in one spot, longer than anything normal would. I grabbed a flashlight and crept closer. The sound stopped. The house held its breath. Then something tapped back, 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. The flashlight slipped from my hand. I didn't sleep that night. Things escalated quickly after that. 2 days later, around 3 a.m., my doorbell rang. Quietly. Just once. The kind of ring that felt hesitant, almost apologetic. I looked through the peephole and jumped back. Amelia stood on my porch, soaked from the rain, shivering, clutching something to her chest. I crept in the door a few inches. Are you okay? No, she whispered. You're not safe. Her eyes darted toward her house. They hear everything after dark. Everything. The walls listen now. They learned how. What do you mean? I asked. Before she could answer, a shadow moved across the Halpern living room window. Not a person. Something too tall, too thin, too crooked. Amelia gasped and stumbled backward. They're awake. A loud, guttural sound tore through the night. Not quite human, not quite animal. A mixture of a growl and a choking gasp. The front door of their house creaked open. Wide. Amelia dropped the object she'd been holding, a small, old-fashioned cassette tape, and ran into the dark, disappearing between houses before I could even call out. The Halpern door stayed open for a long moment. Something inside moved. I shut my own door and locked it, hands shaking. The next morning, the door was closed again, and the Halpern's car was gone. No sign they had been home at all. But the cassette tape remained on my porch, a plain black tape with a piece of masking tape on the front. Written in smeared pen, "Don't listen at night. I didn't own a cassette player." It took me until evening to borrow one from a friend's garage. When I finally sat on my couch, tape in hand, the sun had started to set. I remembered the warning. Too late. The tape crackled. At first, nothing but static. Then, a faint voice, Amelia's. "They're in the walls," she said. Her voice trembled, panicked. It started after we moved in. Mom found something buried in the basement. A door. A door that wasn't supposed to be there. More static. Then a guttural sound, one I recognized from the night before. A mix of a moan and a growl. "They come through the walls," she whispered. "They need people to hear them. They need sound. If you acknowledge them, if you listen, they get closer." The tape went silent. Then something whispered directly into my ear through the speaker. "Can you hear us?" I ripped the tape out, heart hammering. That night I didn't need the cassette to hear them. The walls breathed. Soft at first, then louder. Whispers slithered between the studs. "We're here. We're hungry. Let us in." I stumbled back, hands over my ears, but the voices grew louder, vibrating through the floorboards, rising from below the house. The lights flickered. The air turned icy. My breath fogged. Then silence. A knock sounded from inside the living room wall, from the same spot as before. Knock. 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 A voice whispered through the drywall, clear as if someone's lips pressed right against it. "Let us out." I bolted from the house and jumped into my car, not even grabbing my shoes. I drove until I saw police lights at a gas station. I told them everything, the noises, the missing family, the girl's warning. They followed me back. The Halpern house was empty. Not lived in empty. Sterile empty. No furniture, no dishes, no curtains, no personal belongings, not even dust. As if the home had been scraped clean. My house, too, was silent. The officers heard nothing. They searched the walls, the attic, the crawl spaces. Probably stress, they said. Maybe raccoons. They left just before sunrise. Exhausted, I collapsed on my couch. That's when I noticed it. A new crack in the wall. Thin, fresh, slowly widening. As I watched, frozen, the crack split further. A long, pale finger poked through. Then another. Then the whisper. "We found you." I ran from the house and never returned. I didn't even go back for clothes. I moved states, changed numbers, blocked every reminder of that street. For months, everything was quiet. Until last week when I moved into my new apartment. The first night, around 3 a.m., I woke to a sound I thought I'd left behind forever. Soft breathing inside the wall, followed by a whisper, "We remember your voice." Story the end. The first time I noticed something strange about the woman next door was the night I heard her laughing long after midnight. It wasn't a normal kind of laugh. It was sharp, abrupt, and echoing, like someone laughing at a joke no one else could hear. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, telling myself all the usual things. Maybe she was on the phone, maybe she was watching a movie, maybe I was just tired. Her name was Karen. She had moved into the house beside mine 2 months earlier. At first, she seemed perfectly normal, friendly enough, though a little intense. She introduced herself with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, the kind that felt rehearsed. She told me she worked from home as a freelance editor, which explained why her car never left the driveway. I didn't think much of her until the noises started. At first, it was just the laughter. Then came the dragging sounds, like heavy furniture being pulled across the floor. Sometimes it lasted for hours. Other nights, I heard what sounded like muffled crying, but whenever I approached her house during the day, everything appeared completely normal. Curtains drawn, porch swept, no sign of distress. One Saturday afternoon, I decided to say hello. I had a fresh batch of cookies, and I figured it would be a nice excuse to stop by. When she opened the door, the first thing I noticed was how dark it was inside. Not dim, pitch black, like every window had been covered. She stepped outside quickly, pulling the door shut behind her. "Oh, thank you," she said, accepting the cookies but not inviting me in. "I don't let anyone inside. Allergies." That struck me as odd. How could someone be allergic to visitors? But I didn't press. She thanked me again and closed the door. As it latched, I heard something fall inside the house, followed by a soft whimper. As the weeks went by, things only got stranger. She began standing at her window during the day, peeking through a slit in the blinds, not just glancing, staring, watching the yard, the street, me. The blinds were barely open, but I always knew when she was behind them. You could just feel her eyes. One morning, I left for work and found something sitting on my porch. One of the cookies I had given her weeks earlier, now completely moldy, placed on a paper plate like a returning offering. No note, no explanation, just the cookie, green and sagging. I tossed it in the trash and tried to ignore the tight feeling in my chest. That night, the dragging noises started again, louder, heavier, like something far larger than furniture. I heard a thud, then something that sounded disturbingly like a growl. I sat up in bed, listening, frozen. Around 3 a.m., the noises stopped abruptly. At 3:15, there was a knock on my door. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept under my bed and crept down the hall. When I opened the door just a crack, I saw her standing there. Her hair was wild, her eyes wide and unblinking. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "Can I come in?" she whispered. It was the way she said it. Not a question, not a request, but a warning. "No," I said firmly. "It's late. What do you need?" She stared at me for 10 long seconds. "He's trying to get out," she whispered. I thought I could control it, but I can't. Not anymore. I froze. "Who?" She shook her head slowly, her eyes wet with tears. "He's so loud tonight. I'm sorry if you hear more noises." Then she turned and walked back to her house. The way she moved, slow, unsure, like someone walking toward something they feared, made my stomach twist. The next few nights were worse. Screaming, crashing, frantic footsteps. I called the police twice, but when they visited her, she always answered the door calmly. "Everything's fine," she would say, smiling politely. "Just redecorating." But one night, the screaming wasn't muffled. It wasn't coming from her. It was her. High-pitched, terrified, begging. I dialed 911 immediately. While waiting, I stood at my window. Her house was completely dark, as usual. But this time I saw movement behind the blinds, something large passing by the window, too tall, too wide to be her. The police arrived, but the screaming had stopped. They knocked. No answer. They forced the door open. I waited outside, trembling, trying to see through the darkness. Then one of the officers shouted, "We need EMS! Now!" They came out holding Karen, or what was left of her. She was pale, barely conscious, with long scratch marks down her arms and neck, deep scratches, too deep to be human. As they carried her to the ambulance, she turned her head toward me. Her lips trembled. "He's still inside," she whispered. After they left, the officers searched the house top to bottom but found nothing. No intruder, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone else living there. Just an empty home with boarded windows, scratched floors, and the faintest smell of something rotten. She never returned to the neighborhood. The house sat vacant for months, then a year. But the noises never stopped. Every few nights, I still hear dragging, thumping, heavy footsteps that don't belong to anyone. Sometimes late at night, I hear laughter, the same laughter I heard when she first moved in. And sometimes when I'm taking out the trash or checking the mail, I catch a glimpse of movement behind her window, just a flash, like something stepping back into the shadows. Watching, waiting. Last week, a realtor came by and put a "for sale" sign in the yard. Someone new will move in soon. Someone who won't know the history of, who won't know what still hides behind those boarded up windows. Someone who won't understand what kind of thing she was living with. And I can't bring myself to warn them, because whatever is in that house, it knows who knows. And I don't want it to come looking for me again. Story the end. The first week after I moved into Willowcrest Apartments felt almost peaceful. Quiet hallways, wide open parking spaces, neighbors who mostly kept to themselves. It was the kind of complex built in the late 90s. Beige siding, small fenced-in patios, a laundry room that always smelled faintly of bleach. Nothing unusual, nothing threatening. My next-door neighbor lived in apartment 204. I lived in 205. Our doors were close enough that if we both stepped out at the same time, our shoulders would practically touch. But for the first several days, I never saw him. I only heard him. A shuffle of footsteps at odd hours, drawers opening and slamming at 3 a.m., and sometimes a low muttering that filtered through the wall like a radio left on static. I figured he worked night shifts or kept strange hours. People do. The first time I physically saw him was a Thursday afternoon when I came home early from work. He was standing in front of his door, keys dangling from his fingers, but not actually unlocking the door. Just standing there, staring at my door. He didn't move when I walked down the hall toward him. Didn't turn. Didn't acknowledge me. Only when I got close enough to slip my own key into my lock did he finally speak. "You're Laura," he said without turning his head. I froze. "How do you know my name?" "Because you said it," he replied. My throat tightened. "I haven't told anyone that here." He smiled faintly, only half his mouth moved. "You talk in your sleep." I went inside without responding and locked the door. I waited until I heard him finally enter his own apartment, his steps slow and dragging. That night, I pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door. It didn't help. Around 1:14 a.m., a soft knock came from the wall behind my bed. It was so gentle I thought at first it might have been a pipe or the building settling. I closed my eyes and forced myself to relax. Then another knock. Closer. Then another. This time followed by his voice, low and sing-song. "Laura? Are you awake?" I bolted upright, heart hammering so hard I felt dizzy, and then came the soft grip of fingers on the wall, moving slowly from one end to the other like he was searching for a weak spot. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I requested to switch units. The property manager frowned sympathetically, but said nothing was available for at least 2 months. "He's harmless," she said, "just eccentric." Eccentric. Sure. The next few days weren't much better. I caught him standing in the hallway several times, staring at my door. Once he crouched down and peered under the small gap at the bottom, like a child playing hide-and-seek. I didn't open the door. Didn't make a sound. When his phone rang inside his apartment one evening, I nearly cried with relief to learn he actually had outside connections. But what followed made me regret hoping. I heard him answer in a rush, breathy with excitement. "She's here. I know she's here." Silence. A long one. Then he laughed. Loud, sudden, like someone told a joke only he understood. I turned up the TV and tried to pretend I hadn't heard it. One night I fell asleep on the couch with the TV still on. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the unmistakable sound of someone outside my patio window. My apartment was on the second floor. No balcony beneath mine, no easy way up. But someone was definitely out there. I grabbed my phone, terrified. The curtains were closed, but I could see a shadow moving across them, slow and deliberate. I held my breath. Then the shadow leaned closer. A silhouette of a head, a hand pressed flat against the glass. And then, in the faintest whisper, so close it seemed to seep through the curtains, "Let me see you." I stumbled backward, shaking violently. The shadow remained there for another full minute before it finally moved away. I didn't go near the window again that night. The next morning, I found a sticky note under my door. 5 words written in messy capital letters: "I like watching you sleep." I carried it straight to the office, ready to demand security footage, a transfer, anything. But when the manager saw the note, her expression drained to pale. "He's done this before," she admitted quietly. That sentence haunted me more than anything that had happened so far. They promised to speak with him again, but I already knew it wouldn't help. Things escalated the next weekend. Saturday night, I went to bed early, utterly exhausted. I wedged a chair under the doorknob and slept with a flashlight beside me. I woke to total darkness. My lamp was off. I was sure I'd left it on. The flashlight was gone, and the dresser, the heavy dresser I'd pushed in front of the door, was moved 2 feet to the left. My hands shook as I fumbled for my phone. The screen lit up the room, and for the briefest moment I saw something on the far side of the room. A face. Not inside. Thank God not inside. But peering through the sliver between my curtains, his pale eyes glowing slightly in the phone light. Watching me, I screamed. Not because I chose to, but because my body did it for me. A primal, terrified sound. He didn't move. Didn't flinch, just stared, lips parted as if mesmerized. I called 911, shaking so hard the phone nearly slipped from my fingers. When the operator answered, I could barely form the words. They arrived within 10 minutes. He was gone. But they found a stepladder under my window. His stepladder. As if that wasn't enough, one of the officers called me over to the hedge below. Hidden in the bushes was a pile of Polaroid photographs. All of me. Taken at night, sleeping in bed, standing at the sink, brushing my teeth, reading on the couch, and one that made my blood run cold. Me sitting in the tub in my towel, apparently right after I got out, taken from outside the bathroom window. I remember locking the bathroom window every night. I could have sworn I did. The officer asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes, so fast I almost choked on the word, but they never found him. By the time they went to his apartment, it was empty, completely cleared out. No clothes, no furniture, no toothbrush, not even dust on the counters, like he'd never lived there at all. They checked his rental records. Fake name, fake phone number, fake everything. No trail, no past, just an empty apartment and a neighbor-shaped void that seemed to follow me long after. I moved out within a week, found a cheaper place in a different city, closer to my sister. I installed cameras on every window, every door. For months, nothing happened, until last night. At exactly 2:03 a.m., my phone buzzed. Motion detected. Living room. My heart stopped cold. I knew every sound my new apartment made. Nothing should have triggered that alert. I opened the camera feed with trembling fingers. The living room was dark, lit only by the faint glow from the streetlight outside. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, a shape shifted in the far corner, slowly, unfolding from the shadows like someone stepping out of a closet. It was him, older, thinner, smiling. He stepped closer to the camera, his voice soft. "You're very quiet in this place, too." The feed cut out. When I turned on the lights, the living room was empty. No broken locks, no open windows, no footprints, nothing to prove he'd been there at all. But on my coffee table lay a single Polaroid, one taken moments before the alert. A picture of me sleeping in my new bed from inside my new bedroom. He had already been there. He's still here. And I know, tonight, he'll knock again. Story the end. The first time I noticed something strange about the house next door, it was because of the dog. Not mine. I didn't have one back then. But the neighbors. A stocky black and white pit mix with a blocky head and gold eyes. The kind of dog that looked intimidating until it rolled onto its back for belly scratches. The previous owners, the Carsons, called him Duke. He used to run along the chain-link fence whenever I walked to my mailbox, tongue lolling out, tail whipping the air like he was trying to propel himself into orbit. Then the Carsons moved, and Duke stayed. That wasn't the strange part. People leave pets with buyers all the time. What was strange was that Duke wasn't exactly staying. He was still physically there, tied to the old cable runner in the backyard, but no one seemed to be taking care of him. For the first few days, I assumed the new neighbors were simply busy moving in. I'm a paramedic. Crazy shifts. Often I'm coming home at times when most people are asleep. Maybe I just kept missing them. Maybe they were inside unpacking, ordering pizza, setting up furniture, and feeding Duke between my comings and goings. But by day 4, it was pretty damn obvious the dog hadn't been fed. He was whining constantly, pacing, pawing the dirt until he dug down to old roots. His ribs were sharper. His water bowl had been bone dry for at least a full rotation of the sun. At night, he howled, a low, mournful sound that wormed its way through my window. I waited as long as I could stand before sliding open my window screen at 2 in the morning and calling quietly, "You okay, buddy?" The whining stopped. Duke stared at me. His gold eyes reflected the porch light like 2 tiny lanterns. It was eerie but heartbreaking. "You gotta have water," I murmured, pulling on my boots. I didn't even think about whether it was trespassing. It probably was. But the dog needed help, and the new neighbors hadn't shown their faces once. I climbed over the fence, dropped into their yard, and crouched near Duke. The smell hit first. Not the smell of waste. Dogs are dogs. It was something else. Something sickly sweet, cloying, rotten but cold, like fruit left in a freezer that failed. It came from the house. The dark windows, the silent rooms. "Jesus," I muttered, covering my nose. Duke whined louder, tugging the cable leash toward me, desperate for attention. Okay, I said, unhooking the empty bowl from its metal holder. I walked back to my kitchen, filled the bowl, threw together whatever leftovers I had, chicken breast, rice, even a slice of cheese, and returned. When I set the bowl down, Duke didn't eat. Not immediately. He just looked up at me, trembling, whining, ears pinned. "Hey, it's okay." He leaned forward and nudged the bowl but wouldn't drop his gaze from the house. And that's when I heard it, a thud, soft but distinct. From inside, I froze. Duke froze. Thud, thud. Something heavy shifting, the kind of sound a person might make if they were dragging something across a wooden floor. But when the porch light flickered on next door, suddenly, sharply, nothing moved inside. No shadows passed behind the curtains, no voices, no footsteps. The house was dark again within seconds. Duke backed away from the door, putting himself behind me. I'd never seen that dog afraid of anything. Not thunder, not fireworks, not stray cats that scratched his nose. But he was afraid of the house. I swallowed hard. "Easy, boy. Let's get you fed." Finally, he dug into the food like he hadn't eaten in days. I didn't go inside the house that night. I didn't want to. I tried to rationalize everything. The smell could have been a dead animal in the walls. The thuds could have been boxes shifting as the new owners settled in. The flickering porch light could have been motion activated. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. And I knew I was going to have to get involved. I left a note on the front door the next morning. "Hi, I'm your neighbor. I noticed your dog was out of water, so I refilled it last night. Please call or text if you need anything." I put my number and went to work. When I got home that night, the note was gone. But Duke wasn't fed. His water bowl was empty again. And the house was dark. That sweet, rotten smell was stronger now. "Okay," I muttered, pulling out my phone. "Not doing this." I called animal control. They said they'd send someone in the morning. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. I fed Duke again. He ate quicker this time, though he kept looking toward the house, muscles tense. Halfway through the meal, his head snapped toward the back door as something clicked, like a lock turning. I backed away from the door, heart thudding. There were no lights, no sound of footsteps, nothing, except Duke growling, not a loud bark, a quiet, warning growl from deep in his chest. I didn't wait around. I climbed back over the fence, locked my doors, and spent the night listening for anything unusual. I didn't have to wait long. At 3:17 a.m., I heard someone pacing, not inside my house, inside theirs, slow, heavy, uneven, like whoever lived there had a limp, back, forth, back, forth. Then a long scraping sound against the floorboards, followed by the soft whimper of a dog. I almost called the police, but what would I say? My neighbor moved in, but I've never seen them. Their dog is starving, and I hear noises at night. They might check. They might not. It didn't matter. Because the next morning, animal control came, and the house was silent. No pacing, no scraping, no smell, and Duke was gone. The cable runner was still there, but the clasp was snapped, not unclipped, broken, like something had ripped it. The officer, a tired-looking older guy, scratched the back of his neck. "You sure the dog didn't get loose?" "Very sure," I said. He shrugged. "Coyotes, maybe." "In the suburbs? They're everywhere." He took a few pictures of the yard, filed a report, and left. I stood staring at the empty space where Duke had been for days, my stomach twisted. Something had happened to him, and I couldn't shake the thought that whatever was inside that house had taken him. 2 days passed. I watched the house obsessively from my window. Nothing moved. No car in the driveway, no mail taken from the box, no garbage put out. The curtains never shifted. The lights remained off. Whatever new neighbors the Carsons sold the house to, they hadn't shown up. But the house wasn't empty. The pacing at night continued, always between 3 and 4 in the morning. Always slow, always deliberate. Sometimes when I pressed my ear to the wall that separated our houses, I swore I heard breathing. Not the normal rise and fall sound. Something wet, labored, like a lungful of fluid. A few times I even heard whispering. Soft. Hissing. Words I couldn't make out. And every night that rotten sweet smell seeped into my hallway. I thought about calling the police again, about reporting a possible squatter or an unregistered occupant, or hell, maybe even a dead body rotting inside. But every time I picked up the phone, something inside me stopped. A tightness in my throat, a fear I couldn't name. The pacing grew louder, more erratic. It wasn't one person anymore. It sounded like 2, maybe 3, moving around at once. Thud, thud. Scrape, thud, shuffle, shuffle, scrape. And sometimes a dragging noise. Something heavy being pulled across the floor. I barely slept. I kept the lights on. I locked every door twice. But nothing prepared me for what happened on the 5th night. It was 3:26 a.m. when I heard the back gate creak open. Not theirs. Mine. I sat up in bed, so fast I nearly sprained something. The gate slammed against the fence post in the wind, rattling. Then footsteps. Not animal footsteps. Human. Slow, heavy, uneven. Just like the pacing. They crossed my backyard toward my kitchen door, each step thudding faintly. I grabbed my phone, ready to dial 911 when Duke whined outside my window. My blood froze. He was alive? I ran to the window and looked out. It wasn't Duke. It was something that looked like him. Same shape, same blocky head, same gold eyes, but his fur was patchy, wet, stained with something dark. His ribs protruded sharply. His movements were off, too jerky, too stiff, and his mouth hung open in a silent, unnatural gape. He whimpered again, but the sound wasn't right. It wasn't coming from his throat. It was coming from his chest, like something inside him was crying. The footsteps behind him grew louder. From the darkness beside my shed, 2 shapes emerged. Human shapes. Tall. Thin. Heads cocked at unnatural angles. Their arms hung too long, like their elbows were broken backward. Their clothes were old, ripped, stained, and stiff. One of them had hair matted with something dark and sticky. The other had its jaw hanging slightly to the side. Their faces? God. Their faces didn't look alive. Their skin was gray, collapsed in places, stretched thin in others. Their eyes were hollow. And their movements, they weren't walking toward my door. They were drifting, like their feet barely touched the ground but still made noise. I stumbled backward, hitting the windowsill hard. My heart hammered in my chest. My breath came fast and shallow. The figures stopped at my back door. The dog thing pressed itself against the wood, scraping its claws. One of the figures lifted a hand, fingers curled unnaturally and pressed against the glass. The skin looked like wet paper, peeling at the edges. Its face moved closer to the window. A whisper hissed through the glass. "Let us in," I screamed. Not a strong scream, a raw, terrified one. The figures jerked back at the sound, twisting, twitching, tilting their heads like they were confused. Then they retreated into the darkness. All 3 of them, the dog thing, the long-armed figures, slipping back through the gate, which closed by itself. I locked every door, every window, pushed a chair against the bedroom door, and didn't sleep another second. When daylight finally came, I walked outside with shaking hands. The backyard was empty, no prints in the dirt, no signs of intruders, no sign of Duke, except for one thing, a smear of something dark on the back door. Thick, almost black, sticky like syrup, and smelling of that sweet, rotten odor. I took one look at it, went inside, and booked a room at a hotel across town. I didn't go back home for 2 days. When I finally did, everything seemed normal. No noises, no smell, no intruders. The house next door was silent as a tomb. But the pacing started again that night, this time closer to my bedroom wall. The dragging noise was louder, and the whispering wasn't soft anymore. I could hear it clearly. 2 voices, no, 3. One said my name. I moved out 2 weeks later. The house is still there. The new owners, or whoever they are, still haven't been seen. The pacing continues, according to the neighbor across the street, the dragging noises, the whispers. Sometimes in the dead of night, people hear a dog howl, a deep, mournful sound. They say he's looking for someone to help him. They say something took him, something inside that house. And sometimes, only sometimes, those long-armed figures drift through the yard under the moonlight. But no one opens the door when they knock. Not anymore. Story the end. The moving truck had barely pulled away when I first noticed the house next door. It wasn't new, built sometime in the 70s, with faded blue siding and a porch that sagged slightly in the middle, but it had been empty for as long as I'd lived in my small suburban corner of Ohio. People in the neighborhood mentioned it sometimes, usually in the same way folks talk about stray animals or potholes. An afterthought, not malicious, not curious lot, something that simply existed without demanding much attention. Then one early October afternoon, the driveway filled with a rusted gray sedan and a U-Haul that looked almost too small to carry anything substantial. I watched from my kitchen window as a woman stepped out, maybe late 50s. Thin, pale, and dressed in a maroon sweater despite the warm fall air. Her movements were slow and deliberate, as if she were saving energy with every step. I expected family to emerge behind her, kids, husband, someone, but no one else did. She unloaded a single suitcase, a cracked lamp, and 3 boxes, all unmistakably old. It struck me as unusual that someone would move alone into a 3-bedroom house with so little. But people had their reasons, and in suburbs like mine, privacy was a sort of currency. That night, as I took out the trash, I heard something from her backyard. A soft, dragging sound. Leaves, maybe. Or a rake pulled across dry grass. I looked over the fence but couldn't see anything. Her backyard light was off, and I didn't want to seem nosy. A few days passed. I worked from home, so I often caught glimpses of the woman, though glimpses were all she ever allowed. She kept her curtains drawn. When she stepped out for mail, she looked around like she expected something to jump at her. I smiled at her once, lifting a hand in greeting. She tensed, nodded quickly, then hurried inside. That should have been the end of it. A private, maybe anxious woman who wanted to be left alone. I've lived near stranger people. But the night noises started. The first time, I chalked it up to my imagination. A hollow, rhythmic tapping against my bedroom wall. My room faced her house, so sound could easily travel. The tapping came in clusters. 3 beats, a pause, 3 beats, another pause. It went on for half an hour before stopping abruptly. The next morning, a fresh dent, small, round, like from a hammer, marked the siding on her house directly opposite my wall. I noticed it while getting into my car. I had never seen it before. The second night, the tapping returned. Louder. Faster. Almost frantic. I pressed my ear against the wall and could have sworn it sounded closer, like it wasn't coming from outside, but inside her house, maybe even from the room aligned with mine. I didn't sleep. By the third night, the tapping had changed. It sounded wet, like someone slapping damp cloth against wood. An uneven rhythm, sometimes soft, sometimes harsh. I leaned out my window, listening. No lights were on in her house except one, a dim yellow glow from a room near the back. I closed the window and tried to ignore it. Around midnight, a faint voice drifted through the wall. Muffled, strained. I couldn't make out words, just the tone, pleading, desperate. My heart thudded as I sat up, trying to isolate the sound. The voice grew louder, and for a moment, it sounded like 2 people arguing. But there was only supposed to be 1 person living there. I told myself it was a TV, or a radio, or the wind twisting through cracks. But the tone of those muffled cries wasn't something electronic. It carried too much pain, too much fear. The next morning, I saw the woman again. She was in her backyard, kneeling near a small patch of soil, digging, not with a shovel, but with her bare hands. Her fingers moved frantically, scraping the earth like she was searching for something underneath. Her hair, previously neat, hung wild around her face. I opened my sliding door slightly and called out, "Ma'am, are you okay?" She jerked her head up, dirt smeared across her cheeks. For a second, she stared at me with wide, glassy eyes. Then she abruptly stood, brushed her hands on her pants, and muttered something about the pipes. Before I could ask anything else, she rushed inside. That night, everything escalated. I woke at 3:14 a.m. to a loud thud against our shared property line. Then another, and another. It sounded like fists slamming into drywall, each impact shaking something loose. I sat upright, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then came a scream. A raw, guttural scream that ripped through the silence of the neighborhood. It lasted only a few seconds but felt like forever. I stumbled out of bed, rushing to my window. A light flickered violently inside her house, then snapped off. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and dialed the non-emergency police line. All I could say was that my neighbor might be hurt or in danger. 2 squad cars arrived 15 minutes later. From my kitchen, I watched their flashlights sweep across her windows. They knocked for several minutes. No answer. Eventually, one of the officers tried the door. Unlocked. I expected them to escort her out or call for more units. Instead, after 5 minutes inside, they reemerged, shrugged among themselves, and left. No ambulance, no follow-up. One of the officers came to my door. He said the woman claimed she had a nightmare, no signs of distress, no one else in the home. Old houses make weird sounds, he added. I didn't buy it, but they had done their job, and I felt foolish for overreacting. That is, until the next morning, when I saw the backyard. The small patch of soil she had been digging the previous day was now a large, uneven mound. Dirt scattered everywhere, like something had been buried in a hurry, or dug up. The air smelled faintly metallic. I tried ignoring it. Truly, I did. When people act strange, you assume personal issues, not danger. You mind your business. That's how neighborhoods survive in uneasy harmony. But things got worse. Over the next few nights, the lights in her house flickered endlessly. Shadows moved behind her curtains at odd times. Shadows too large to be her, shadows that moved too quickly or in inhuman angles. The tapping continued every night, sometimes shifting locations, sometimes echoing across my walls as if following me from room to room. The voice, though, God, the voice haunted me. It grew clearer, closer. What once sounded muffled now sometimes came through as distinct phrases. Please, stop, no more. I confronted her finally. I had to. Before the fear became something that controlled my every waking thought. She answered the door only a crack. Her face looked hollow, almost gaunt, as if she hadn't slept in weeks. The air inside her house smelled old, stagnant, like layers of dust mixed with something rotten. I'm sorry to bother you, I began, but I've been hearing noises, screaming. Are you all right? Her hand trembled on the doorknob. It's just the house settling, she whispered. Old pipes, old memories. She tried to close the door, but I instinctively placed my hand on it, not pushing it open, just stopping it for a moment. Are you alone? I asked. She nodded too quickly. Yes, alone, always alone. Then, almost under her breath, she added, That's the problem. I froze. What do you mean? Her eyes darted behind her into the dark hallway. Nothing. Please, just leave it alone. She shut the door then, gently but firmly. That night, I barely slept. Every creak made my body tense. Every gust of wind felt like it carried whispers. But exhaustion eventually overtook fear, and sometime after 2 a.m., I drifted to sleep. I woke to scratching. Sharp. Aggressive. Not tapping. Scratching. It came from my bedroom wall, right behind the headboard. I bolted upright, heart racing, and pressed my hand against the plaster. The sensation of vibration buzzed against my palm. Whatever made the sound was inches away. I whispered, Hello? The scratching stopped instantly. Silence pressed in on all sides. Then, faintly, a voice, a woman's voice, breathed out. Help me. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the end of the bed. The voice wasn't hers. It wasn't the neighbor's soft, quivering tone. This voice sounded younger, fragile, terrified. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and dialed 911 this time. When the operator asked what the emergency was, I realized how insane I sounded. Someone's in the walls didn't seem believable, like even to me. I ended up hanging up out of pure panic. I barely slept after that. At dawn, running on adrenaline, I walked outside, marched up to her backyard, and stared at the mound of disturbed soil. Something smelled off. Stronger now, as if whatever had been buried or unearthed had begun to seep through. I lifted my phone and opened the camera, trying to zoom in, telling myself if I saw anything suspicious, I'd finally call the police again. That's when her back door creaked open. She stepped out slowly, eyes red, hair unkempt, clothes rumpled. She looked worse than the night before. You shouldn't be here, she said softly. What's going on? I demanded. What are you hiding? Her lips trembled. It wasn't supposed to follow me. The morning air felt suddenly colder. What followed you? Her eyes flicked toward the mound. My daughter, she whispered. A chill ripped through me. Your daughter? She died 3 years ago, the woman said, voice cracking. I buried her. I accepted it, or I thought I did. But grief doesn't disappear. It clings. It scratches. It begs. I stepped back instinctively. Ma'am, do you need help? Should I call someone? She came with me when I moved here, the woman continued, ignoring the question. She never left. She won't leave. I hear her every night, in the walls, in the floors. She wants me with her. She stared at me with haunted eyes, and now she wants you too. As if on cue, the ground beneath the mound shifted, just slightly, enough for the soil to sag inward, as if something beneath it had moved. I stumbled back so fast I nearly fell. I didn't go inside my house. I ran. Straight to my car, slamming the door and peeling out of the driveway. I drove until I saw a gas station 20 miles away, where I sat in the parking lot, trembling, trying to process what I had witnessed. I called the authorities again, this time insisting there was a body buried in the neighbor's yard. They promised to investigate. But when I returned home that evening, everything was eerily normal. Her backyard was immaculate. No mound, no disturbed soil, no sign of digging, and her house was dark, completely dark. I knocked on her door. No answer. I peered through windows, everything empty. It was as if she hadn't lived there at all. 2 days later, a for sale sign appeared on the lawn. The real estate agent said the previous owner left suddenly for medical reasons. That night, as I tried to settle into uneasy sleep, a faint scratching came from my bedroom wall. Soft, slow. Then a whisper, barely audible, "Help me." Story the end. The first time I noticed something strange about the man next door was a Tuesday in late September, around the time the heat finally broke, and the evenings carried that cool, restless edge that comes right before fall settles in. I'd only lived in the duplex for 3 months, still figuring out trash pickup days and the best route to work. The neighborhood was ordinary. Families, retirees, a couple of college kids, the kind of place where people watered lawns at the same time every morning and waved to each other as if rehearsing politeness. My neighbor, the man in the other half of the duplex, didn't fit in with the rest. I didn't know his name at first. I'd only seen him twice. Once the day I moved in, standing at his window with the blinds half drawn, and another time when he was carrying something large wrapped in a tarp to the shed behind our building. He was thin, tall, with dark hair that always looked wet, even though it never rained. There was nothing overtly threatening about him, but something in the way he watched things, intently, unblinking, made my skin crawl. I told myself he was just private, quiet. Not everyone was friendly. The first real red flag happened about a month after I moved in. I came home from work, juggling a bag of groceries and my purse, when I found a note taped to my door. Blocky handwriting, almost childlike. I hear you at night. Please be quieter. I froze. My nights were boring. I watched TV, showered, did dishes. I wasn't blasting music at 2 a.m. or stomping around. But the idea that he could hear me unsettled me. Our bedrooms shared a wall. I knocked on his door, planning to clear things up. No answer. I knocked again. Still nothing. It was only 6 p.m. and I could hear movement behind the door, faint but unmistakable. Soft footsteps, like someone standing very still but shifting their weight. "Hey," I said through the door, trying to sound calm. "I got your note. If I'm being too loud, sorry, but I don't think a scrape. Like someone dragging something heavy across the floor." Then silence. I backed away, chilled for reasons I couldn't quite explain. I told myself I'd deal with it later. 2 nights after that, I woke at 3:17 a.m. to a rhythmic tapping. Not loud, but sharp and precise. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, listening. It was coming from the shared wall. I flicked on my bedside lamp, and as soon as the light clicked on, the tapping stopped. I waited for it to start again, but the silence stretched out like a held breath. The next morning, I called the landlord. She sighed heavily when I mentioned the neighbor. "Yeah," she said after a moment. "He's odd, keeps to himself. Pays rent on time, never caused damage, but we've had other tenants complain about noise or weird behavior." "What kind of weird behavior?" I asked. "Nothing dangerous, just strange. Watching people, knocking at odd hours, saying he hears things no one else does." I asked if I could be moved to another unit. She promised to look into it, which I knew meant no. Things got worse after that. One Saturday night, I came home late after visiting a friend. The motion sensor lights behind the duplex flicked on as I walked past the shed. The door was slightly ajar. That alone was odd. My neighbor always kept it locked with a heavy padlock. I slowed, listening. Something shifted inside, a soft rustling. I told myself it was probably an animal, but every instinct screamed at me to get inside. I fumbled with my keys, rushed into my half of the duplex, locked the door, and leaned against it, breathing hard. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I went to throw out some trash. When I passed the shed again, the door was now closed. The padlock was back in place. I glanced at my neighbor's windows. All the blinds were down, except one on the top right. He was there, standing perfectly still, staring straight at me, not blinking. I hurried back inside without acknowledging him. Days passed without anything happening directly, but I noticed new patterns. My neighbor started leaving his house only at night. I'd hear his front door open around 3 a.m. and close again an hour later. I'd peek out once in a while, never seeing where he went, only when he returned. His steps were slow, deliberate. One night, I woke up to a soft humming, a low, tuneless sound that felt as if it were vibrating through the wall. I held my breath, listening. It wasn't any song I recognized. It sounded like someone trying to comfort themselves, or someone else. The next morning, I found another note on my door. You were awake at 3:09. I heard you. That was impossible. I hadn't made a sound. That day I called the police, not to report a crime, just to ask for advice. The officer was polite but unhelpful. Unless he threatens you or tries to enter your home, there's not much we can do. Some people are just strange. I hung up feeling foolish but also more afraid. I tried to reason with myself. Notes on doors weren't crimes. Tapping on walls wasn't a felony. Watching someone wasn't illegal. But it felt like my neighbor was studying me, learning my routines, waiting for something. One evening around 10 p.m., I heard footsteps behind my bedroom wall. Not the soft shuffling from before. This sounded like pacing. Back and forth. Back and forth. I pressed my ear against the wall. A whisper. Faint. Like someone speaking very close to the wall, but too soft to understand. I jerked back and called my friend Jenna, babbling everything that had been happening. She didn't laugh. Come stay with me tonight, she insisted. I grabbed an overnight bag, keys, phone charger, and practically ran out the door. I glanced at my neighbor's windows as I left. Dark. Still. But as I backed out of the driveway, my headlights swept across him standing at the edge of his yard, facing my car. I hadn't heard him come out. He didn't move as I drove away. For 2 days, I stayed with Jenna. I debated breaking my lease, leaving my furniture behind if I had to. On the third day, I went back during the afternoon to grab more things. Sunlight made everything feel safer. I unlocked my door and walked inside. Something was off. Nothing was taken. Nothing seemed disturbed. But the air felt wrong, warmer, heavier, carrying a faint smell like damp clothing. I walked to my bedroom. My bed looked normal. But when I pulled back the blanket, my pillow was on the wrong side. I never slept on that side. My heart hammered against my ribs. I backed out of the room, shaking. Then I heard it, a tiny sound from the closet, almost like someone trying not to breathe. I ran. I bolted out the door, didn't even lock it, and sped back to my car. At Jenna's place, I called the police again. They agreed to inspect the duplex. An officer called me afterward. We checked thoroughly, he said. No one was inside. Everything seemed normal. The neighbor wasn't home either. Are you sure the pillow wasn't moved by you? I didn't argue. What was the point? I didn't go back until the next morning with Jenna beside me. We gathered clothes, toiletries, and a few important documents. I was planning to stay elsewhere until the landlord could relocate me. As we headed to my car, Jenna froze. Look, she whispered. Under my welcome mat was another note, paper torn unevenly, writing jagged this time, almost shaky. You shouldn't leave at night. I get lonely. I felt sick. I stuffed the note into my pocket, hands trembling. Jenna insisted we go to the police station in person. I showed the officer the note. He frowned. This is concerning. We'll talk to him. That evening, the police visited my neighbor. I watched from Jenna's car parked down the street. 2 officers knocked. He answered after a long pause. They talked for 5 minutes. He nodded, smiled. The officers left. One of them walked over to me. He says he's been going through some personal issues, the officer explained. He apologized and said he'd leave you alone. That night I tried to sleep. I left my phone on loud, just in case. Around 2 a.m., It buzzed with a notification, a security alert from the door camera Jenna had insisted I install earlier that day when we went back for more things. My stomach dropped. Motion detected. Front door, 1:57 a.m. I opened the video. My neighbor stood at my door, his face close to the camera, eyes too wide, pupils huge even in the porch light. He tilted his head slowly, listening. Then he smiled, a wide, unnatural stretch of his mouth, and then he whispered into the camera mic, "I can hear you now. You're not gone." My breath caught. In the video, he lifted his hand, tried the doorknob, found it locked, and then leaned his forehead against the door for several seconds before walking away. I couldn't speak. Jenna watched the video over my shoulder, her hand clamped over her mouth. In the morning, we sent the footage to the police. That changed everything. The officers took it seriously. They visited him again. This time, he wasn't home. For the next 2 days, he didn't return. His car stayed gone. His windows stayed dark. The landlord allowed me out of my lease immediately. Jenna's brother and 2 friends helped pack my belongings. Every minute I was inside that duplex, I felt watched, even though he was nowhere to be seen. We made the last trip at dusk. As I was locking the door for the final time, I heard a rustling behind the duplex, near the shed. I froze. The motion light flicked on. The shed door was wide open now, swaying slightly. I backed away, but curiosity and fear made me glance inside. Just for a moment. Inside the shed was nothing but a small mattress on the floor, a blanket, a plastic container, and taped to the wall, photographs. Me, in my yard, getting my mail, walking to my car, sleeping, taken through my bedroom window. Dozens of them. I felt my knees weaken. Jenna grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the car. We left everything else behind. The police searched for him. They said the shed was empty by the time they arrived. The photographs were gone too. He never came back for his belongings inside the duplex. Never contacted the landlord. His car was later found abandoned 2 counties away. No one ever saw him again. I moved to a different city, far away. I still check my locks 3 times a night. I still wake up at 3 a.m. sometimes, convinced I can hear tapping on the walls. The worst part is the notes. A month after moving, I found one slipped under my new apartment door. 4 words written in that same childlike block handwriting: "I hear you still. Story the end." The first time I noticed something was wrong with the house next door was on a warm Thursday evening in late June, just after I moved into the split-level ranch on Willow Bend Drive. I'd lived in apartments my whole adult life, so buying a house, my first house, felt like finally joining the world of real adults. I liked the quiet of the cul-de-sac. Kids rode bikes, sprinklers clicked in the afternoons, and most neighbors waved whether they knew you or not. Everything felt normal, perfectly normal, except the house to my right. It wasn't abandoned, not exactly. The lawn was always trimmed, though unevenly, like someone did just enough to avoid complaints. The blinds were always drawn tight, even at night. Sometimes a faint light glowed behind the curtains, too dim for a lamp, more like the sheen of a TV set turned to static. I didn't think too much about it at first. Lots of people kept to themselves. Then I started hearing things, not the usual noises of neighbors, no TVs, no arguments, no footsteps. These were sharp, irregular sounds, a dragging scrape like wood on cement. A soft thud repeated several times around 2 a.m., a metallic clink, 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 as if someone tapped a pipe against something hollow. The first night it happened, I sat up in bed, listening. When it stopped, the silence felt even heavier, like the air was waiting. I chalked it up to old houses. Mine creaked all the time. But by the second week, the sounds became consistent enough that I started paying attention and noticing patterns. The light in my neighbor's back window always went off at 3:07 a.m. every night. Not 3:05, not 3:10, exactly 3:07. I started watching the clock without meaning to. When the digital numbers flipped, the faint glow clicked off behind the blinds like someone had hit a switch. One night, I stood at my own dark kitchen window, watching. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until condensation fogged the glass in front of me. When the light blinked out at its usual time, the silhouette of someone standing just behind the curtain seemed to flicker into view for a fraction of a second. I convinced myself it was my eyes playing tricks. By mid-July, I had seen the man who lived there exactly twice. The first time was from my car as I pulled into my driveway. He was standing near his mailbox, motionless. I gave a polite wave. His head turned toward me, slow and stiff, like the movement hurt. He didn't wave back, he just stared. I couldn't see his face clearly, but something about him looked off. His posture too rigid, his clothes too big for his frame. The second time was worse. I was taking out my garbage late one evening when I heard a strange clicking sound, like someone making a noise with their tongue, quick and rhythmic. When I looked up, he was standing on his porch with half hidden behind a support beam, staring again. His head tilted to one side, jaw hanging just slightly open as if mid-sound, though the clicking continued even after his lips didn't move. I went inside and locked the door, telling myself I wasn't going to be the paranoid new homeowner who freaked out over a weird neighbor. Then August came. One night, around 1:30 a.m., I woke to the dragging sound again, long, heavy, scraping. It lasted almost a full minute this time. I sat up straight, heart pounding. I listened, straining to pick up where it was coming from. This time, it wasn't muffled through walls. It was outside my bedroom window. I froze, barely breathing. My window faced the side of the house, toward his yard. The dragging stopped abruptly, replaced by the faint rustle of grass. Slow footsteps, pausing between each step. I slid out of bed silently and crept to the window. My fingers trembled as I lifted a corner of the blind. The yard was dark, shadows thick under the trees. At first, I saw nothing. Then something shifted near the fence line, a darker shape among darkness. Someone was standing there. I couldn't see their face, but the outline was unmistakable. A tall, thin figure facing my window, unmoving. Cold sweat ran down my spine. I kept staring, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe a branch. Maybe. The figure stepped closer. I dropped the blind and stumbled backward. I waited for footsteps, for tapping, for anything. Nothing. I barely slept the rest of the night. The next morning, I checked the yard cautiously. Nothing disturbed. Grass unmarked, no footprints, but leaning against my fence was a long piece of wood. Old, splintered, with one end ground flat as though it had been dragged along pavement. That day, I finally called the non-emergency police line. A pair of officers came by in the afternoon. They were polite but unconvinced. They said they'd knock on my neighbor's door and check. I watched from my window as they tried. They knocked twice, waited, knocked again. No answer. One officer peeked through a gap in the blinds. He frowned. Then he tried the door. Locked. They circled the house, looking in windows. After a few minutes, they came back to me. No signs of anyone inside, one of them said. The place looks odd, but not illegal. If something specific happens, call again. I wanted to demand they break the door down, but I knew how that would sound, so I thanked them and watched them leave. That evening, the light in the neighbor's window turned on as usual. At 3:07 a.m., it turned off. But the silhouette didn't disappear immediately this time. It lingered. It leaned forward. It pressed against the curtain. I jerked back from my own window, heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. I didn't dare look again. I didn't sleep at all. 3 days later, the smell started. Not strong at first, just a faint sour odor when the wind blew from the east. I assumed it was trash, maybe something dead in a gutter. But the smell grew worse, thicker, until even passing the side of the house made my stomach twist. I saw other neighbors wrinkling their noses, too. A few muttered comments about maybe animal problems or old plumbing, but none of them seemed ready to do anything. One afternoon, I saw the mail carrier skipping the property entirely. She didn't even slow down. When I asked her about it, she looked uncomfortable. Temporary hold on deliveries, she said. Requested by the homeowner. The homeowner? I asked. You've spoken to him? She hesitated, then shook her head. It was done online. Look, I probably shouldn't. Just call the city if you're worried. That night, as the smell wafted through my open hallway, I finally snapped. I grabbed a flashlight, marched across the yard, and stood at the neighbor's front door. The smell was overwhelming up close, sweet, rotten, clinging to the back of my throat. I gagged, covering my nose with my sleeve. I knocked. Hello? Are you okay? No answer. I knocked again, louder. Sir? It's your neighbor. You need help? Still nothing. The blinds in the nearest window were closed tightly, but I noticed something I hadn't before, dark streaks at the bottom edge of the frame. Not quite stains, more like something seeped and dried. A chill hit me so hard I felt nauseous. I backed away from the house, walking quickly, then running. I dialed 911 with shaking fingers. This time, officers arrived with urgency. They knocked, called out, circled the house. After a few minutes, one of them tried the back door. It opened. The smell that rolled out made everyone gag visibly. The officers disappeared inside. More units arrived, then an ambulance, then a coroner's van. They didn't let me near, of course, but from my porch I could see enough as they moved around with flashlights and equipment. At one point, I saw one officer stagger out the door, face pale. It was close to dawn when another officer walked over to speak with me. He looked shaken. "You were right to call," he said quietly. "The homeowner, he's been dead for quite a while." I felt a strange mix of dread and validation. "How long?" "Hard to say until the medical exam," he said, "but weeks, maybe more." My mouth went dry. "But I've seen him. He's been outside." The officer gave me a careful, measured look. "No one alive has been in that house for a long time." I tried to protest, but he gently put up a hand. "Sometimes stress causes you to see movement where there isn't any, especially at night." I wanted to argue, to insist I wasn't crazy, but something in his expression told me he'd already made up his mind. They cleared the scene around 7 a.m. and taped the house off. I didn't sleep that morning either. A week passed with very little information. The medical examiner hadn't released findings. Rumors cropped up. Some neighbors whispered about carbon monoxide, others mentioned drugs. No one asked me directly, but everyone looked at me differently, like I'd been too close to something horrible. The smell faded, eventually, but the heaviness didn't. 2 Fridays after they removed the body, I woke to the sound of a truck idling outside. A cleanup crew had arrived. They went inside, wearing masks and gloves, and hauled out bags of debris. I kept my distance, watching from my kitchen window. At one point, one of the workers walked out holding something in his gloved hand, a long, splintered piece of wood, the same one I had found against my fence, but I had thrown that out. I remembered dragging it to my trash myself. I stepped outside before I realized what I was doing. "Excuse me," I called. The worker looked up. "Yeah? Where'd you find that?" "In the basement," he said. "There's a pile of old junk down there. You'd be amazed what people keep." I stared at the piece of wood. I felt dizzy. "You sure it was in the basement?" He nodded. It was in a corner, leaning against the wall. A strange buzzing filled my ears. I backed up, mumbling something like thanks, and went inside. That night, I didn't dare look at the neighbor's house. The cleanup crew had gone, leaving the interior dark and empty. No lights, no movement. But at exactly 3:07 a.m., I heard a sound, a soft, deliberate tapping on my bedroom window. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps again. I lay frozen, unable to breathe. Then, slowly, unwillingly, I turned my head toward the blinds. A shadow shifted behind them, very tall, very thin, very still. The tapping stopped. Silence stretched so long I thought my heartbeat might be loud enough to hear outside. Then, from the darkness, a soft, rhythmic clicking began. The same tongue tick I had heard on his porch. Slow at first, then faster, closer. I squeezed my eyes shut, too terrified to move. I prayed it was a nightmare, a hallucination, anything but real. I didn't open my eyes again until sunlight spilled through the blinds hours later. When I finally dared to check outside, nothing was there. No footprints in the dew, no marks on the glass, no shadow waiting. But that night, exactly 3:07 a.m., the tapping returned. It comes every night now, always at the same time, always from the same window. I haven't slept more than an hour or 2 in days. I've taped the blinds shut, moved a dresser in front of the window, even slept on the couch downstairs. But somehow the tapping always sounds close, like it's right beside my ear. The neighbor's house remains empty. The city says it'll be months before a new buyer moves in. I dread the day someone else settles there. I dread the night after even more, because whatever stands at my window isn't staying in that empty house. It followed me, and every night at 3:07 a.m., it lets me know it's still here. Story, the end. The first time I noticed something strange about the house next door, it was late winter in New Jersey. The kind of cold that makes the air feel heavy and sharp at the same time. I had lived in my modest, single-story home for nearly a decade, enjoying the quiet street where kids rode bikes during the summer and neighbors waved while fetching their mail. The house beside mine had been abandoned for years, boarded up windows and all, its lawn overgrown, a monument to neglect. Most people avoided it or whispered rumors about the previous owners. Then one March afternoon, a moving van appeared. A young woman, maybe in her late 20s, stepped out wearing a heavy coat and gloves, her hair tucked into a scarf. She moved slowly but efficiently, carrying boxes from the van into the house. What caught my attention first was how careful she was, almost reverent, like she was handling fragile treasures rather than ordinary belongings. There was no truckload of furniture, no children running around, just her and a few boxes. Over the next few days, I saw her through my kitchen window. She never left the property except for brief trips to the mailbox. She wore the same coat almost every day and seemed almost invisible, fading into the house like a ghost. I waved once when I took out the trash. She didn't wave back, only paused mid-step, then went inside. Then came the noises. It started with soft tapping, light, irregular. At first I assumed it was the old house settling, but the taps didn't match the rhythm of anything structural. They were deliberate, almost like someone trying to get attention. The first night I heard it, I pressed my ear against the wall that separated our houses. The sound seemed to move, almost as if it was creeping along the walls, pausing under my window, then retreating. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was my imagination. Old houses make strange noises, right? A week later, I saw her outside again. She was digging in the small garden beside her porch, not with a shovel, but with her bare hands clawing at the frozen soil. I thought it was unusual, but she didn't seem to notice me watching. The next night, the tapping returned, louder and more insistent. Then came the whispers. I woke around 2 a.m. to a faint voice, almost indecipherable, coming from the wall. At first, I thought I was dreaming. Then the words became clearer, a soft, trembling plea. Please, help me. My heart froze. I live alone. There was no one inside my house except me. I tried calling the police, but what would I say? There's a voice in my walls? They'd think I was crazy. I ended up just staying awake, listening, terrified, until dawn. The next morning, I saw her again, crouched over the small patch of soil she had dug the day before. Her coat was torn, hands bloody from the frozen dirt, and she muttered under her breath. It sounded like she was talking to someone, or something, beneath the ground. I stayed inside after that. I avoided looking at her house, but the tapping continued every night. Eventually, it changed. It became a pattern. 3 taps, 2 taps, 1 tap, then silence. Sometimes it came from the wall directly next to my bedroom, sometimes from the ceiling. It was as if it could move, almost aware of my presence. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I banged back against the wall 3 times, then 2, then 1, mirroring the pattern. The silence that followed was unbearable. Then, almost immediately, a soft giggle echoed from inside her house. Not human, not playful, wrong. The following evening, I saw the police arrive. They had received a call about someone possibly being trapped in the house. I watched as officers entered, flashlights sweeping every corner. I thought maybe the tapping and whispers had been real after all. Maybe a child trapped in the walls, maybe a hidden room no one knew about. But after an hour, they emerged empty-handed. No one was inside. The woman stepped outside, pale, shaking, staring at the ground as if she expected something to rise from it. The officers asked her a few questions. She muttered something about hearing him again and refused to elaborate. I didn't sleep that night. I could still hear the faint whispers, softer now, as if disappointed I hadn't responded. Days later, I noticed the garden again. The patch of soil she had been digging was now a mound, uneven, fresh. No flowers, no plants. Just earth, dark and damp, as if something had been buried there. The smell of dampness clung to the air, faintly metallic. I didn't approach it. I didn't ask questions. But every night, the tapping continued, moving closer to my own house. It scratched against walls, against floors, always following me, always testing the boundaries. Weeks passed. I thought maybe it would end if I ignored it. Maybe she would leave. Maybe it was just grief or madness or the house itself. Then came the night of the screaming. Around 3 a.m., the most horrifying sound I've ever heard ripped through the neighborhood, a scream like a child being torn from the world. I froze, my blood running cold. I ran to the window. No lights on in her house, no movement. The scream echoed again, impossibly close, and then silence. The next morning, the police were back. This time they stayed longer, searching the property. They found nothing unusual, no signs of struggle, no one inside, no hidden rooms. The woman was gone, not a trace, just the mound of soil in the garden and an empty house. I moved shortly after. I couldn't stay there. But even now, years later, in my new home, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night to faint tapping. I never know where it comes from. And sometimes, if I press my ear to the wall, I hear it, a soft, desperate whisper. Please, help me. Story the end.